You guys couldn't hear anything I was just saying because my mic was muted. My goodness. Great start, Annie. Welcome to the coverage tonight of our election 2020 presidential election. This is so exciting. I am so incredibly glad you're here. And Katie is with me. We've got several guests who are going to be in with us over the course of this evening. And can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Everybody in the comments, say hello. Make sure that you can hear us talking. I hear a little bit of an echo in mine. I don't know if it's picking up from you guys or not, but if you hear that.
It's me.
It's you? Okay.
It's probably me. Give me a second.
Okay. That's fine. We're getting this all set up. We're streaming right now on the Annie Fry Show Facebook page, and we are streaming right now on the Annie Fry YouTube page. We are going to be going in and out of a couple of other social media entities tonight, specifically the 97.1 Facebook page as well. And as we do that, if you want, the one place that we are guaranteed to be the whole night long is the Annie Fry YouTube page. All of the broadcasts will have the same things. Some will have more than others. The Annie Fry YouTube page is what's going to have the most. So we are so excited to be here. Eric is our digital guru for the evening. He is going to be watching these races and on 971talk.com/election. Did I get that right? Did I say that right?
You did. Yeah, that's
I did.
it.
On 971talk.com/election, you're going to get to see this really cool interactive tool here. You can see right now, Kentucky has been called for Donald Trump. So we're off to a good start. This is just like in 2018 when I walked into the room and as I was making my way to my chair, they called Governor Pritzker's race in the state of Illinois. This is a much happier start to the evening for me personally, probably for you as well. So Eric, do you want to talk about this tool a little bit while we are watching? So it's 7:00 on the East Coast. Polls are closing on the East Coast. We'll probably get some more calls here as the next few, some of the obvious ones. I think Vermont was called for Biden. That's 3 electoral votes. It's 8-3 right now, folks. It's 8-3. Eric, why don't you share your screen here? I'm going to put you up here, and you can kind of walk us through. I gotta find my mouse. You can kind of walk us through what people can do along with us at 971talk.com.
Yeah, so I think I have my screen up there now. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so it's bigger on screens, hopefully.
Yeah, you got it here.
Maybe.
I lost you. There we go.
Let me go full screen here.
This tool is so awesome. Like, might I add, like, it is really cool.
Yeah.
And although it took me 80 years to figure out how to make a map today, this is very convenient. It seems very intuitive.
Yeah, I do love it. I think the AP does a really great job. I do, however, think that I think they got Biden's emoji or whatever you call it wrong.
Not great.
He looks a little. He looks like Bob Barker. Just to me.
Wait, if Bob Barker's running, that changes everything.
Yes. Trump's is pretty dead on, but Biden's looks pretty rough.
If you scroll down on that map, at least on on Fox News, they've made another call here. We'll see if it changes here on this map as you go through. One thing I'll tell you, Eric,
What have
that
they
I
called?
noticed, Virginia. One thing I've noticed on mine, if you make your windows actually narrower on your computer screen, that affects the way the resolution goes on this thing, which is kind of strange. Maybe not. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes it gives you a little more resolution there. Allows you to use more top.
You know what? We'll figure it out as we go.
Yep, that's what we're doing. Everybody here watch the Annie Fry Show, YouTube Live and Facebook Live knows that we figure things out as the night goes on. That's absolutely okay.
I love this tool because you can literally hover over all of these states and get the returns coming in pretty much in real time. AP does a good job at getting these results in quickly. In 2016, AP was one of the first to call the race for Donald Trump, albeit it was 2:30 in the morning, but they did call it.
And they got it right.
And they got it right. Yeah, and then everybody followed. So I do like AP's tools. But if we go up to Missouri, you can actually click into Missouri and click on the individual counties. And if they're reporting, you'll get real-time results. So I can click on St. Louis County and get real-time results for Trump and Biden. You can also switch to other races, House races. For example, Missouri's first congressional district race here between Cori Bush and Alex Furman. You can get results there. And I would just tell everybody, go to 971talk.com/election and try this thing out for yourself. It is also mobile friendly.
Awesome. Real quick here, we want to put in let's see where we go. I got to get to the bottom here. Carlo, one of our biggest super fans on YouTube. Thank you so much for the super chat. You've been generous. An extra $5 for the beat crew, or maybe the best crew on St. Louis radio. We very much so appreciate it. I think today we talked, Katie and I were talking about how we can help soundproof her kitchen now that she's broadcasting from home in the meantime. And so I told her she needs to buy some of those science projects, big stand-up boards and like staple pillows to them or something. So the work
if everybody has a trifold, let me know.
The work from home studio expenses just continue to grow. So Carlo, thank you so much. Super chat on YouTube. We are grateful for that. And we've been putting that to good work with all the tech and stuff. I wish you could see what my living room looks like right now. So, all right. So they're showing here, let's see, Georgia, Virginia. Fox News has called Virginia for Joe Biden. It's not quite on the AP map yet. So I kind of like the fact that at 971talk.com /election. Is that right? I need to get that right.
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
I want to make sure that we have our eyes on several different places as well. So it's nice to be able to watch what's going on Fox News and see what they're calling. And what we're watching on our website at 971talk.com /election is AP. So it's two different places. We can kind of source those together.
Have they called Vermont for Trump?
Vermont? Yeah, no, Biden.
Okay.
And that's on AP. Yeah. And
I saw that lower third. I guess I read that wrong.
3 electoral votes. We keep talking about Georgia here. Let's see if I can. I'm sorry, Chris Wallace, but I just can't with you. I can't handle it. I'm not okay with it.
They have a comma. I didn't see that comma. Comma, Biden wins.
We've got Kentucky called and Vermont called and Virginia. Fox News has called Virginia, and it says Georgia Senate race is too early. Georgia presidential race too early. They closed 10 minutes ago, so that's to be expected. But yeah, we'll see. The general sentiment, if I want to have like an emotional roller coaster, I just go on Twitter and I read Twitter and I look and see what people are saying, and I pay attention to the follows that I have of people who I know who are on the ground, and I just get high and then I get low and then I get high and then I get low, and then I go on to Facebook and I read about Disney World, and that evens everything out for me. So
it's a perfect combination.
Katie, you actually got to go vote today.
I did. Got
your ballot cast. What was it like when you went there?
It was very, very easy. The experience was hardly anybody waiting in line, hardly anybody out there, which I think I went like right in the nick of time. It was like protocol central. Everybody was 6 feet or more apart. Everyone had to wear a mask. You got your own pen. I mean, I cannot believe how swift the process was, because I was anticipating hour, 2 hour, 3 hour long lines.
Yeah.
Wasn't that, what the heck?
I said I get high, I get low, and now Kevin says from Facebook that the headline is Annie Fry gets high. At least it
I
rhymes.
think what's kind of weird today, and I don't know if you guys feel this way too, I'm sure all of America feels this way, is that, you know, you wait so long for a day like this. All year, all of 2020, we've been waiting for today. And Annie, as you pointed out, probably even half of last year in 2019, we were waiting. And then it happens and it almost feels surreal.
Yeah.
I'm like, so now us three are looking at this map, determining if tomorrow we're going to have election results and who the president will be. And I feel like it's just totally surreal, because if it isn't Donald Trump and it's Joe Biden, I don't know what the people that are fanatics about Trump, and I mean fanatics being like super, super fans of Donald Trump, and the people that absolutely love to hate Donald Trump and do nothing but obsess about what he's doing and like love to hate the guy. I don't know what either one of those types of human being does tomorrow.
Jennifer on Facebook says, Katie, I'm pretty sure I didn't look anywhere as cute as you did when I had COVID. I'm glad you got to vote, praying you get your taste and smell back before, because that was a bummer. Yeah.
Thank you.
We're just in general annoyed by Katie's cuteness. It's just a
what?
Thing.
I'm wearing this headband.
Yeah, I know, and it looks cute on you. That's what I look like to get my hair out of my face when I'm throwing up. And you're like, I'll just do this to look cute. It's no big deal. Thank you so much. That is so appreciated. Thank you for the YouTube super chat. We are very grateful for it. Hopefully, we're going to have a really good night. It's a 2020 super chat. Yay! Yes. I love it. Here is awesome. To winning and keeping America great. We are very grateful for you, you and Carla both, for your super chats. And it definitely helps us out as we go through the night. Here is a tweet from the president that took place at 5:15 today. We are looking really good all over the country. Thank you. Okay. And then I see that and I'm like, is that because we are really looking good, or is that because you think people are feeling down and you want to make sure that people get this? Like, I'm psycho. I'm up in my head about stuff, and I need to stop being. Which, you know, we can talk about what it's going to be like and how things are going to go. And, you know, like, what about this and what about that? But I'm done talking about that. Like, let's just get some actual facts that we can rest upon and know, and stop pontificating and fretting and worrying. And it'll be what it'll be. I mean, we can withstand anything, but we're going to have to, you know, fight for it. And we're going to have to handle whatever happens next with as much grace and dignity as we can. And that's regardless of if you win or if you lose. Mm-hmm. So, you know, on tight. That's kind of the way I feel.
Like, coming out of like the experience of 2016, I think it's just the unknown that is just, I think it's what kind of gets you on edge. You're a little worked up. I've been feeling that all day. It's just because, you know, are the polls correct? Or are we going to see a 2016 situation where the polls are off? And if so, by how much? And I echo Katie's sentiment too. It's like, it is surreal. Like, I woke up this morning and the day has flown by. Really, I feel very underprepared. I feel very underprepared, and I've had all year to prepare, and I don't understand what's going on. But yeah, I walked into the voting booth and voted, and I walked out. I'm like, it's done. Like, that's it. You know,
and that happened.
It's all you can do. That's for sure. Let's see here. I've got I wanted to pull someone's up here. What was I?
Eric, have you been anxious throughout this process, or are you excited, or like how is the digital department feeling? Because this is a lot of pressure today, to kind of get everything going and moving.
Yeah, I mean, I think anxious is a good word. You know, it's just, I think I called it election anxiety. Just especially the day, like this weekend, even I'm just like, oh my gosh, it's coming, like what's going to happen. And then I look at Donald Trump's rallies, and especially last night at 12:30 Michigan time, and there's people like freezing to death in the cold, waiting for this man to come and talk for an hour and a half, and by the thousands. And that I just don't, again, it's a 2016 thing, who knows, but you just have that feeling of how can a guy who attracts this kind of crowd in these kind of situations lose?
Yeah.
But it's anyone's game.
Never say never.
There's a clear path for both people to get to 270.
So I want to encourage everybody to connect with us in a few different places. First of all, we're going to be streaming here on the Annie Fry YouTube page all night long. So if you're normally a Facebook watcher, tonight's a really good opportunity to check us out on YouTube. You just go onto YouTube, type in Annie Fry, Frey. You'll see that we're live right now, and you join on there. You can participate in the chat just like you always do. We, again, are really appreciative of James for the 2020 super chat, saying here's to winning and keeping America great. We're very grateful for that. And, if you were somebody who is used to watching on Facebook, the nice thing about YouTube is I think it works better on your phone, which is one of the reasons why we wanted to move to YouTube a little bit more, because you have to have Facebook open up on your phone if you're going to stream us. And that kind of hinders your ability to actually use Facebook, or your phone, I should say. So if you have YouTube up, you can kind of minimize it, or you can have a YouTube window usually up on your phone while you are doing other things. This is exciting. Tara, hello. Tara, you are so kind. $24.99 from Tara on our YouTube super for that as well. Super fans. These are some fannies, and we were very appreciative of them. And when I say fannies, I did not come up with that name. They adopted it, and I thought it was weird, and then I thought it was awesome. So happy to go with it. So I'm gonna walk you through a little bit. I'm gonna let you go through Twitter with me, so you can go on this high and this low as we stroll through my Twitter account here, and I'll tell you, what are we expecting to have happen here? I don't know. Here's one right off the top that makes me happy. Matt Gaetz, yes, Miami-Dade with 5 exclamation points. I mean, I'm okay with that. How do you guys feel about seeing that from Matt Gaetz? I don't know what that means, but I'm like, Matt Gaetz, I trust you to know what that means, and I trust that that is good, right?
Yeah. He's one of those people that I trust not to be irresponsible when they tweet. I think that if you put something out there tonight, you better have the information 100% correct.
Yep.
And so he's one of those people that I'm like, okay, Rep Gaetz, you put it out there. I trust ya. Let's hope that that's real.
Yep. Here's Brett Baer, who's on Fox News set right now, says President Trump will defeat Joe Biden in West Virginia, one of the most pro-Trump states in America. Have they called West Virginia, or does Brett Baer call states on his own on Twitter? Maybe we've got the inside scoop here to what's going on. I love it. Brett Baer, what are you doing?
What are you saying? And how is he saying it? He's broadcasting right now.
Not when Trey Gowdy was talking. I'm looking at him. He's got his pen.
That's true.
He's just like Barack Obama. He's got a pen and a phone, apparently. He just tweets with it like Donald Trump. Let's go here. Let's see. Strong showing. The election wizard. I just started following this person today, and I started following them because Jason Whitlock of Outkick said that they were the best, and I was like, I like Jason. I'll follow him, and I'll follow them and see what they say. So, but they're saying strong showing for Trump in Miami-Dade. He's running Dade 45-54 behind Biden, which again, Miami-Dade is supposed to be a Democratic, boon. Uh-oh.
Oh.
See, it's a wild ride, this roller coaster of Twitter is. I've seen a lot of this, like, hold the line. Are there people telling people to get out of line when, I don't know. Maybe I'm more exposed to election protocol as possible. But like, do people, I guess if you go to get in line and it's 4 hours long, you might be like, I don't have time for this, I'm not staying. But there's a lot of people saying, stay in line, don't let, don't get out of line, whatever.
Do you think today there's been more? Do you think more people voted today, or did they vote beforehand?
I think it depends on the place.
Yeah. I think you're right. Were the lines long where you guys voted? Because like I walked right in, but I went around lunchtime.
I went at 10:45 or it was maybe like 10:30. I think I was out by 10:45, and there were I had to wait to get into a polling booth, because all of them were filled when I went in there, but I didn't have to like wait out the door. But it was 10:45. It's like the morning rush had been done. That's why I went then specifically.
Same.
The lunchtime rush hadn't been there.
I did 3:45. I want to say 3:30, 3:45. I was in and out in 15 minutes. It was like the wait outside was nothing. They were getting us in there and getting us going. And then once you were in there, it took 5 minutes and then you were out.
So here's Allie Pardo, Deputy Communications Director for Team Trump. And she says, keep an eye on Minnesota and Nevada, not the states everyone is talking about, but we are outpacing Dems 2-1 in Nevada 3, which is located in Democrat stronghold Clark County. Morrison County, the reddest Minnesota county in 16, saw monster lines starting at 6:30. That's what I've been trying to think, but I don't follow this stuff so closely, because I will lose my mind. I will go crazy. I'm going crazy with as much exposure that I have right now. But the idea, hold on a second. The idea that there were states in 2016 that people didn't pay attention to. Trump paid attention to them. Trump paid attention to Wisconsin and Michigan, these states that Hillary didn't go to. They knew what they were doing. They had a plan. They executed it, and it won them the election. Where are those locations this year that we aren't paying attention to, that at the end of the night, we're going to look at that map and go, really? And, maybe in a way that we like, maybe in a way that we don't like. I don't know what those states are. Minnesota and Nevada, I've kind of in my mind written off Minnesota, but boy, would that be quite a statement to turn Minnesota. Go ahead, Eric.
Well, I was just going to say, I've heard a lot about the possibility of Trump grabbing Nevada. Is that because of, what is that? What is the reason? Is it because of the shutdowns? You have a heavy populated area like Las Vegas, and, people lost their jobs at the beginning of the pandemic. Do they really want to go back to that? Is that the reason why they're being swayed?
I don't know what it is about Nevada. I feel like Nevada, just like Allie was saying there, Nevada is not a state that we've had a lot of our focus on. I think it's six electoral votes. It's not huge, which is probably why it doesn't get as much talk as everybody else does, because the prize isn't so big. But I think that might be one of the reasons why it's not talked about as much. I want to give a shout out to Vicky Long for the 2020 super chat. Thank you so much. Vicky tipping her hat to Jane, started the 2020 super chats. Has their idea. Sorry, Carlo. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. You guys are such great supporters of our show, and we're really grateful for it and glad that you are here. I haven't talked at all yet tonight about Illinois, and I have to say, I have no idea what's going to go on. I have so many places where if this doesn't happen, but that happened, I would feel good about it and I would be happy about it. I just don't know what's going to go on. I'm looking at all the state level races in Missouri. Are you going to have a Republican governor going forward? Is Parson going to pull this off? I think he's expected to, but could there be an upset? The other thing that I hear a lot of people talking about is like early voting way outpacing anything previous, or people saying early voting in this county, early voting in that county. This is COVID. And because this is COVID, we don't know what any of this means. We don't understand what early voting coming out like en masse in any county means, because we've never done this before. So all of the experts, they're all trying to do their best. And so many people, by this time, I guess next week, maybe tomorrow, we might have a better idea. There are going to be some people who look really smart and some people who look really stupid, because there's some people are going to get lucky and some people are just going to be dead wrong. So I mean, I kind of am, as far as Illinois goes, watching closely anything in particular. I'm more watching some of the local state house races that we've talked a lot about, and hoping that, you know, the massive amount of outspending, I'm talking massive amount of outspending, the money that Mike Madigan funnels into our districts here to make sure that he can buy and retain these seats. It's definitely something to overcome. And if we don't overcome it, we need to parlay our energy and our excitement from this election into the next one, which is where we get rid of JB Pritzker. My God, get rid of JB Pritzker. Eric, for people who haven't talked to Eric before, Eric is an Illinois resident, so he may or may not share my pain in that. Comment either, Eric. Not putting you on the spot for anything here. Sue Lynn,
it's a bit painful.
$20 to Sue Lynn, from Sue Lynn. Thank you so much. Thank you for all you guys do for us every day. It is an honor and a pleasure and a privilege for us to be able to do this and to be with you. And honestly, like, if I were Katie and Eric, you guys can comment on this too, but if I were sitting in my basement by myself, just like rocking back and forth, anxiety ridden right now, no matter what happens, I would much rather be here sharing this with you and participating in this event with friends, with people who, you know, not everybody here wants the same thing to happen tonight, and that's okay. And at the end of the night, not everybody is going to be as happy as the next person, and that's okay. But we're going to all treat this like the adults that we are. And as I said on the air, it's important that I say this now. If for some reason we get to the point where Trump loses or Trump wins, if Trump wins and you are somebody who doesn't love Donald Trump, when you come back tomorrow or the next day, if that happens, you are going to feel welcome on the show here with us, because this is not, we will not dance on your grave. And honestly, if Trump loses and you want to call on the show and gloat in my face, if that makes you feel better, you probably can do that. But that's just not what we're about, and we're not going to play that either way. So just for people understand that.
It's funny because basically all of my best friends are like, what are you gonna do tonight? What you doing? I'm like, well, initially before COVID, before the pandemic, 97.1, this is like, okay, I know everyone hates the NFL, but the only reference, because sports, Katie, the only reference I have is the Super Bowl. And this is like the Super Bowl for 97.1.
Yep.
This is like the day that all of us rally together. There is so much camaraderie. There is so much like hype and craziness behind today, because we spend months and months and months prepping for it. And so we don't get to do that right now because there's a pandemic happening. So the best thing that we can do is still be with one another, whether it be virtually, whatever the case may be, calling into 97.1 tonight with Tony Colombo. We still have to make sure that we're here together, because it is a huge big deal. Thank you, Steve. Yeah.
While you're saying all these wonderful, nice things about 97.1, the boss pops in to say happy birthday to Katie.
Perfect. Spectacular.
She's 42 today. It's exciting to be in your 40s, Katie. How do you feel?
Wow.
No, I'm 28 and that's what I keep saying. And I will be 28 for the next 10 years. I don't care. I'm not moving from this spot. But it is just one of those things that you want to spend it together, and you want to spend it with people that have that same energy as you do. Because right now my lovely husband he wants to know what's going on, and he is invested, but like, I also need to be around people that are like state by state, percentage by percentage, electoral vote by electoral vote. What are we dealing with here? Because our anxiety is so high.
It's high, folks. It's real high. It's real high. Just my Air Comfort Service water here, man. That's not enough. Katie's drinking a beer she can't even taste.
It's okay. You know what? God bless Bud Light. I love Bud Light, but it doesn't have a taste anyway. Just going right on down.
Polls closed now in Ohio and North Carolina. So maybe we get some news from those soon. Those are both big. Those are kind of in the must-win column for Trump. Johnny Zemer, I'm going to say, I hope I said that right. Thank you for the $5 super chat. We appreciate it very much. Very grateful for that, for your support. For everybody who is here, thank you for the YouTube super chat. And you know, it's never, ever, ever necessary, but it is always very much so appreciated. So we've got polls closing here in Missouri in 30 minutes. What is this? West Virginia Senate Capito. She's called. I think that was expected. I don't even know how to say that person's name. I'm texting with Tony Colombo, who's a very, very difficult man to get a hold of.
Yes.
Katie, do you want to see if he wants to pop on?
Yeah.
You want to set him up with the link, and then he can jump in here whenever it is convenient to him.
For sure.
And also, we reached out to Ryan Wiggins's people, and we're conferring with them. I think that they are riding Slinky Dog Dash right now, and I don't know what people are going to permit him to do, but we're going to see about getting Ryan here live from Disney World. We are multi-time zone coverage here, which is pretty exciting. So, Eric, do you want to take us to your screen and walk us through, just kind of set the table for us, what we have right now, and also we can do a refresher when you get that set up on what people can do along with us on their own computer. So if we don't have this pulled up right now, we have an awesome tool available for you at 971talk.com/election, and you are welcome to go look at it right now. In fact, we encourage you to make it your home for election results. It's all AP, and it is up to the second, folks. You're going to get things called here on 971talk.com/election that they might not have called on Fox yet. And as Eric pointed out aptly before, they called it correctly first in 2016. So Eric, you want to take it away?
Yeah, 971talk.com. There's a real nice big election map right on the top of that page. Tons of different ways you can view this. You can view it nationally, which is probably what you want to do right now until the polls close in Missouri. So if you hover over Missouri, there's nothing in yet. Even if they know pretty much that Missouri is going to go to President Trump, they won't report that into the system until the polls are closed. So if you look at it nationally, West Virginia's called already for Donald Trump. I think that was expected. Kentucky, they already have the balance there, 13-3. But yeah, then if you want to get even more local, you can go to races like the Cori Bush race, the Missouri congressional district, 1st congressional district. You can do that by going here, and you can click on these, and it'll change it. Missouri's 2nd congressional district between with Ann Wagner. You can look at that.
That's a big one. Yeah, that's one.
Yeah. It's in the last polls that I checked on, that race was pretty close. So I wouldn't expect that race to be called anytime around 7:00. I would probably think that it's going to go for a while. But yeah, this is mobile friendly too, which I love, because we know that most of our daily consumption is on mobile. So pull it up on your phone, 971talk.com/election, and poke around there, and you're getting the same exact data that we're using.
And not just that we're using, the same exact data that anybody who is paying attention to these results is getting. So this is not something, proprietary to just 97.1 here. This is AP's election results in real time. So the people who are using AP, which everybody is watching AP, if it's Fox calling their own, they're going to be keeping their eyes on these results as well. I can't stress how amazingly cool it is that right here at 971talk.com, I keep wanting to say /Annie. You can go to 971talk.com/ give me a page view and then click over to /election if you want to. That's really self-serving. Sorry, folks. You can do that, and you can navigate this thing throughout the entire night. And Eric, I'm watching it on my computer. I believe it's like I don't have to click refresh to get the results to refresh. They're there, right?
I'm pretty sure that it's going to refresh in real time. I'm just like real geeky and worried that it's not going to, so I just constantly am pushing Command R.
So if you're OCD like Eric is, and honestly like I am, then you can go ahead and do that. But if you just want to have, I mean, like what do we have you opening right now? You've got your TV on, likely at home. You've got the YouTube channel, Annie Fry YouTube channel, or Facebook open right now. And now we want you to open 971talk.com/Annie and 971talk.com/election to watch all this happen. So it's just it's nice to kind of get settled in so that you can know where you want to go for what information that you can rely on. And honestly, this is the information. It's right here that you can rely on, that everybody who's anybody is looking at this information. We have it right here at 971talk.com/Annie. So check that out. Katie, why don't you tell us a little bit about, you can go ahead with what you were going to say, but why don't you tell us as well about what we're our lines in the water, like what you do as a producer here as you're producing this
show. A lot going on, especially if you ain't in the building when you're at home. I have a question to ask you guys first, and it's from a good friend of mine. She is also 28. By the way, I have had several people that are first-time voters reach out to me. Nice. And tell me that they voted today. Some of them voted for Donald Trump. Some of them voted for Biden. But it was a really cool experience having some of these people that are around my age saying that this is the first time they voted and the first time they felt passionate enough and informed enough to vote. And regardless of how people feel about Trump, I attribute a lot of people being engaged to Trump. Because whether you hate him or whether you love him or whether you think he's done a good job, and it's about Donald Trump. And he's the person, let's be honest, he's the person that got you involved. It wasn't Joe Biden. So hats off to the dude. This is a friend of mine who's 28. She asks me this. Do you honestly think we will have the results by tonight? Confused by all of these different election closing times that you see on Fox. So she's just a little bit like, how is it that people are mailing in voting, that they could have been mailing in today, but the polls are closing and we have results already?
Well, different states can count votes in different ways. Like Pennsylvania was not allowed to start counting any votes until today. So other states could start counting those. Voting rights are states' rights, which I am a huge proponent of states' rights. That is a very conservative, quality to have, to be a states' rights kind of individual. But it's going to be different everywhere. And once you think you got it under control, they're going to open a new time zone, and you're going to go, crap, now I got to relearn all this stuff again. So as polls continue to close, some of them will have a whole lot of votes already counted already. And then when it comes to the making the call, like Virginia was called just like that. And I see a lot of people on Twitter going, how is it possible that you can call Virginia right away? I mean, these people, I want to say they know what they're doing. I know in like 2000, it didn't feel that way, but they know what they know. They have ballots in. And the other thing too is, and this goes back to Congressman Rodney Davis's race. I think 2 cycles ago, it might've been 2018. No, it would have been 2 cycles ago, because Paul Ryan it was when Paul Ryan was on his way out. So it would have been in 2016. It was going to come down to, I think it was Taylorville was the last precinct that was supposed to be turned in or whatever, but he was like, he had a huge stronghold, a huge amount of support in that specific precinct. So when those ballots come in, if you know that they're going to be 80-20 in your favor, and you know how many votes you're down, then you know I still got a really good chance, or I'm going to win this thing. We just got to get the ballots counted. If you know that if it's teetering between, wow, Trump and if Trump and Biden are neck and neck in Illinois, and actually Trump's up a little bit, but Cook County hasn't come in, that doesn't mean anything, because Cook County is going to dump all their Democratic votes into the pot there. And you know how that's going to end up turning. So these people know what when this county is in, which is why when you're watching, I'm watching it on Fox News, they're showing these states by counties. They know what counties are very metropolis. They know which ones are very rural. They know what percentage of the ballots in 2016 were cast for Hillary Clinton and what percentage were cast for Donald Trump. So they can look at that and gauge, oh my gosh, Donald Trump's winning by 10%, and all of the counties left are huge Trump counties. They will make that call. And even though it says like, if they think that it's got 20% of the vote in, and you're like, how can you call this already? It's a science. It is a science, and these people are experts, and they need to know now, and they do, that if you make this call and you are wrong, you will never work in this industry again, especially in 2020. I want to give a thank you to Kevin C., who sent us a super sticker on YouTube. Thank you so much. Super stickers and super chats are always fun and very, very, we're very grateful for them. So thank you for supporting us there. Kevin says, the whole Anti-Fry team has been working tirelessly for months. I don't know where you find the stamina. I don't either. And I have just noticed in the last 5 minutes that my voice seems a little crickly. And I'm thinking, it's 6:42 p.m. Crap. I don't know how this is going to go. Make sure you tune in tomorrow and I'll sound like Trump did this morning. Seriously. So, all right. Go ahead, Eric.
I just got a message from a friend who says, okay, I'm a bit concerned that Florida is showing Democrat right now. That's not normal.
Don't.
And I texted back. I said, it's super early. All of the data isn't in. The same thing happened in 2016. It's going to go back and forth. And I think there was a comment on your stream here that said when we were showing the map and Georgia was light blue and Florida was light blue, and they were asking, what does that mean? Well, it just means that the percent of the vote that they have in right now puts Biden ahead.
Yep.
But that could only be 6%.
And
it could only be 16%.
And this is to exactly that point. When they're talking about Miami-Dade, that tweet that we read before was like 55-45 Biden right now. That's blowing people's minds because Trump's not supposed to be that close. And remember, Miami-Dade could end up still being a blue county, but if it's 55 Biden and it normally is, I'm making up a number, 75% Biden, that is an enormous amount of votes that goes into the state pot. And the state is what determines who the electors vote for. So you just have to wait for it. You have to see, how things play out over the course of time. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm watching Bill Hemmer make love to this map on the screen. I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing it well. And in his blue suit, if he was wearing a red tie, he would look like a much more attractive Donald Trump. Let me real quick about Bill Hemmer, because when he was Bill Hemmer and is it Sandra Smith? Is that? I think they're both phenomenal at their job, but those two were too good at their job together. It was just like this all the time. And Bill Hemmer will make a 2-minute point, and then he'll go through and he'll talk about this, that, and the other thing, and then he'll be like, Eric, and it's like, what are they supposed to say? Just agree with your genius? I don't understand.
Right. But you know what I loved about Bill and Sandra, because they're America's Newsroom, so they're right on after Fox and Friends. And so that's who, whenever I went into the office or whenever I go into the office, Annie, I think it's whenever, that's when we start really doing our show prep. Fox and Friends happens and we're like, oh, okay, that's great. We have our news. But America's Newsroom happens and we're like, what's happening today? And their chemistry, what I loved about their chemistry was that it wasn't corny and that it was very news oriented. It was very focused on, these are the facts and we're asking these kind of questions, and it could be a Republican on the program or it could be a Democrat on the program. But both Sandra and Bill knew, we're going to ask you the hard questions because we're not leaning this way or that, no matter what.
Yep. I think they're both they're wonderful professionals. All right, let's do the thing. Well, go ahead. What's up, Eric?
I was going to say, did you see that Fox called Mitch McConnell that race?
No.
He kept his seat.
That's a huge deal.
That's huge.
Surprising that it's huge, but yeah. Let's all stroll down Twitter and fret together here, shall we?
Yes.
And again,
I need
this
a
is
drink for this.
This is my Twitter page. So whatever you see here is Twitter's fault, not mine. Here's Kirstie Alley's cat. Let's see what we got here. You guys keep watching the returns as well.
My mom wanted me to tell both of you that whenever I was born, it was 6:30 in the morning, and it was also an election day, and it was Bill Clinton and Al Gore.
Oh, really?
Yes. My mom was like, "Don't forget to tell Annie."
Did she vote?
I didn't ask her that. I'm sure she did vote, and I don't think it was for Bill Clinton. But my mom was like, "Don't forget to tell her that whenever you were born, it was also an election day."
I love that. Born on election day. You were born for this. You didn't even realize it.
I didn't.
Josh Hammer, he is with, who's Josh with here? Newsweek. Trump's performance in Miami-Dade County is remarkable. Breaking, Cocaine Mitch wins. Let's see here. Bill O'Reilly says Donald Trump it looks soft in Georgia. If he loses there, that's a major setback. Yes, in fact, it is. All Spalding County precincts closing times has been extended to 9 p.m. Eastern per court order issued by Superior Court Judge Fletcher Sams in Georgia. That's interesting. I am so glad that Mitch McConnell won. That makes me happy.
Me too.
Put that in the victory column.
Yes.
Georgia presidential election results, 5% reported. Trump at 48.6%. Osceola County numbers, bad news for Dems, according to Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz is a good person to have our eye on. Let's see here.
While you scroll through there, I just want to reiterate that. Let me mute this. I'm looking at our map online, and Georgia has went from red to blue back to red.
Yeah,
light.
You can't hang your hat on anything here. You can't can't. You can't look at this. I mean, you can, but I would lose my mind. I would not. I don't have the stamina for that, so it's not happening for me. Joe Concha says Florida 94% tilt to Trump. Georgia 62% tilt to Trump. That was 6 minutes ago. Tom Massey, Republican Tom Massey wins re-election in the U.S. House in Kentucky. That's a big deal.
That's great.
Georgia exits pointing to Biden doing better than Clinton among whites and older voters and underperforming her among younger voters and Hispanics. Yeah, because people want to freaking go to work and get a job and make their own money. That's right. All right, let's see here. We're going to switch gears a little bit here and bring somebody else into the mix. The one and only Tony Colombo. Hi, Tony. How are you doing?
Hey, guys. What's happening? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Tony.
Everything is bopping along here, and we get to do whatever we want in the confines of any amount of time that we want, but you don't, because you are broadcasting right now, I should say.
Yeah.
From the studio, 97.1 FM. If you're not around a television tonight, if you're at work, if you are driving deliveries, if you are in the car, if you want to have the radio on, 97.1 FM is going to have everything you want to know, everything you need to know tonight. And Tony Colombo is going to be the man in the driver's seat. What do you got for us, Tony? Who do you got? What do you expect to happen?
I've been saying all week that I didn't think that we were going to get an answer tonight. And then after seeing how many of the early votes have been counted in various places and seeing the long lines in our area and throughout the country, I'm starting to think that maybe there is going to be enough of the turnout in tonight, enough votes counted tonight to get an answer. I know a lot of that will hinge on Pennsylvania. If the whole thing comes down to Pennsylvania, maybe that won't happen. But I'm actually a little more optimistic than I was all week, all month, about maybe actually getting an answer tonight. And as you mentioned, we're going to be here. If the indication is we are going to find out tonight, we're going to stay on the air until we get that answer. If not, then we'll stay as long as it takes to wrap up everything else that's happening tonight, both locally and nationally. But we've got you covered all night on the radio. So listen to 97.1 and watch Annie's stream, and you will not miss a thing between the two between the two pieces of content there.
Yeah, we intend to be here this evening, really probably as long as you are going to be in studio. If stuff's happening, we're going to be here, because the truth is, I will speak for all three of us here, but even especially Tony and me. We are nerds and we live for this. And Tony and I would do a show like this for each other if we're the only people who are interested in this, because if we weren't here, we'd be paying attention to this just as intently. So why not share it with you? And we want to stress how much 97.1 is rallying around, trying to be everywhere that you need us to be, to give you the information and also the company to get through this night, because dude, this is freaking stressful. There is anxiety in this. For me, I don't know about for you as much, but there's a lot on the line, and our existence in some capacity professionally, one way or the other, we don't know what our job looks like for the next 4 years until this is over. And then once we find out what it is, we will adapt. But until then, we sit and we go, well, what's it going to be? It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, no, you're so right. And as far like, you're also right that this is, for me, I mean, this is like the Super Bowl, right? I mean, I love a night like this. I am so excited to participate in any way that I can, provide information and breaking news to people as it's happening. So I enjoy this quite a bit, but there's a bit of stress and anxiety that don't normally come along with nights like this. Like, you always have your side, you always have the way that you want things to go. But, there's some actual worry about what's going to happen, with the various outcomes that we could see tonight. And so, that puts in kind of a layer that is a little bit gross and a little bit scary. But it's, all in all, I think it's going to be a very exciting night, and don't step away from any of it, because this one is there's so many things besides the presidency. There's so many big races, power, in the United States Senate, a lot of really close races here locally, both in Illinois and Missouri. So there's just so much happening tonight that you don't want to step away even for a second, because you don't want to miss anything.
You and I were there together in 2016, and when we went to the studio, as if we left the studio that day for any amount of time, we were there from sunup until 2:30-ish in the morning. And at that point in time, when you walked into the studio, as the night progressed, I never considered the possibility that Donald Trump could actually legit win until he hadn't lost already at about 10:30, which was maybe around when Florida was officially, because it kind of went back and forth. And I remember sitting in our program director's office and looking at each other. You were in the studio and you were, covering the local stuff, which you're going to be doing tonight, and covering the national stuff. And I remember we were sitting around going, nobody was saying it out loud, because you didn't want to build up something at this point, like in the 11th hour, to be like, oh, well, that was the way we thought it was going to be. And then we walked out of the studio into the Union Station parking lot at 2:30 in the morning, and we're like, I'll be damned. It was like, you got to be kidding me. Now, Donald Trump has a record that he's run on. He's got something people can vote actively for and against, which many people, myself included, in 2016, I voted squarely against and confidently against Hillary Clinton. There are a lot of people who are voting that way this year against Donald Trump. But there are a lot of people like myself as well that have seen what Donald Trump has done for 4 years and gone, I want 4 more years of this. Even with the circus, I'll take that over Joe Biden. This vibe of This year, it feels like we have something to lose. That's what it is. It feels like you had something to lose. In 2016, I felt like we were playing with house money. And the stakes are higher, like you said, with what could happen after the election. Either way, there's just an anxiety that exists on everybody's mind on every side. We all probably have that same kind of anxiety. It's probably the most bipartisan thing we've got right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a real eye-opener either way. Is we're going to find out if the country truly how they truly feel about Donald Trump as president. He already had record number of minority support in certain areas in 2016, which surprised a lot of people. But did he grow that relationship, or did he lose some of the relationship? The media and the politicians that we unfortunately hear from the most have all been telling us one story for 4 years, and that is that the president is driving a wedge between the country, and he's driving people away. But I'm not sure that that's the case, and we're going to find out tonight what the truth is. We're going to find out tonight if Donald Trump is what the media says he is, and this person that has turned his back on minorities and in the minority communities, and they're not going to come out and vote for him, and he's lost a certain part of the Republican vote, and done all these terrible things. Or does the majority of the country embrace and like the direction he's gone and what he's done in these 4 years? We're finally going to get the truth tonight, because the votes don't lie, the ballots don't lie. I know there's people out there saying they could be good, but that's a whole nother discussion. That's what we're going to find out tonight, if the president's resonated with people or if he's driven them away.
I'm going to say this on behalf of the people who are thinking that, and I want to say that folks, I live in the state of Illinois, and we are dictated by the city of Chicago. And if people think that shenanigans don't happen, then you're naive. Shenanigans do happen. We have to have things in place that keep them from affecting the election, and it has to happen now more than ever. And if anything needs to go through the courts, that's the process. That's why we have these processes in place. That's why if you think that there's something wrong, you take it to the court system, and then they make a decision. We'll have to be patient. Every vote needs to be counted, but only actual votes need to be counted. Simple as that. Tony, do you got to get going here?
Yeah, I need to jump off here. Hopefully I can check in back with you guys in a little bit, and I hope that you're able to join us on the radio also here in a little bit. But like I said, between us on the radio and you guys here on the live stream, folks, we have got you covered. You won't miss a thing. If you keep an eye on both of us, and we'll be here all night for you. So thank you, Annie.
Tony, have Chad or whatever contact Katie, and we'll work this out however you need to throughout the course of the night. We're much more flexible.
Sounds great. We'll do. And every minutes too.
That's fantastic. We'll share. Everybody's going all over the place. We love it.
Sounds good. See you guys
soon, Tony. Thank you so much. Make sure you tune in to 97.1 FM tonight if you are not sitting next to your television and you aren't in a stationary place where you're watching TV. Of course, we are big fans of the radio here, and we want to encourage you to keep 97.1 on and listen to the coverage there. They're going to have a lot of local coverage as well. Man, I'm looking at some of these numbers as they're coming in here, and I am seeing right now, I feel like I'm going to put this back up here because it's an interesting. Did AP just call South Carolina? Eric, why don't you check the map? I'm going to go to you. I'm going to go through my Twitter here for a second, and then I'm going to go to you, and you can refresh us on what we know. Okay, so Eric, you just kind of get the cursor there. This Political Polls Twitter account is one that kind of absorbs stuff that's going on and around on Twitter, and just kind of a summation of what they're reporting here. You can see on these tweets it's saying 5 minutes. update, the New York Times gives Trump a 75% chance of winning Georgia. So they're going off the New York Times embed. I think Eric, do you know the New York Times has their own, it's not AP, it's obviously like it's New York Times, right?
Yeah, I think they're using a lot of different tools and bringing it into their system.
They're saying Biden has a 66% chance of winning North Carolina. That's very interesting to see.
Can I just quickly say something on that, Annie?
Yeah.
I remember in 2016, I was looking at 270 to win. What's the other one?
538?
In the New York, 530. And then the New York Times, they all had like 95% chance of winning for Clinton, and then it kept going down and down and down and down and down over the course. So I take that with a grain of salt. When
It's 100% with a grain of salt. And I'll tell you this, that the key thing to pay attention to with these, and this is the one that I wanted to bring up here, is I don't start looking at these until we have a majority of results in. And the last I saw Florida scroll up on my Fox News channel, they have 80% of the votes in. They closed an hour ago, so they've been counting for a while. And this says that the New York Times is giving Trump a 95% chance to win Florida plus. That's a pretty amazing entity. Eric, I'm going to bop over here to you and let you drive us. And just refresh to people where they can go to access this, not just when, Biden won the District of Columbia. You got to be kidding me.
Whoa, no way.
Tell people where they can watch this so they can follow along at 971talk.com/election with us and participate that way.
Yeah, look, this tool is really cool. I mean, it is updating in real time here. They just called Oklahoma for Donald Trump, which wasn't a surprise there. As you said, they did call South Carolina for Donald Trump. I think he was expected to win there as well. And Tennessee, Alabama,
Illinois.
Mississippi. Illinois is they've called it for Joe Biden. There are 0 expected votes in right now.
I could have done that. Welcome to my life. Oh my gosh.
Listen, that is a statement for Illinois if I ever heard it. Look, as I said before, they're not going to call these races unless they absolutely are for sure. So we all know that where Illinois was headed. And as I pointed out, look, Florida is back to red now. So anytime you get 1 more percent in, it's going to change to that light red or light blue. That doesn't mean it's called. It means it's leaning in a direction. And Georgia is back to blue and only 10% in right now via the AP. So I think Florida and I wouldn't say Georgia so much, but Florida is going to tell us whether we're going to have a long night or a short night. I think that the path gets really hard for Donald Trump if he loses that state. The path gets very narrow. I think it's hard, but it's still possible to win if he loses Georgia. But Florida's the big one. You have to hold Florida.
There are a lot of scenarios. Wait a second. Maine Senate race. They have just said, and I don't think this is on the AP yet call, so we'll wait to our official call. We're officially calling things by it's Tuberville. It's good old Tuberville.
Oh, it's Tuber!
And we started making fun of him, and then he's going to be a senator. We just thought
Gosh
it was funny.
I will.
That was the Jeff. That's the Tuberville one. That's fine.
I have to hop on with Tony. I'll be back. Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Eric. We appreciate it. The Tuberville race is the one, the Jeff Sessions seat, and we laughed, and then it's like, no, he might actually
He's taking it.
Man, I'm watching these numbers scroll, and they just scroll so fast, and watching them come in and just taking in what's going on here. I just think it's whew.
I know that every time I blink, there's a new state that has called, and I think there's a couple of I'm looking at the AP map on 971talk.com/election, and it's just crazy to me because I'll go over to our live stream and kind of look on our live stream to see the comments. And then the next thing I know, I go back to that map and there's another state that's being called. And I'm happy that my friend did ask the question about like, how are these actually being called if we're also waiting on mail-in voting, if that was the big thing, like we don't know when this will actually end because of the mail-in voting. That was something that confused me too. So I'm happy that you kind of explained that, Annie, because I was like, huh?
Yeah, you know, it's just, this is a weird year compared to all other years in addition to it, but more than ever, different states count ballots at different times. This is the election wizard on Twitter. This is the one that I told you that Jason Whitlock said, follow this guy. They've been spot on. I don't know anything about it, but I'm just showing you, I'm walking you through. You are walking through what I would be walking through on my own here this evening. And I'm seeing, this is not the only one. I'm seeing multiple different outlets saying that Florida is going to be Trump. That the confidence is there. And I think, like, I can't, kind of what Eric was just saying there, I can't get thinking about anything else until Florida is like, okay, let's put that in the red column where it belongs. So, you know.
Absolutely. But I think, you know, we all did those mock maps today on the show. And I don't think you, nor myself, nor Carl, all of us said that Trump was going to win Florida.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. Of course, like this is just a prediction, but I'm almost to the point where it's like there's a lot of people there that are against socialism and a lot of people that understand Joe Biden is Joe Biden, and he might be the moderate centrist for the Democratic Party as Joe Biden. But there's a lot of people in his administration. There's a lot of people that are behind Joe Biden that will be pulling the strings that are going to be pushing for a very, very progressive administration, a very progressive policy. And we have people like AOC, we have people like Bernie Sanders, we have people like Kamala Harris who all come out and say, oh yeah, we're telling Bernie Sanders if he gets elected, we will be pushing for progression, for more socialism.
Yep. The steps are drastic too. Bill Hemmer's doing his thing again. Let's see. You know, I'm curious. I want to pull up here this because we haven't really talked about anything other than the presidential election yet, and I want to highlight this. So this is again at 971talk.com/election. And this is an interactive map that you can look at. Let's go ahead and look at the House nationally. And I guess they don't have anything called. They don't have that on here. I thought that they would. Or maybe it's just for, hold on a second. National. Maybe, does it not have, maybe it's specifically.
Just for Missouri.
So, okay. I guess they just have it up like this. So 21 seats won by Republicans, 22 by Democrats. And I guess that they don't have them filled in yet. So we'll check back on that. Missouri, Illinois, obviously, both of those polls have closed, and we will be seeing what we have here locally here shortly as well. I'm looking forward to that. Did you say we have Gabe at a specific time?
Yep, Gabe joined us right now.
There he is. Wow, he was right behind my camera. Gabe, what's up, hey. How are you? How are you?
I can't hear anything.
Okay.
Ooh.
Can you make it? If you keep, what did you do, Katie, to make it work?
I had all of our mics unmuted. Which Gabe, do you have your headphones plugged in, Annie?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have my headphones plugged in. Let me text Gabe.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you guys take care of this, and I'm gonna go through some stuff here locally. Wow, I'm gonna just go over what we have learned so far.
Check
on the so far this evening. Let me pull my Twitter back up here. Where did it go? I lost my page. Let's see. I want to read some comments too. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through while we're doing this. Let me get through some comments because so many of you are weighing in here, and I'm reading them as different people are talking. Let's see here. Michael, I hate seeing my home state of Illinois is blue on that map. Yeah, they called Illinois yesterday, I think. Good grief. I genuinely question the validity of any win for Biden. I travel this country as a truck driver and see overwhelming support for Trump and none for Biden. I was sitting out on my porch eating a sandwich after the show got over today, and I saw one truck go by with this massive Trump big red flag flapping in the wind. It was making so much noise when I heard it coming. And then I saw another car go by and it was decked out in Trump. I mean, it's all anecdotal. It's what we see. There, we've talked a lot about the silent majority before. You know, is it possible there's a silent majority for Biden? I just don't see it. The enthusiasm isn't there, but you have to remember that there is a lot of enthusiasm against Donald Trump. And I think that is, you might not see pro-Biden, but there are things that you're going to see that are anti-Trump. And that could be enough to put Joe Biden in the Oval Office, as much as it's hard to believe. So let's see. Carlos says the East Coast is still more red than I thought. Yeah, I want you guys comment here on the Annie Fry YouTube page or the Annie Fry Show Facebook page. Comment and tell us how you're feeling so far. Are you any less concerned, any more concerned than you were before? I'd love to hear what you think. Brad's making the comment, another thing to keep in mind is what counties are reporting and when. Yes, we've talked about this a little bit, and that is to say that if you are looking at the state and you've got the very metropolis areas that haven't reported yet, and you know that those are going to be heavy Democrat vote locations, and they haven't come in yet, then you know that that's going to tilt the scales one way or the other. Base that on the information that you have already, and you can start to make better predictions. So when you're looking at something and it's leaning red and it's leaning blue, but they haven't called it yet, or maybe it looks really red, but maybe they don't have the heavy urban areas in, then maybe it'll change. So, you know, it's kind of hard to tell one way or the other. Still reading through some of your comments here. Oh, Carlo also said, has Carl figured out electoral maps yet? I don't know. He kept telling me Trump's going to win. And then he did his map and it said Biden won. I'm like, do you understand? And he said, no, it's just kind of what I thought was going to happen. So we'll see. I guess he's covered his bases one way or the other. Let's see here. Gabe's good. All right, let's get Gabe in the mix here. Gabe.
Hey.
Are we good?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
So just in general, Gabe, what you've seen so far, how do you feel?
I actually have been completely unplugged. So you guys are actually, just now my first encounter with. I was trying to stay unplugged. I was trying to stay, focused essentially over the day here, not get too excited. And I was about to jump in and see, what was going on. And then Katie sent me a text. So I actually haven't seen any of the poll numbers yet. So fill me in.
Yeah. So welcome in then. Fantastic. So let me walk you through here. I'll show you what we've got so far.
Alrighty.
This is, again, if you go to 971talk.com/election, you can have an interactive map there. It's all AP results, and it's a really good way to kind of pick apart what you want to see and what you want to do, and see how, what interests you specifically. Of course, the big blue state or the big red state is what's interesting the most to me. But you're going to see here, we've got West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, all called for Donald Trump. And Illinois, like I said, that was basically called yesterday. Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Vermont all called already for Donald Trump. That puts the balance at 85-55. When you look at Florida here, that's 29 electoral votes. 29 electoral votes puts Donald Trump one vote behind where Biden is right now with just that singular state. Georgia is the big one. I feel like that is the most close, I guess, right now. I'm feeling like that one's the one that I am worried. Well, that and North Carolina both. We'll see which way they go. 16 and 15 electoral votes there. Indiana hasn't been called yet, according to this, to AP, but I do. Nope, Indiana is not called according to Fox News yet either. Indiana, there's no way that doesn't end up going Trump, but we'll wait and we'll wait. So that's where we are right now. I mean, to me, there's no surprise yet. You know, the things have leaned one way or the other, but there's no shocker yet. So how's that hit you?
Yeah, I mean it's about right. I was hopeful for Virginia, but I guess it went the other way. Do you happen to have the percentages on that one?
Virginia was called basically like when polls closed. They called Virginia right away. So 26. Let's see. Does that say 26% in? I'm not 100% sure what the vote actually was there.
This says 26%.
26% expected vote. I guess that's the amount that is in. So that's what I got.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, in 2016, I think he got 44% or something like that. So I thought he might pick up some, but I guess not. I guess the Virginians aren't too worried about the western half that has to deal with that's coal miners.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, geez, what's going on, guys?
Let's see here. Hold on a second. I got to message my husband. Can you calm down?
How are you feeling about tonight, Gabe?
Generally I've been hopeful. Let me turn my mic down.
It's the producer and me.
Yeah, no worries. My mic was. I have to turn my gain up for my videos because the mic isn't usually this close to me. Anyway, sorry. Generally, I went into this tonight pretty hopeful, just because my feeling was that Trump was going to be able to hold on to most of his support in from 2016. So I thought that was going to be pretty stable. So and then just from I don't know, maybe the zeitgeist that just seems to be around, that there are a lot of people who are giving him a chance, who, basically after the 4 years, they say, you know what, he delivered on his promises. There are a lot more people who are becoming more outspoken. The walkaway movement became a thing. I figured he was going to pick up a good percentage point of voters through that sort of thing. It may not pan out as high of a number as I was hoping. I was hoping about 3%, but we'll see. Again, Virginia surprised me because that was so close in 2016, and I was expecting them to pick up some, especially because of the coal issue, the energy issue. But we'll see how the other ones pan out, I guess.
Florida right now up on Fox News with 86% in. Trump is leading by about 170,000 votes with 50.4% of the vote there. A lot of people bragging about his return in Miami-Dade, saying that they did fantastically there. So that's an interesting thing to turn out. And again, I was saying before, Gabe, I'm sure you kind of agree with this, but it's like there's what happens before you win Florida, and there's what happens after you win Florida. If Florida doesn't happen, just be like, I don't know.
Right. It's iffy.
Can I ask a stupid question to both of you?
Sure.
Knock yourself out.
Why in the hell am I seeing right now that Texas is favoring the last time? Okay, it's favoring blue. I'm looking at that poll political polls.
Yeah.
It's saying that Texas is polling for Biden. What?
Yeah.
Am I losing my mind?
That doesn't make any sense to me.
What are they counting right now? Are they counting Austin, Texas? You got to remember that can you put this over here, please? One of the I'm changing up my microphone situation here as we talk with my producer. When you see all of these people fleeing the oppressive state of California, and you ask where they're going, a lot of them go to Texas because they have freedom there. They produce freedom by getting the hell out of the way. That's what you do in Texas. Californians move to Austin because they want to be in urban areas. They move to Houston or maybe even Dallas. and they bring their California blue state politics into trying to rub all over the red state benefits.
It's so dumb.
And so then these states end up going. Indiana just called for Trump. Fantastic.
All right.
So then these states end up being, having these really hot spot of blue areas because of the politics that move there. So you're going to have very blue areas that exist there, and the question is, does it outweigh the rest of Texas? Texas is freaking huge. Hey, Jared, bring me my other headphones.
The stupidity of these people that you just said are moving from California to Texas, Joe Rogan being one of them, who I love and adore, and who did a full transformation from like family, business, podcasting, the whole 9 yards. He moved from California to Texas, and he said he was going to do that the minute the lockdowns were not lifted in California. But what bothers me about what you just said, Annie, is that these people that hate what they have to abide by in California, they move to Texas to start over in a state that doesn't have these lockdowns, that they can prosper, that they can have this business, that they can kind of move about freely and not be as restricted. And yet they're still voting blue. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm like, the correlation here is that you just moved from a very blue state that is basically mothering you, that's spanking you in the butt for making your own decisions and being your own person. And you want all of those freedoms. So you move to Texas, you move to a state that offers that, and yet you're still voting blue. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yep, and Florida is much the same way as well. A lot of people move into. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if my audio, if it changed or anything, but I switched over to my better microphone here.
Sounds better.
The difference between different areas of Florida, like people will say, you look at the state of Florida, and the state of Florida is a microcosm of the entire country because it is segmented in different places with different people who are there for different reasons, and it becomes. It makes you kind of crazy, and that's when you have, if you had 100 counties, making up numbers, if you had 100 counties and you dump, precinct 1, you dump those ballots into the pot, and those come out of Miami-Dade, a place that you'd expect to be very blue, very liberal. And then you go to somewhere that's maybe in the Panhandle, where it's generally speaking more conservative. When you dump the second district in there, the second precinct, I should say, that evens things out. You could dump all the blue ballots in first and then all the red ballots in first. You still have the same final mix. It's just, how do they stack up over the course of the night? And the people who are calling these races, they are watching these races and making sure that they know what ballots do we have, what ballots don't we have, and the ones that we don't have, what happens in those counties regularly, because there's usually a pretty obvious consistency. And if there isn't a consistency, I bet you've heard of that county, because that's the one that everybody looks at to see what's going to tip the scales one way or the other.
Yeah, and although it's one of my pet peeves, though, that states get called so early because of that knowledge that the pollsters or the pundits are using. For instance, going back to Virginia, with 29% of precincts reporting, Donald Trump has 59.4% of the vote that's currently counted, but they're betting on the percentage, kind of like you were saying, a percentage of the counties that are coming through that remain. How do they usually vote? And they're still projecting Biden to win. But it bothers me that they call these things so early. So it's one of those things about, because it maybe it's just the what do you call it? The OCD in me, where it's like Trump has 59%. And Biden has, not 59%. Why is it the little check mark next to Biden's name? And it my mind doesn't like it.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. And if Alabama's called for Trump right now, and he's got 37% of the vote, and Biden has 62.8% of the vote. So
same thing. Yeah,
it's happening on both sides there. I want to ask you, Gabe, a little bit about the black vote. Because there's been a lot of talk about that. People have talked about, Donald Trump has said, suburban women love me. And I'm like, I love you as much as I can love you. I can only love you with one vote. How many other people out there are feeling that vibe about him? I don't know if people are under it. I don't know what the real expectations are for the black vote, because nobody will tell you what they really expect to happen. You only ever hear what people want to have happen.
Yeah.
Curious what you think about that.
Well, and part of the thing is that this year the black vote is pretty much up for grabs in many ways. Not completely. It's not going to be a 50-50 split. It's still not going to behave like other demographics tend to behave, just because
it wouldn't have to move very much.
But it wouldn't have to move very much
to move mountains in the political world.
Yes, for sure. And one of the earlier polls that we saw kind of being bandied about was how high his approval rating with black voters was. I think it was in the 40s, and in some polls had him in the 50s in terms of approval rating, which was kind of unheard of. And you are also, kind of talking about the Zeitgeist again. You're seeing a lot more vocal black conservative and black, I'll say, anti-democrat voices kind of coming to the forefront, and being proud about it, and making a big deal about it. And Candace Owens Blexit, all of those
stand
things.
by.
Yes.
Fox News is called Missouri for Trump. Just being a Gabe in the house in Missouri, wanted to interject that in there. But Missouri was called for Trump almost as fast as Illinois was called for Joe Biden. So just to balance out my soul right now,
yeah, there you go.
I needed to get that off my chest.
Breathe, Annie.
All right,
breathe.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, but
thank you, Missouri, for having some sense between those ears.
Thank you. Good Midwestern values at work. But what I was saying is that the black vote is because of what we're seeing in the culture, because of some of the changes. We got rappers coming out, and that again, it's sort of unheard of moves happening in terms of the black populace's relation to Republicans, let alone Trump himself. And I think that's going to cause some sort of sea change. The magnitude of that change is what's in question, and that's what's going to determine which way I think ultimately the election itself may fall.
Yeah, I'm just excited and amazed to watch what ends up happening. Obviously who wins and who loses is important, but I really do believe that every 4 years we are going to have to completely remake our system on how we understand our electorate and how we measure it and how quickly it changes. I think that we are going to have to be constant students of the process, because the media is so manipulative. And I'm not just talking about your cable news. Everywhere you go, you are being inundated with data. And we're all like, oh, the ads and stuff are going to stop after today. I mean, probably, but you're still going to be getting sold stuff every time you turn on the news, every time you open a website, every time you pick up a newspaper, if you pick up a newspaper anymore. All of that is still going to be happening. And the electorate is going to be very, very eager to make sure that they are getting something for their vote. So if you are not getting for your vote what you have given your vote for, you can change, and it can change fast, and it can change back and forth multiple times, over the course of days. Forget 4 years, forget an entire presidential term. This is going to be something that is going to continue to evolve so quickly and so much over the course of time. And I just think it's going to be interesting to watch it, but it's also going to be exhausting. It's going to be soul sucking at times.
Oh, for sure. And I think on some level we're going to see the culture war itself. I mean, and we call it that because we're talking about two competing sides, and I think we're going to see that kind of not exactly become a hot war. I mean, it's we're not going to be hopefully hurling lead at each other at supersonic speeds, but it's definitely going to be more in the forefront of, I think, people's vision, people's understanding. Because the thing is, it's kind of like you were saying, Annie, we're being sold something every minute of every day. Our kids are being sold an ideology in schools. They're being sold that ideology in college for sure. The culture, music, entertainment, all of those things are selling that same ideology. The news is selling that same ideology. So now, what I think we've been seeing, what I hope we've been seeing, is sort of a backlash of people starting to engage their brains on things and compare the ideology that they've been taught to reality, and discovering that there's a disconnect there. And that's usually what happens. That, whenever you hear these transformational, accounts, be it a religious transformation or a political one, with like Brexit and walk away and those types of things. There's usually this idea that they say, and then my eyes were opened. I did my own research, and then I saw everything so much more clearly. And I think that tendency, hopefully the wave of that is going to wash over culture, and we're going to see a bit of pushback in the culture war from the other side finally.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
To that, what you just said, Gabe.
Please do.
What makes me laugh about you talking about the walkaway movement and you talking about Brexit, and we're having conversations that we just mentioned before, where rappers are meeting up with Trump and his administration, trying to work on pieces of legislation or just pieces in Trump's plan that can expand and make room for these people that feel like their voices haven't been heard. Everything that I just listed are groups of people that are naturally very progressive people that you would assume would latch on to the Democratic Party, which is trying to buy and sell this idea that they are the only party that's tolerant, that they're the only party that is progressive and moving in the right way. And yet you see all of these people that are advocates for the Republican Party saying, like, no, this is the first time that we've been heard. This is the first time that we haven't been looked at as a monolith. And that's what I've been telling a lot of my friends that believe that socialism is the only way to move forward, because it's the only way that we can all start out on an equal playing field. That's not the key to our future. And obviously it's not, because you see organizations like Brexit, you see organizations like Walk Away, where people are fighting tooth and nail to say our thought and our brains have been washed by this idea that the only people we can vote for, the only people that are there for us, is the Democratic Party. Right. That's not the way it is anymore. And I feel like we've brought this up many times. People believe that the Republican Party is like this old school, full of white men, which that's fine. Like middle-aged white men, that's great.
They should tune into this. They should tune into this broadcast.
Exactly. That's what I say all the time. I'm like,
no old white men here.
3 millennials that talk every single day. Annie being like 36-year-old millennial mom of 3 in Illinois, a huge blue state, every single day coming on our program saying, look, we're revamping. We're remaking this party. And if you don't get that, then look at all these other organizations led by Brandon Strzok.
Yeah.
Led by, Brandon Tatum and Candace Owens. I think it's very, very important for people that are my age to hear that message.
I agree. I do. And it's mostly going to have to come from, people like us who are going to talk to peers when we have this discussion. I want to bring in, we are now broadcasting live as well. Welcome to any new joiners who are coming onto us on the 97.1 FM Talk Facebook page. We are dipping in here as we have been coverage. Our coverage has started at 6 p.m. tonight. We are watching as all of the information flows in. If you're not familiar with who I am, I'm Annie Fry, and I am the midday host on 97.1 from noon to 3 Central Time. Katie is the executive producer of the show, and we do this type of stuff every day from noon to 3. And we are here tonight until we are no longer here tonight. So if you're joining us now from the 97.1 Facebook page, we are grateful that you are here. And if you want to stick with us through the evening, I'd encourage you to join us over on the Annie Fry YouTube page. If you are watching this on the Annie Fry YouTube page or the Annie Fry Show Facebook page, make sure you go over to the 97.1 FM Talk Facebook page when you get time and give them a like, and you can follow the station as a whole. We put up a lot of really good stuff there. I want to share my screen and get Gabe back in here, but I want to share my screen and just walk, since we're bringing in the 97.1 Facebook folks. I want to bring in the individuals who are just joining us right now. Let's see here. I've got, this is a live interactive map. You can go to 97.1. You can go to 971talk.com/election, and you will see the results updating in real time, which is pretty cool to see. You can see obviously here this big blue bruise in the middle of the country. Sorry if I'm showing my true colors. They're not blue, and yet here I sit in a blue state. Illinois has been called for Joe Biden. Virginia has been called for Joe Biden, and Virginia was called like very quickly for Joe Biden. We've got Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Vermont all called for Joe Biden. That gives him a total of 85 electoral votes up here. So far, Trump has West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, and West Virginia. We are awaiting Florida. It is, according to everybody who we've seen so far, too close to call. Fox right now has the electoral count 91-73. So Fox has called some races that haven't been called yet here on the AP statistics as they are coming in. And, it's just one of those things. Like Eric said at the beginning, Eric is our digital guy, and he will probably pop back in with us here over the course of the evening to kind of give us an update on some local things that are taking place. I'm watching the local Illinois races, and Katie, you've got some people who you're talking to, not necessarily certain specifically on times yet, but who else might we be talking to over the course of the evening?
Mark is going to try to join us. He has a very busy schedule. He kind of said that today on the show, but he's going to try to join us at about 8 o'clock. And then we are going to speak with Tim Jones around 8. Mark, I think, is going to try maybe 7:45, Tim Jones at 8, Ryan Wiggins, 9:15. And then I'm sure we're going to try to circle back around with Tony at some point too.
So you said Wiggins at 9:15?
Yes.
Ryan Wiggins is in Disney World right now. He is going to be coming live to us from Disney World. This dude, oh my gosh, Dana did it to me again. Dana Perino. I see her face on TV and I go, girl, how do you do that? She doesn't even look real. She looks like a 1960s Barbie. She's just gorgeous. Beautiful. And I love it. Excuse me while I sit here and just look at her and try to memorize his face, and I can do something similar to that at some point in my head. Ryan had to rebook his end of May Disney World vacation, and he called me and he goes, Annie, I rebooked my Disney World vacation. I'm like, oh, that's great. He goes, I booked it for the election. And I go, oh, and he goes, is that okay? And I was like, well, it's your vacation time, dude. If you want to be gone, I mean, I might want to go to Disney World after this election gets over. So who knows? Yes, a hello here from Joe, birthday girl. Today is Katie's birthday. She's in quarantine, so it's not like you're giving up too much fun. This is actually probably closer to a party anyway. So
yeah, this is great. And I mean, if I didn't get COVID and I didn't have to quarantine, I'd be over at your house right now.
That's right. You'd be sitting right here.
Yep, that's what I would have been doing.
And drinking that Stumpy is back there.
Absolutely. But it is pretty wild though, Annie, to think that you and Tony bring up 2016, and that was a crazy, crazy night. But that also was whenever I was first introduced to real politics 4 years ago.
Nerd alert.
And I'll never forget, I was working on the morning show at that point. So me and Trisha Siekman, we really couldn't enjoy the festivities that evening. But I remember our boss, Jeff Allen, being like, that night was insane. Yeah. And the energy that you guys brought the next day was like crazy for 97.1. It was insane for 97.1. And I hope that we can do that again.
Oh gosh, I am too. You know, it'll be what it'll be, and we will get through no matter what. And if you came here so that I could fluff you up, I'm sorry, you've got the wrong girl. That's this one right over here. She can fluff you up, but she'll make you feel happy if we win or if we lose. So that's good. Yeah, there is not enough Stumpy's whiskey in the world. Robert here says, happy birthday, Katie. I hope you'll be out on the town very soon. She will be. Don't you even worry about it. Eric Reznok says on Facebook, does Katie have any symptoms? Real quick, Katie, your symptoms have been what?
Just lost of taste and smell. I'm eating a Twizzlers right now. Taste it. Can't taste it. And then I'm drinking a Bud Light. Can't taste it. But those are luckily enough my only symptoms. I had a very, very small headache for about 2 days when I woke up. Other than that, God bless it, I have only had those symptoms, and they, from what I gather, that could come back within 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, or it could come back tomorrow or this week. So
Trump said that he is immune, but the doctors told him that it would be 4 months. So sounds like science to me, right? Let's get Eric back in here. Eric is bopping all over the place. He is our digital guru for the evening, and he's watching a whole lot of things. I want to comment here real quick. With 88% of Florida in, Donald Trump has he's got 5.4 million votes, and Biden has just over 5.1 million votes. So 50.9% to Trump's favor, Biden 48.3. Mark on our YouTube, Annie Fry YouTube Live, which if you're watching us right now, wherever you're watching us, trying to consolidate as many people to go subscribe over to the YouTube channel, least likely to get dinged and kicked off for copyright there. And you can also watch it on your smart TVs, on your app, on your phone. Lots of different ways to watch YouTube. It's a little more mobile. Eric, welcome back. What have you been doing? Where have you been? What's been going on here?
Oh my gosh. Tonight is crazy already. What time is it? 7:45?
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. I'm not sure.
Very late.
I've got this. My dinner is 2 pieces of Jack's pizza. That's all I have. And I had 1 piece before that I tried to like sneak eat. This is as hard as a rock right now, but you know, it is what it is. And I just wait for somebody else to start talking so I can mute my mic and eat this cold piece of hard Jack's pizza. Katie, it tastes great.
I literally just opened a tab on my browser to order DoorDash because I don't have any food here, and I don't have time to go up and grab something. So I'm just gonna order something. I'm gonna be
It's America. Do what you want.
Florida is looking. Florida's looking an awful lot like 2016 to me. I'm gonna knock on wood because I don't want it to change, but it looks like the Panhandle is going to come in and give Trump that boost that he needs to hold on to Florida. Little Caesars for the win, Eric. I don't know if I can. I don't think that I don't want a whole pizza here because here's the deal. I'll eat the whole thing.
Eat the whole pizza. Do it. It's election night. Eat the whole damn pizza.
No.
Is a Jack's pizza a single serving? Is that single serving size? Oh. I mean, I can eat. I don't because I can't allow myself to, but I could eat a whole Jack's pizza, and somehow or another, because of whatever voodoo this is, it makes you hungrier. It doesn't fill you up. There's nothing about eating a Jack's pizza that is like satiating in your belly. It's just like, you know what you want? Another Jack's pizza. Which is ridiculous. And then you get sick and it's not good. I love Jack's pizza though.
I think Jack's is awesome. I love that paper thin crust kind of pizza. I guess that's just a St. Louis thing. But I could eat 6 or 7.
You might have just inspired me to order emos. Jared, if you're watching this upstairs, let's talk.
Oh my gosh.
Also, everyone is
amazing.
Just kidding.
Let's talk about all the food we'd like to taste in front of Katie, who can't taste anything right now.
I'm dying. It's fine. I'll just go drink a glass of water.
I texted Katie last week and I said, I'm going to send you like the most amazing food. I'm just going to have it DoorDash to you just for spite.
I've never DoorDashed. I guess I haven't lived.
It's dangerous.
In my mind, if you're going to order food and order it from a delivery service like that, no matter what it is, I'm going to pay like an extra $25 to have my food show up. Is that right? Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah.
It's obnoxious.
It's
Annie, my husband's texting me right now and saying I'm going to order emos because he heard you saying that naturally.
See, now if you ever wanted to know about how I can help you with your business, that is how that works. It's all about what's in your brain. I do a noontime show, so if you own a food place or something, I can just put that in everybody's mind and sell some barbecue or whatever it might be. All right, we have Gabe back here. Gabe in the house. Gabe, Eric, Gabe. Do you guys know each other? You do now.
I don't think we know each other personally, but I know Gabe from your wonderful show. So hi, Gabe.
Yes.
Hey,
Gabe
how's it going, Eric?
Regular contributor to ours. So I'm looking here. Polls closing. It's going to get worse, folks, as the night goes on. I'm going to say words less correctly as we go. And I'm drinking ice water. Polls closing soon in crucial Arizona, Michigan. No, that's Mississippi. Am I? Michigan? Minnesota. I wonder if that's the Upper Peninsula because they're already counting Michigan. So I wonder if that's just the other part of Michigan. Minnesota and Wisconsin. Big, big, big states to watch here, folks. The northern three, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Yep,
to me,
Michigan.
There's that triumvirate, and then there's Georgia and Pennsylvania. There is a combination there that mix and match, and Trump gets over the 270. There are a lot of different pathways to do it, which is why, in my opinion, Donald Trump spent so much time in Florida and in Pennsylvania, obviously, Michigan, Wisconsin, and dabbling in Georgia, dabbling in Iowa, and in Minnesota as well. So the breakdown right now, according to Fox News, is Biden 91, Trump 73. We have less called on our AP. AP is a little bit more conservative in the way that they call things. They're not as aggressive to make these calls, which is okay with me because I want it to be right. And we've all watched these elections happen when they aren't right, and that's a problem. So 85 to 61 here for Trump. But you're seeing up here, they've got Montana. No, that's North Dakota. They got North Dakota, which is leaning red right now, but that's because that just closed. And you've got Michigan here that is being counted. Indiana that's one of the ones that has been called. That's 11 electoral votes. 72. Huh, that's interesting. I don't understand that math.
The math always confuses me on the electoral maps, I gotta say.
Well, this is why. I gotta see what this is going on here because this seems 746. That's pretty current. This has got Maine at red and they have Maine called for blue. So I wonder if there might be a split of votes there because if you add in to get to 73 votes, which is what Fox News has for Trump right now, they have called Indiana. That means that he's at 72. Where's that other one straggler of an electoral college vote out there, and that's got to be Maine, and because Maine can split. So we're going to continue to watch this here. Please go to 971talk.com/Annie, and you can follow this information as the night goes on your own. You can look at it on it's very dynamic, lots to pay attention to, and lots to be able to follow and dive into as much as you want. Or you can just look at the pretty map turn red, hopefully, and a little blue here and there. You do what you got to do.
Yeah, some of the fannies are reporting having multiple screens everywhere, and they got the radio going. Tony's broadcasting right now. That's where I was. I was doing a hit for Tony.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's 97.1 has got you covered on all fronts, guys. So pay attention.
That's for sure. Would like to see. And I'm texting my friends. Hold on a second. Who we have different interests in how this presidential race ends up.
Ooh. What are they? Can you say what they're saying, or is it kind of personal?
No, he said looking good for POTUS in Florida, which is true. And I said back, would like to see more in Georgia. So it's friendly. I mean, right now we'll fight tooth and nail later. That's not true. Pennsylvania started to count 7% in. That is something that I think is going to be a long haul. There is definitely a possibility here if we go back to the map. If regardless of what Pennsylvania does, Pennsylvania here is 20 electoral votes. Regardless of what Pennsylvania does, if you look over here and you see Michigan is 16, Wisconsin is 10. If he pulls off those two and not Pennsylvania, that's 26 to Pennsylvania's 20. That's an interesting proposition. Again, this is a post-winning Florida conversation that we're having. If Florida becomes a blue state, which I don't think it's going to go there, I think that they're, doing their due diligence. Nobody wants to call Florida too early. That will never happen again in the history of politics.
Yeah.
It's definitely something that, once we get past Florida, we can talk about Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, but I think that the Pennsylvania specifically, with what we've been hearing so much going through there, that Pennsylvania is definitely going to be something that is not going to be decided on Tuesday, November 3rd. It's going to be a down the road kind of thing. Katie, go ahead.
Sorry, do you guys anticipate this is going to be a pretty long night?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
probably.
mean, you're gonna see. Let's see. North Carolina is still looking blue at this point in time, and I don't really love
which is
that.
worrisome. Yeah.
North Carolina is something that I would like to see switch, and that changes things if it goes blue. One of those northern states becomes even more important. I mean, a lot of people predicting landslide here for Donald Trump. I wouldn't feel confident in my prediction right now that would be the end all be all of this conversation. So,
yeah. I will admit I'm still hopeful for that. What we'll call a landslide essentially would be at least electoral, as well as probably eking out a popular vote. But that was again. I keep saying it's my gut level, wishful thinking essentially. But we'll see. Keep watching.
Yeah. I'm interested in what's going to happen here shortly when we get another round of polls closing. Once it gets to 8:00, and we're also I'm interested in talking about some local races here. Katie, do we have Mark at 8 for sure, or is that still depends on his schedule?
It kind of still depends on his schedule. He's kind of been called in for a couple of different places locally. So his schedule is fluctuating at the moment. Tim Jones, I believe, is happening at 8:00. He also, too, has been called in a couple of different directions. But both of those gentlemen said that they would love to join us either at 8 or later on in the 8:00 hour.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, when you're in the radio, you are – Katie can tell you this more than anybody. You're booking things at the minute. Like we ask people to come be on the show at 12:26 p.m. And if you're not a radio person, I'm sure there are other professions that are to the minute, but you're like, oh, 12:26, that's really specific. And you're like, you're darn right, that's specific. I have to break at the top, going into the top of the hour at like 12:56 and 50 seconds. I have to make sure I'm out right at that amount of time. So being able to fit people in and out, or for people who are doing on-air broadcasts right now and going to come jump on with us, we're like, yeah, that's why I like doing this, because we can do whatever we want. We're hanging out, we're having a vibe, we're having a mood, and we're spending some time here together. But on the air, it's much more tight and bright. And, both of those things are exciting, but we are working around their schedules. And then you said, what's your conversation with Ryan Wiggins so far, Katie?
He has only reached out once. I think that he still might be in a park. Annie, do parks usually close? They close pretty late, right?
Not in COVID world. I think I saw, let me look up on my Disney app. Any excuse to get my Disney app open here. I think that there's.
You said the D word.
That's right. I know. Everybody ring the bell.
He has not gotten back to me since he said that he could do after 9. And so I booked him for 9:15.
Was he talking our time 9 or his time 9?
Our time. Okay. So I think that he might still be in a park, maybe, but he is pretty young kids, so I don't anticipate them being out too late.
Yeah, that actually surprises me that he would be out. potentially this late. I think he was at Hollywood Studios today, and I think they're closed now. But when the parks close, you might go eat dinner afterwards. You might have to get in on transportation, which can take some time going. And it's his vacation. Like I am not a fan of even reaching out to him while he's on his vacation, because you know how like you get out, like as soon as you shake off the work and you've gotten into that part of your vacation where you're just in an entirely different mind frame. When you get that email that like you're like, I'm on vacation, I don't want to pay attention to this, but if I don't pay attention to this, I'm gonna have to deal with this when I come back, and I don't want to do that. So you invest your time in it, and then now you got to work your way back out of work again. But he was adamant when he left. He was adamant that he wanted to be involved.
Yes.
So,
admittedly, he was saying, I am going to be glued to the television that's in the lobby of my hotel for the remainder of the night. So I don't feel too bad bugging him. Yeah, he's texting me back right now. 9:15 should work for him. So, I mean, I think, and Ryan too is one of those people, we tease him all the time about the polls. We tease him all the time about the polls. And today is the day for the pollmeister.
Yes, please.
Like, it is today. So I don't think he has any qualms with jumping in on this live stream and giving his 2 cents, because I imagine he is looking at all of the updates from Fox News that's happening on his phone, and he's like, what is going on?
yeah, we don't like polls. We just like knowing things. And that's what polls are supposed to do. They're supposed to make you feel like you know something. And I'm like, but you don't know it. You know, I mean, does that sounds stupid, I guess, but that's like how I feel about it, where it's like you are so interested in what's going to happen, and you want to affect what's going to happen. If you think, if you know what the polls are saying, then you feel like, if you can affect some change one way or the other, then you move on that. But most of it for our, voyeuristic interests are just basically us wanting to know what we don't know, because we fear what we don't know.
And in many cases, people use polls to try and influence polls. You know what I mean? Whereas, because the idea is that, there are certain people who are actually moved by the idea that a plurality of people are on this side versus that side. So there's like, well, if that many people believe that, X, Y, or Z, or they're voting for, whoever, then maybe I should too. There are a lot of people who are moved that way. So polls can be as much a tool of persuasion as a tool of reporting as well.
Yeah, for sure. Want to welcome everybody who's watching right now. We are streaming in 3 different locations. We are on the Annie Fry Show Facebook page, and I'm just going to go peek over here right now, because the Annie Fry Show Facebook page, the last time I saw it was about 80 likes away from tipping over into 14,000 likes, which is pretty exciting, because when we started our show as a weekday show, in April of 2018, we had like 800 likes on the page. And so in about 2.5 years, we have grown that to be up to about 14,000 likes. So if you haven't liked the Facebook page, 13,967. So if there are 33 people out there watching right now,
come on, guys,
who haven't quite yet liked the Annie Fry Show Facebook page, we do stream all of our shows live every day, noon to 3, every weekday, noon to 3, right here on the Facebook page. And we also, if you haven't connected with us on our YouTube page, you go to the Annie Fry YouTube page. We're streaming live right there now as well. And YouTube is usually a little more forgiving than Facebook is about copyright things. We play music during the show, and sometimes we get copyright ding and kicked off of Facebook. That doesn't happen as much on YouTube. So the live experience on YouTube is usually a little bit better. So we welcome you to watch us wherever is convenient for you. And then as for this hour and probably into the next hour up until about 9 o'clock, we're going to be streaming on the 97.1 Facebook page as well. So make sure you go like that also. Let's see here.
And the cool thing about YouTube is that, it works on smart TVs. So you can have us on the big screen. I mean, look at these lovely ladies' faces here. You could have them on your big screen, and then maybe me and Ryan occasionally.
You do what you got to do. Got to be surrounded by some handsome gents to balance things out every once in a while. let's see here. I'm getting messages from people all over. I'm just putting feelers out to people like on local races here. Let's get Eric back in the room here. Eric, you got some stuff you wanna talk to us about here, and anything you can update us on?
Well, I know polls are closing in a few battlegrounds here in about 30 seconds, so I imagine AP will update their map accordingly. We have that map on 971talk.com/election. Florida, it just ticked up to 90% reporting, and they have Donald Trump up by 3 points. I think they're gonna have to call that soon. I would expect.
That actually turned out closer than I imagined.
I wonder how much. The push off of calling Florida has to do. I wonder if it has anything to do with not wanting Florida to be done when a lot of polls are still open. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if Florida gets called right away, does that shift the balance of how people feel about voting? Because there's still people. I mean, it's 6 p.m. on on the West Coast, so there's still a lot of people voting. I don't know. Are they going to make a call here? Arizona? Oh, Arizona is closed now.
Closed.
Polls just closed. 56% of the vote in Texas is in, and AP has. Oh, I just got an update. AP has Joe Biden up by 1 point in Texas with 56% in.
That's crazy.
Come on now.
Come on, Texas.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Folks. I'm sorry, but him yelling "folks," I don't think he has. Have you heard anybody else teasing him about that? It's every sentence.
They don't tease him about anything.
No, that's true. Well, Donald Trump said. Did you watch last night, Gabe? Did you watch Donald Trump's last rally?
I didn't. No.
So he announces this rapper who's up there, and we didn't talk about this on the air today, but
oh wow,
he announced this rapper is there. Lil Pump is there, and
Lil Pump,
little black rapper who he's little. He's a little guy. His name is Lil Pump. He's tiny.
He's literally a small person.
And Donald Trump's like, oh, and he's going through. He's talking about this MMA fighter that's there, and some other people there. He's like,
yep.
And award winning. I don't know. I'm making this up because I don't know anything about rap, but rapper. Lil Pimp.
Did he say that?
Yes. And then he kind of, I guess, realized. Oh, Nebraska just called on Fox News for Trump. That's good. He said Lil Pimp, and then he asked him to come up, and then he corrected himself to Lil Pump. And Trump was laughing at himself. And I just thought that is going to be something that the mainstream media, like Joe Biden doesn't even know what race he's running for. And they're going to be like, Donald Trump gets rappers' names wrong, blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, oh gosh, give me a break. Hey, we got a Tim Jones in the house, the people's speaker.
Indeed.
Where are you? What are you doing? This looks like a fancy place.
I'm in that dolly. I'm in an undisclosed deep underground lair. I can't tell you.
It's in the bunker.
Location.
Tim, I don't know how much.
If Biden wins, I'm never coming out because that's what we do for Joe Biden.
This is it. This is the place. Well, you got your dolly so you can move all of your things around in that room.
I do.
Pallets of MREs.
I got my guns, I got my ammo, I got my liquor, tobacco, and firearms.
There you go.
Tim Jones, you are with us each Sunday night, 7 to 9 on 97.1. I'm looking at Fox News. They just called the Colorado Senate race for Hickenlooper. Look at that!
What's going on?
Look at that is.
Hey, there he is.
Do you see over my shoulder? Do you see who I have with me right now? I mean, not everybody gets this type of attraction there.
Don't let him sniff you, Annie.
Tim, you've got to give me what's your overall take so far. How do you have a good vibe? Do you have a bad vibe? Are you?
Yeah, well, Annie, once again, the mainstream left stream media got it wrong. They said Florida was in play. They said it was going to be close. They said Joe Biden was going to win the Sunshine State. That's a big loss. That's a big miss on their behalf because It looks like Donald Trump has a huge lead right now numerically in Florida. The percentage is a little closer, but Annie, there was, I don't remember a single poll where Donald Trump was actually winning Florida, right? And so huge miss there. Apparently, if you dig into the county data, he overperformed dramatically with Hispanic voters. That could be key going into the West, Arizona, Nevada, putting all those states in play. If Hispanic voters break huge for Trump, as they have in the Sunshine State, looking like they're delivering the Sunshine State to the president, then that could be a long night ahead for all of us, and nowhere near this big Biden blowout that the media has been hoping for the last 3.5, nearly 4 years.
Do you think, Tim, that are you feeling like it's likely a Trump win? Are you feeling like it's
No.
Biden's to lose? What are you thinking here?
I think we have a long way to go. Annie, I've been saying for days, and not many other people have been focused on this. I kept sounding the clarion call about North Carolina. I'm extremely nervous about North Carolina. Now, let's remember, all these early voting numbers we're getting are early voting numbers, right? It's the early vote. It's the mail-in vote. There's going to be a big blue bump. That's where the Democrats put all their chips this year. So as the data comes in from the actual day of voting, where it looks like Republican turnout was in mass, we should narrow the gap in North Carolina. But I'm watching North Carolina very closely right now. I'm very concerned about it. Tom Tillis needs to hold on to that Senate seat. I'm very disappointed to hear that they've already called Colorado for Hickenlooper, which means we've lost a Senate seat there. That should be negated by a pickup in Alabama. So overall, not a big, huge net problem. But I'm watching North Carolina, and then I'm watching the Buckeye State, Ohio. If North Carolina and Ohio go for Trump early in the evening, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, it blows the liberal mainstream media narrative out of the water. You're going to start seeing some tight sphincters on the Commie News Network and over at MSNBC.
Which ones would those be? Which ones are you talking about? What about here? What about in the state of Missouri? What are you watching? I saw somebody comment that Missouri wasn't looking like a Parson shoo-in. What are your thoughts on those really important races to Missouri voters?
Yeah, so Annie, we just got an update from the Secretary of State's office. The reason you're seeing a bunch of goose eggs right now, nobody's winning anything in the Show Me State, is because there were huge lines at the polls, and they're not going to start reporting numbers until the polls are completely and utterly and finally closed. We're hearing that Missouri has already been called for Donald Trump. We're hearing that Missouri has already been called for Governor Mike Parson. Just because Nicole Galloway never led in any poll, we're going to have big Trump night. I'm hearing in Southwest Missouri that the polls in the rural areas were jam-packed today. That's good for Missouri Republicans up and down the ticket. Could possibly good for Amendment 3 as well, which had zero money behind it. Could we pull out a Hail Mary there? I'm not so sure. I'm not so confident on that. The ballot language was very deceiving. The courts got involved. That's a problem for another day. But the reason we're not seeing Missouri numbers at this moment should start rectifying itself soon as we get well past the 8 o'clock hour.
Well, Tim, you are broadcasting there. You in Springfield, as I understand it. What station are you broadcasting from?
Yeah, Annie, it's 93.3 AM 560. The legendary KWTO. I'm a legend now. I think that just means I'm old.
Now, yeah. Do you have to age into being a legend? What age is that? I need to mark that on my calendar.
You have so much to look forward to. You can become a legend too. Just keep getting older.
It's these things old people tell themselves to make it okay. Because I've already done some of those things in my 30s.
That's what Jeff Allen and I tell ourselves. He's more of a legend than me though, because he's a lot older than I am.
Yeah, I understand.
We're not talking about ages today.
He's devastating.
We're not talking about them.
Totally legendary. Tim.
There he is. Hey.
We are going to let you go, Tim, and get back to the broadcast. Katie is going to keep hassling everybody who she can possibly hassle to just jump on with us. Our structure here is way looser than a radio clock. So
I appreciate you doing this, Annie, and including me. I think it's wonderful you do all these extracurricular activities because your audience just keeps expanding, especially the more bourbon slush you consume.
I mean, it's math and science all at one time, and I see no reason not to cheers to that. Tim, thank you so much. Have a great time broadcasting there in Springfield.
Hey,
we'll be in touch.
Thanks, gang.
Yep,
talk to you soon. Okay.
Thanks, Tim.
Bye-bye. That's hilarious. All right, so that's Tim Jones. Tim Jones.
And that was just the birthday girl.
and the birthday girl, Katie. Katie's celebrating
age, and he's like, "Isn't it fun getting older?" I'm like,
I think we're gonna know some things tonight. I think more than maybe I first expected. I think maybe there we'll know some things. And I'm listening to Tim Jones talking there, and I don't sense an enormous amount of confidence, but not a whole lot of trepidation. It's just a lot of what ifs, which is what we've had this entire time. So we will continue to watch and see what is in front of us, and continue to measure these numbers as they come in. I want to go to, first of all, let me add to like Fox News. They're all in the same building. They're all like sitting 6 feet away from each other at desks. They're not wearing masks, obviously. It seems to me, even with what the CDC guidelines were about voting, like the CDC said you can break quarantine to vote. And they say that like this, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do that.
Wow.
Well, if that's the case, if we can be trusted to vote responsibly, what else could we be trusted with our own wits about ourselves? What else could we be trusted to do on our own? And if you were asked to stay home, could you possibly be responsible in that regard? And are the American people to be trusted with their own freedoms, to be able to make these decisions for themselves? I think that in this country, we say, hell yes, we can. And I think that is something that is going to be interesting to see how this ends up coming out. North Carolina right now, Fox News is reporting 78% in. Biden has 2,300,000 votes. Trump has 2,100,000 votes. Is that right? Or no, that was in a county. No, that was million. Mm-hmm. So he's behind by maybe 150,000 votes. So,
thereabouts. Yep.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very tight.
It's nerve-wracking.
I also, going out of what you just said, Annie, about like being trusted to make the right decision about COVID and quarantine. I think it's funny whenever people, this whole entire time, everybody's been blaming COVID on Trump. The first month they gave him a pass, they didn't blame it on him because we didn't know what the hell was going on. But every month after that, April till now, it's been Trump's virus. It's Trump's fault. And I'm just wondering, because everything that we've heard from Joe Biden as a plan that he would have done different is exactly what the president has done. So I'm wondering what these people that are voting, maybe just because of the way that Trump has handled this pandemic, how they think that Joe Biden would have handled it and will handle it if he becomes the president. Because he's saying that we're going to all have to wear masks now? Like it's going to be a mandate that we're all going to have to walk around. I mean, whatever. But I just always find it very curious whenever people are like, Trump handled this coronavirus and this pandemic so poorly. I'm like, well, every plan that Joe Biden has put out, Trump has done. Yeah. That he said he would have done differently. Trump did it.
Also, let's talk about Donald Trump handling this pandemic terribly, because he put his advisors out there, out front, and he listened to them. The advisors' advice changed all the time. It changed over and over and over again, consistently inconsistent. The idea about masks, the idea about, where you should be able to go and what you should be able to do. The fact that you could go to the grocery store means you should be able to go anywhere. And if you're a business and you need to implement some social distancing at a restaurant, not seat every table, or make sure that you have provided your employees with the necessary precautions that they can be able to work safely, those are all things that can be discussed. But we were not, what Donald Trump is criticized for the most is his actions that he took early on that were subsidized by what his advisors told him. He went with that and he put a spin of hope and of thinking towards the future on it. And because the media hates him, it wouldn't have mattered what he did. They were going to treat him like that from the very beginning. It didn't matter how he reacted. They were going to treat him as if he was the devil that they treat him all the time. So they're going to criticize him for that. And then you look back at Dr. Birx. I think she was talking with Savannah Guthrie, and she was talking about, and it was like maybe early April. And Savannah Guthrie was asking her, like, what's the worst case scenario here? Like, or what's going on? And Dr. Birx said, if we did absolutely nothing, I think the number she said was 2.6 million COVID deaths. And Savannah was like taken aback by that. Like, holy cow, 2.6 million people. And when you listen further into what she's saying, she goes, if we did everything correctly, if everybody participated at 100% of social distancing and mask wearing and staying at home and quarantining at 100%, we would be, I think she said between 150 and 250,000, it was thereabouts, 250 to 250,000 deaths. That was best case scenario. And I think we're probably at about 230 or 240,000 right now. That is an enormous compliment to Donald Trump. And the fact that he himself has contracted this virus, as has his family, as has many people in the White House, and they all made it through. They all made it through. That means that this virus isn't a death sentence, but it does need to be taken seriously. And he's done that, but he doesn't get any credit, nor would he. And, you know, we soldier on. That's no different. Expecting Donald Trump to get some sort of different treatment now, or if he wins again tonight in the next 4 years, it will not happen. But we can look at it. We can look at what he's done, and we can look at what he's doing, and then we can vote. And, you know, God willing, he comes out on top. I don't know that it's going to happen tonight. I'm preparing myself for it not to happen, just because that's the default for me. But yeah, it's just a lot. It's so frustrating to watch.
Oh, definitely. Every COVID response criticism I've ever seen against the president has been, you know, based on false premises and willful ignorance. You know, there isn't any in between there. It's all the, you know, the lack of understanding of who the experts were. He's like, why won't he listen to the science? Well, you know, science doesn't speak, scientists do. And he had the top scientists out front, and they were saying these things from the start, and he's been doing what they told him to all along. You know, it's like, what else should he do? And then, you know, this lack of understanding of federalism, where the states are necessarily responsible for many aspects of the COVID response. You know, the same people who criticize him as a wannabe dictator demanded that he be a dictator and tell all of the states what to do. You know what I mean? It's like, I think personally, I find it a massive a statement about who the man is, that he didn't take this opportunity to acquire more executive power. I mean, if there was any period of time in American history where an executive could grab more power, it's usually during a crisis. It's during a natural disaster. It's during a war, and it's during, you know, what we could consider a natural disaster war, which is a fight against a pandemic. And at every turn where he could have taken power, he did not. He deferred to others. He deferred to the power of the states. That is a huge testament to the man, and it speaks completely contrary to this idea that he's some sort of would-be dictator. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Dick Durbin has been called as the winner for the Illinois Senate race. That's not something that surprises me at all. But that's that would have been such a win for America. Yeah. I mean, you would have had to have seen some sort of massive red wave in order to see any type of shake there. There's 13% reported in Illinois right now, and Durbin has 56% of the vote, and just a very blue upper northeastern corner of the race up there. I'm looking through here to see if there is. I'm going to look at the House races. Davis is down right now. Ronnie Davis is down, but that's one that always it's very heavy on the county. Bost is up 26 points. Davis is down 19 points, but I'm not invested in panicking about any of that right now too terribly. Jeannie Ives is somebody who I'm watching very closely in the state of Illinois, because she was she was very much so my favorite for running for governor, to try to take Rauner out in the primary, and she almost did it. She would be such a better, oh my God, instead of J.B. Pritzker. She's running a pretty close race right now, so excited to see what happens there. And then we're going to look at the ballot measures, the constitutional amendment to change the Constitution from a flat tax to a progressive income tax. Folks, this is a really big deal here because with 13% reporting in and basically every race being blue right now in the state of Illinois, it's a 51% no vote on the progressive tax, and that is what we want. So it'll be interesting to see. It's good to see that there's some sense over the course of the state here. I'm going to peek at the state house races here. I'm certainly watching Amy Ellick in the 111th, Lisa Shampoli in the 112th, Dave Barnes in the 114th, David Freeze in the 116th. They have some reporting here, but it's so minimal. I'm not even gonna hone in on that. So I'm getting these results from the New York Times, and I will continue to update you on those as well. Let's get Eric back in here. Eric is watching a lot of our results here. 971talk.com/election is where you can poke around on all of our results that we have there. Eric, go ahead and key us in on what you're saying is new and important and what people might want to know.
I still think, the races to watch right now are Florida and Georgia. Pennsylvania and Ohio are just way too early, way too close to call. We don't have enough numbers there. But Trump is up by 3 points in Florida. He's up by 14 points in Georgia with 40% in. I'm not sure what's taking so long getting those votes in Georgia. It's very interesting. But I will say that Fox News just said that they're projecting that the Democrats keep control of the House
and expand their majority. Fox is saying that right now.
Right.
I'm looking at we're working here to try to put together as much information as we can from as many different places as we can. We have AP results that are up to the minute, up to the second at 971talk.com/election. That's our go-to place for information. But we're pulling in what we see on TV, what we see on Twitter, what we're seeing here. I'm looking at the New York Times. On the Georgia state, they have a note that says it could take a couple days for all the mail-in ballots to be scanned and counted, but the Secretary of State has said he expects most winners to be announced by Wednesday. So maybe that's part of the holdup there. North Carolina, 78% in right now. They are about 130,000 votes apart with Joe Biden winning there.
Man, that's crazy.
Wisconsin has less than 1% in, and there are less than 10,000 total votes tallied there, so that's not worth really diving into too deep right now. 17% of the vote in Michigan, and Trump is leading at this point in time, but that will change 100 times before we get to the right end here. So what is? Oh, they just took it away. I'll tell you right now, the New York Times, as far as the electoral votes breakdown, is 119 for Joe Biden, 93 for Donald Trump. Eric, you want to go ahead and tell us what you've got there right now for AP?
Yeah, that's the same, 119, 92.
92. Okay. I think that they have 93, but I think that there's a main because a main has 4 votes and they don't all go to the same place.
Yeah.
So, and then Fox News has 129 to 94. So this is why it's interesting to look around and to see what everybody is doing. People are calling things differently. In the end, you assume that they're all going to end up in the same place. Pennsylvania, I would say, as much as you get into anything in Pennsylvania, a lot of that's going to be determined probably not tonight. Eric, what else you got for us? Anything else on the local front that you want to point out or discuss for folks?
Well, we're slowly getting Missouri results in, slowly but surely. I was on with Mark Cox, and he said that they were about to dump some information into the system, and about 10 minutes later, there came the information. So he had some insight there that was good. Joe
I'll
Biden
add this.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'll add in just a peek behind the curtain to Annie Fry's world here. I'm on Twitter, and George Papadopoulos, that's a fun name, says Virginia is going red. I don't know what that means. That would be embarrassing for the idiots who would have called Virginia in the top of the first. But I'll take it. So we'll see. I don't, that's not an official call by us. And even if it were an official call by the Andy Fry Show, it would mean absolutely nothing. So we're just along for the ride like you are, and we're grateful for everybody who is here with us.
I will say that with more of Virginia reporting now, it's up to 41% over the 23% I think it was earlier in the night. Donald Trump has maintained, I think, and increased his lead. He's 58% now of the vote with 41% reporting. So it's entirely possible that they may have to change that one. That'd be great.
Do it. As
Would
long
be
as
awesome.
it goes to my side. That's the only way. Those are the rules. See,
that's how that works.
I got the two guys back here, and they make the rules. Well, actually, he does because he's president. He just
Come on,
wants
man.
to be president. This one, when my husband was setting these up, I was thinking, like, did you set Joe Biden like specifically over my shoulder here? Is
He's sniffing.
that right? Eric, walk us through.
Is that Head and Shoulders?
Walk us through, Eric, what you've got on the website, where people can go, and also since you've been dipping back and forth between us and the website and the on-air, you've been everywhere, Johnny Cash. What can you tell us about where people can go to get what here with 97.1 today?
I think that this tool, they've improved so much from 2016. I don't remember it being this robust, but if you go to 971talk.com/election, it's going to take you to our election page where you can find this map, and you can hover over all of the states and get the exact reporting that AP has. And then for Missouri, you can click on it and dial in to the counties, to county level, and see how people are voting. Not just the U.S. Presidential race, but the House races, the governor's race, the initiatives that are on the ballot. I can tell you that in the governor's race, there's 13% reporting, and Nicole Galloway is up right now, 61-37, Mike Parson. But again, that's 13%. Of the vote,
and where if that 13% is coming out of St. Louis and Kansas City, that is not a representation of the state of Missouri. There's definitely a difference there.
There's a lot of red counties that don't have any numbers in at all.
What else do you got? How has it been on the air? Do you like what's going on 97.1? If people are watching us right now, be it on the Andy Fry Show Facebook page, the 97.1 Facebook page, the Andy Fry YouTube channel, if you are getting in your car and you got to go somewhere, if you got to go pick up that Emos that I talked to you into, and Emos is not paying me, but if they wanted to give me a free pizza, if Emos send me a free pizza right now, I would eat that right here in front of you and sell probably more pizzas for them. But
I just ordered Emos, so
see, that's two people.
Order it. David is looking right now.
If you are getting in your car and you're driving, you turn on 97.1. Eric, can you tell us what's going on over on the radio station right now?
Tony's a beast over there. He's got all sorts of people hopping in and off, and Mark Cox is having fun over there. Mark Cox is actually doing some TV stuff for Channel 4 as well, so he's hopping off the air on our station and going on television. And
TV is too much pressure, man. I mean, I don't look terrible right now, but I haven't brushed my hair today. This is like I talked about this on the air. I took my ponytail down that I slept in, and my hair looked like it was naturally curly, and I was like, and there it is, and then I'm done. So when you got something good going like that, you go for it. And if you don't like my hair today, that's okay. You don't have to wear it. I do. But if you're going to go on TV and do radio, like there is a definite comfortability that we have as radio people that we're like TV people, like they're like, yeah, we're fancy and stuff. And I'm like, you are. And you got a lot more to think about. And it's a trade-off for me I'm willing to take. So it's okay. So Mark is being a beast as well over there doing all this different stuff. Is there anyone else in the studio? Is it just Tony and Mark and Chad?
I think it's just Tone. I think Tony's in the studio. Chad's in there with him. And then he just has people coming in and out nonstop. He's like texting me when he wants me to come back on. So that's why I hop off of here every now and then.
Gabe did the same.
So yeah. I have to find some time though to let my dog out. Like he's been asking me
Yeah.
to go out for a minute.
I hear.
Yeah, now he's worked up. Actually, that could be Emo's at the door. So
Emo!
There you go.
Why do I keep talking about them for free? And I'm the only one who's not eating emos. Jared, you're watching this live upstairs right now with kids. Get on the phone and order some sausage pizza for me. Extra cheese. And maybe a salad. How am I going to eat that in front of you people?
Salad.
You're making me want to get some too, and I'm not even
See?
usually an emos guy.
But it sounds good. Doesn't it sound right?
It
right
kind of
now?
does. Yeah, St. Louis.
I'm getting a lot of stuff here on Twitter. And here's the thing about Twitter. Twitter tells you what's going to happen before it happens.
They kinda do.
It always knows what's happening before it happens. The problem is that it's only 80% of the time that they're absolutely right. So you can't be like a professional broadcaster and be like, boom, there it is. I got this for you. But when Twitter starts to swarm around something, 80%, that's not science, but it's my science. 80% of the time, they're on the direction to 80% of the truth. 80% of the time, 80% of the truth. So, you keep your finger on the pulse of what's going on here on Twitter. And I'm seeing multiple people suggesting that Virginia isn't guaranteed. Oh, criminy sakes. Virginia isn't guaranteed to be blue. A picture of Chelsea Handler on the New York Post Twitter account.
Oh no.
But why though?
Let me just tell it to you this
But
way.
why?
She has 2 I voted stickers,
So she voted twice.
and that's about all that she has.
Oh.
Oh my God. I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
That woman.
It's just celebrity.
Gabe. She told 50 Cent, she had to remind 50 Cent that 50 Cent was black and
Had
that
to remind him.
he can't vote for Trump. What do you, as a black man who was voting in the way that she was suggesting that, Gabe, I should have, can you imagine the last day of my broadcasting career where I say to you, Gabe, you cannot vote for Donald Trump because I don't know that you've forgotten this or not, but you're a black man and you can't. I hope that everybody understands the context that I was saying that in. And I love Gabe, and Gabe is always welcome on my show, and that was a hypothetical situation. And I'm also not that dumb.
Yeah.
I'm cutting the audio into a piece and just cutting the front and back.
Somebody's clipping it right now.
I will not let you.
Whenever I run for office, I'm always thinking about how these things are going to come back to haunt me. And Gabe, you need to be alive and well to defend my honor when that time comes.
Yes, I'll join your team.
We're going to bring another friend in here before we ask that. We got Trisha from the morning show.
Oh
how
my
you
gosh.
doing?
Hi, friends.
Hello. It's
Holy
another
moly, election night 2020.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I was just asking Gabe, Trisha, about Chelsea Handler. I always forget her name, and every time I forget her name, I'm a little happier inside. That Chelsea Handler had to remind 50 Cent, which apparently is an ex-boyfriend of hers.
Yes,
There's more to that. There's more to that story that I don't care to know.
Fair.
Chelsea Handler had to remind 50 Cent that he was black, and since he was black, he couldn't therefore vote for Donald Trump. And I was just asking Gabe, how does that make you feel as a Trump-supporting black man?
Yeah.
There's a lot of heavy irony there, but I will let Gabe take this.
Oh, well,
And now we've
here's the
brought
problem.
Trisha in to discuss this.
Yeah, exactly. You can give my response there, Trisha. I trust you.
I mean,
No.
we probably all can.
Got your
but
back,
not
bro.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, when I saw that 50 Cent actually, he sort of backtracked on his original pro-Trump tweet, I added him on Twitter. I said, you can take 9 gunshots, but you can't take a cheap shot from your raggedy ex-girlfriend, huh? So
Savage.
here's the thing. If you
This is
try
why
to
we
tell
let
me
Gabe
what to
take
do, if you try to tell me what to do and use the excuse that I'm a black man and I have to do that, my response is not going to be as Christian as I wish my mouth was all the time. Okay, so
That's why we have forgiveness, Gabe.
that's
Oh
why
my
we have
goodness.
forgiveness.
I'm all ears here. Like, teach me your
Seriously,
ways, sir.
seriously though, because because, first of all, this is America, okay? America.
It's America.
It's America. I don't have to do anything that I don't want to do. I get to make up my own mind about these things.
What about what Chelsea Handler wants you to do?
Now, whatever Chelsea Handler wants to do, she can do in the privacy of her own bedroom. Please don't tweet about it and don't show us
She's tweeting about it tonight with
your I voted stickers. Oh my gosh.
The stickers aren't big enough.
I didn't get one, but I did vote.
Stickers
doesn't matter.
Trisha, we came here. Did you get 2 stickers?
I didn't actually get any stickers, but I pulled up your vote. So here's the weirdest thing, Annie. I was at my polling place earlier in the booth.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure the legality of it, but I pulled out my phone and pulled up your voters guide.
Yeah.
And honestly, I felt like I was doing something wrong. I'm like, are they going to catch me? Because I was Googling. I'm Googling 971talk.com/Annie Fry. It's /Annie to get your voters guide. And I'm like, God, they're going to freaking catch me, right?
It's legal.
You're cheating.
Okay, so that's good because I actually thought that there was somebody about to round me up.
No, if they saw how you voted, if you voted like the voters guide, they might have torn your ballot in half after you left.
Maybe.
But the actual referencing of the guide is technically.
Okay, yeah, I thought they were going to tackle me for using my phone. You feel like you're cheating on a test or something.
Right. It's not the SATs. They're not going to come by or the ACTs.
It was fine, and I used it. It was hella resourceful.
Oh yes,
yeah.
Yes.
That's good. I'm glad. I
Yeah.
want to say thank you to Mike Forrest on the YouTube channel. The Annie Fry YouTube channel sent us a $5 super chat, and he said Texas is red. And if that's all that needs to happen to make Texas red, thank you for that super chat. You are a real patriot. We appreciate it. We'll add your name to the list that we're scrolling down here at the bottom.
What is happening behind you, Annie?
Nothing unusual.
I'm sorry. I just got here.
Well, on the right is liquor, and
no problems with that.
And on the left,
depending on how this goes, this will go. That's how we're doing this thing.
And on the other side is getting creepily close while Trump looks at him disapprovingly.
You know what I should have? I should have my husband inch those closer as they get more electoral votes to see who I'm snuggling with by the end of the night.
Should you though? I'm a little nervous.
I need you. It's gonna be weird.
Trisha, what is your drink of choice tonight?
It looks like Bud Light now. I already drank a nice bottle of red.
Okay. She's feeling good.
Mark's on KMOV right now from the 97.1 studio with our backdrop. He's doing a great job. I'm super proud of him. I switched from watching that to drinking beer with you guys.
Well, we love that. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Here we are.
Let's take a walk here through Annie's Twitter account. And remember, Annie's Twitter account, I'm going to scroll and see things for the first time, and so are you. So you need to just keep that in mind while we are scrolling. I'm going to zoom in here. Let's see what people are saying. Melissa Francis. I think Melissa Francis got let go from Fox News, and I'm super bummed about that. She was one of my faves. Let's see here. Why aren't any major networks calling Florida? Charlie Kirk says, what's going on? Suppression? Why aren't they calling Florida when they already called Virginia? And a lot of people seem to be retracting that a little bit. John Roberts with Fox News. Brit Hume reports just now that the betting odds on the outcome have flipped. They were for Biden and now for Trump. That's interesting. Like to see that. Leslie Marshall, I enjoy her as far as Democrats go on Twitter. That's mean. Donald Trump will win the state of South Carolina. So that, I think, is a new call. That is according to ABC. CBS News right now on air confirming suburban voters in Ohio's major cities leaning more of the vote for Biden. Suburban women did indeed vote for Biden over Trump. What the hell is happening? Let's see here. Again, if you didn't notice before, Mitch McConnell did win his election over Amy McGrath. Is it Amy McGrath? Is that her name? I think that's her name, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's exciting. Hickenlooper in Colorado overturned the Republican-held Gardner seat. Gardner was the incumbent. Hickenlooper is a Democrat, picked up that seat, and so that is a +1 for the Democrats for the night in the Senate. And let's see here. Louisiana for Trump, Oklahoma for Trump. We knew that. So just a lot of interesting. Here's from Tim Jones's Twitter. Holy crap! The Commonwealth of Virginia. 93.3 KWTO is in Springfield, which is where he is broadcasting from now, and he has a morning show there now. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, I think it's going very well. I've heard they're the voice of the Ozarks, which we all need. The voice of the Ozarks.
And we've had him for quite some time.
Yeah.
All right.
Flawless.
So hold on a second here. Mitch McConnell is speaking. Let's see. I'm going to pull up our map and see. Fox News has 129 Biden electoral votes, 100 for Trump. Trump has not. Let's get 97.1's election results up here. We'll compare notes. I'm going to share this. So this is on 971talk.com/election. You can follow this along as you go. This does not have any surprises on it yet, except like called surprises, except for maybe Virginia, which from what we understand is, I mean, it's called. So if it would be a very big deal to uncall that race. New York has been called for Joe Biden. That's not a surprise at all. New Jersey, all of these northeastern areas, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Delaware, Maryland. And then over here, Colorado and New Mexico. Those were both anticipated to go to Joe Biden as well. Yes, let's see here. We've got Kelly J saying, Ohio. And Jay saying Ohio. That's a really big deal. Jeremy saying that as well. So we've got, if you look at this map, let's look and see what the percentage is in. This is an AP results situation. I wonder if I zoom in one more time if it gets bigger. No. Oops. There we go. Wisconsin has 22% of the vote in. It's Trump leads by 5 points there. Michigan, 20% in, Trump leads by 17 points. Ohio, 70% in, Trump leads by 1 point. So Ohio is very, very close. Let's go down to Georgia, 48% in. Georgia's really been lagging behind. And my recollection was in 2018, was it? It was either 2018 or 2016 that Georgia was the last for everything. And it was like, get your act together, Georgia. But I think that this is just maybe kind of how they go. Donald Trump leading there, according to this, with 48% of the vote in by 14 points and 91% in Florida. Donald Trump leads by 3. If they were to make a call with this Florida situation, add those 29 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 92, that puts him at 121 votes, I think, with one state and a lot of red out there, including Texas, 38 electoral votes. So this is just one of those situations where there's just still a lot of territory out there to be called, and we have to sit and we have to wait. It's 8:43, and there's still we were here till 2:30 a.m. in 2016.
I was thinking about earlier, not to jump in too much, but I was thinking about earlier. I have been with Annie for a couple of elections here. Yeah. I was with her for the Romney-Obama election, where we thought for sure, just based on like pure principle, like we are going to like this like we have a shot. And then it wasn't that. And then Trump came along 4 years later, and we're like, what do we do with this? I mean, what do we do with this? We are smart, intelligent, like human beings that want the best for this country. What do we do with this? And here comes Trump, and we embraced it. And now we're here 4 more years. I mean, we're 12 years into this, right?
It's amazing. It really is. It's changed so much. Trisha, we're going to let you go. I'm going to listen in here to what Virginia is doing. Thank you so much. We'll keep in touch with you. Katie will keep in touch with you, and we'll definitely be listening tomorrow morning. Lord knows you guys are going to have a lot to talk to you. Thank you so much, Trisha.
Night, guys.
Bye-bye. Good to talk to you. They're talking right now about Virginia on Fox News. I'm going to listen in here real quick and just see if I can. They haven't unchecked.
There's the emos.
Emos!
Hey.
Not knocking on my door. My goodness.
Girl, you are working that emos today.
Oh, no,
You are really working it, and we need to send it. Yep, it's right there, love.
Send some clips from this to them.
Yeah.
Like, hey, guys.
I need to send this to somebody today.
Check this out.
Let's see here. Chris Starwalt's explaining himself. He looks sweaty. He just said, and I quote, "The turkey's done in Virginia." So.
Oh, God. Okay.
Oh, wait. So now they're going to Florida? They're trying to get him to call Florida now. So basically, this is the question that we just asked, which is, why were you so quick to call Virginia, and why have you not come in with a Florida call? Somebody's paying attention to this and watching this and eating emos at the same time, and I want to get him on here right when he stuffed the pizza in his face, just because I want to see people eating emos, mostly because I want to be eating emos, and I'm still not. Jared. The meatloaf. The meat pizza. Chew, chew, chew. Don't choke. Don't snort.
No, I'm good.
You got Chris Starwald over your shoulder, and he said the turkey is done in Virginia. He's not changing his.
And then I love how Brett challenged him, though. He goes, okay, well, if that's the case, then why aren't we calling Florida?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
for sure.
Their meter on their floor has Florida at 95% Trump, you know, like, so call Florida.
Hey, can I just let me just give me 1 second, because I just noticed something at 971talk.com/election. If you want to peek in, look at this real quick. Do you see this? Biden 131 electoral votes, Trump 92 electoral votes, Biden 29.6 million votes, Trump 30.8 million votes. Call it, make it the popular vote, and end it right here. Are we ready? Are we good?
Nah.
That's what I thought, people. That's what I thought. Go ahead, Eric. Sorry to interrupt you. Eat another piece of pizza while I'm rambling.
You got pineapple pizza.
Pineapple's great.
Is that what you got, David?
I still have this piece
I'm
of
one of those
sitting
I'm one of those heretics that believes pineapple is a topping for pizza.
Oh, I like Canadian.
I have no qualms with it. I'm not really upset, but I just wasn't expecting it. I thought it was going to be like, oh, he's looking at me right now. I thought it was going to be but it's pineapple and what? Canadian bacon. That's
what you do.
These are the real results.
If you put pineapple and pepperoni, now we need to sit down and have a conversation. What are you eating, Eric? Oh, what's on the pizza?
Pepperoni. That's it. Pepperoni, cheese, and I had to throw cheesy bread into the cart because it wouldn't let me check out under $12. So
I had to do it.
Also, you know, it's election night. You know what the heck. I think that if they have to backtrack on Virginia, that'll be no good for them. AP has it at 49% of the vote is in, and they called it as well for Joe Biden a long time ago. So, but they're not. I mean, they're not that far apart. So we'll see. North Carolina.
Yeah, talk about that.
0.4, 0.4% between Joe Biden
with 14% still out there.
With 14% still out there. So, I mean, you're talking about thousands of votes between the two. It's going to be very close. Ohio, for the first time tonight, is a light shade of red on the AP map. 72% of their vote is in, and Donald Trump leads by 2 points. Michigan, 20% in. Donald Trump leads by 17 points. Wisconsin, 28%. Donald Trump leads by 2 points. And yeah, I think that there's some stalling here, and I'm not sure why on Florida. I think maybe they just want to be extra cautious. It also could be just because Fox News and the networks want you to keep watching their coverage.
Ooh, a conspiracy theory from Eric. I like it.
Yeah, well, I used to work in the TV business once upon a time ago.
Tell us which one and what you learned.
I don't know. I'll let you do your own research.
Do your own research.
Fantastic.
The pizza is good, though.
Pizza is good, though. Dave says, Annie, do you have any exposure settings on your camera? You're either a vampire or really super blown out. I know the brightness is very. It's not as bad if we're close up like this, but the truth is that over the course of the night, as the sun went down and everything is adjusting, I can adjust the lights that I have up here. See, like if I cover up the lights like that, I can adjust the lights. But if I do, I have to unpack an enormous amount of things around me. And there are cords and microphones and cameras that the whole thing could fall apart. So when my husband brings me emos, maybe we'll adjust the lighting a little bit. So, all right.
Dang it, Annie. Yeah, I'm about to order this pizza.
Yes!
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I'm going with it. And here's the thing. My wife is very particular about her pizza, and she has a particular type of pizza she'll eat. So if I order this pizza, I'm eating a whole pizza.
That's what it was.
So
not pizza.
I'm gonna get a small.
I can make that happen. Woot. Also, can you make me not look like a vampire?
Yeah, you're the sparkly kind of vampire as opposed to the other.
My eyes look really blue, so I got that going. Plus, if I flush my skin out, then you don't see all the brokenness of my face.
You're the Twilight vampire.
Exactly, you're a Twilight vampire.
Oh, hold on a second here. Make me not look like
a vampire.
I'm saying this, and he's watching this video, so I could have just told him right here.
As a man married to a pale-skinned woman, lighting has always been a very difficult thing for us for pictures because it's either it's too dark for me or it's too bright for her. So there's always some weirdness going on.
Sorry, Gabe, but it's more important that she looks good.
Well, obviously, but so we compromise by making sure she looks good.
I love it. All right. So what are we looking at now? In Fox News is covering Pennsylvania. They've got 19% in. I don't know. Like they talked like they would be counting votes tomorrow for sure. So I hesitate to be too hyper invested in that. Eric, do you have any Missouri results that you can kind of just update us where we are right now in on some of these Missouri races?
Yeah, there's not a ton of data, but it's there. It's coming in slowly, more than it was the last time we updated these numbers. A lot more red counties are starting to report. And as you can guess, St. Louis County, and the counties near Kansas City are going for Joe Biden. The initiatives, Missouri Amendment 1, which is the term limits initiative. It's leading no. It's leaning no, but again, only 8% of the precincts are reporting. Let's go to the Amendment 3, which is a change in the redistricting process. 8% reporting, and it's leaning yes. So that's interesting. I still just I keep going back to the national race here, and Trump's count basically hasn't gone up for like over an hour.
Huh. Interesting.
They don't want to call Florida. They don't want to call. You all heard that, right?
Yeah.
heard it.
It's okay. It's okay.
Totally just belched after eating that email.
Eric, actually, I think your microphone right now might be on your computer. You should check your microphone input, which instead of it being your fancy microphone, which for the belch part was fantastic, but maybe for your fine, smooth, sultry voice, you just change it back and forth depending on what kind of bodily functions.
I'll get closer to it. I think it's this one. Okay. But I think that I don't know why they're dragging their feet on Florida. Georgia's now at 51%. Donald Trump leading by 14 points. Chris Starwalt says though that the metropolitan areas have yet to report most of their ballots. So that'll be interesting.
So we don't have Illinois results on the website, but I do have them here on. Oh wait! Do we have the man, the myth, the legend? Is this real?
Yes.
Is this the Mark Cox?
Hey, what's going on?
Morning show of TV fame.
They're killing me in here. They keep coming to me every couple of minutes. I'm sorry about that. I wanted to get to you earlier.
Well, we're real loosey-goosey here. We don't have to worry about anything like time-bound anything. We're just like rambling on and on. Lindsey Graham projected to win South Carolina.
Amen.
Yes.
I'd love
feels
to know,
good inside.
That's breaking news to me because I've been trapped in the studio talking with these folks at Channel 4 who seem convinced for some reason that Nicole Galloway is going to win Missouri, even though Big Fox has already called Missouri for Donald Trump, and I'm sure Governor Parson's going to win Missouri. So,
well, that's why people need to tune into you, Mark, to get the truth.
People don't want to hear something that their own analysts are not telling them, is what I've discovered being on Channel 4 today.
Lovely. Thanks for spilling the tea right here on the Annie Price Show YouTube Live. So Mark, your overall estimation here, like, what's your feeling? What's your vibe? Because a lot of things still need to be determined one way or the other before I feel good about tonight for sure. Right. Nothing has felt like a stab in the gut yet. Just a lot of question marks, which we've been dealing with for 2 years. So what's your feeling at this point? 9 o'clock, election night. What do you got?
The governor is the governor. I'm still thinking of Parson. The president is still well in contention for this. I mean, as I look around, Florida should have been called for the president by now, and it hasn't been. Why? Who can explain that to me? They've got 95% of the vote in Florida, from what I can tell. The only thing outstanding is a few counties that are traditionally Republican counties, and the president's up by 400,000 votes. They've got the probability meter at 95%, but they won't. Fox won't freaking call Florida for the president. Why?
How do you feel about that?
Kind of fascinating.
Well, Georgia's the same way. I mean, am I missing something here? I mean, I'm looking at Georgia. It's like they're waiting for something else to come in from DeKalb County around Atlanta.
The extra ballots they didn't need to use in Chicago. They're shipping them down there on the Amtrak. And it takes some time, Mark. You got to be patient for this kind of corruption to move around. This is irresponsible of me. I'm sorry.
I know, but he's up by 300,000 votes right now. And all the probability meters are still pointing to Joe Biden. So I don't know what they know that we don't know, but I don't think Georgia's going to go for Joe Biden. I really don't. Just looking at it. So the long and short of my answer is I think he's still in pretty good shape. I'm just frustrated that you can go to 3 or 4 different websites and you can come up with 3 or 4 different number sets that draw completely different conclusions. That's very frustrating to me.
Yeah. We've been going through. We're watching specifically right here. What I have up on the screen is our website where people can see. Mark Cox, Andy Fry, Dave Glover at the top there. This is just 971talk.com. We've got all of the election results right here. These are AP results, and they've got all. There's a lot of pink on this board here right now. And they haven't called it. North Carolina, Mark, you've got a little bit of history there in North Carolina. We see Lindsey Graham, that had just, well, I guess he's South Carolina.
Yeah.
So scratch that. But North Carolina, I don't think that was one. I don't remember hearing a lot about North Carolina being in play necessarily, but maybe it's just because it's not as big as these states. What do you think about that?
North Carolina is a key state, and they've had it in the light blue column for a while now.
87% reporting, leads by 0.2 of a point. Joe Biden does right now.
Skin tight there. But the last thing I saw about this on Fox, or maybe it was MSNBC, there's a county down near the southeastern corner of North Carolina that went heavily to Donald Trump in the last election. And for some reason, they've got like 0 votes reported for that county. And there are enough votes in that county to give the president the lead here, but it hasn't reported yet the last time I checked. And I think that's what the holdup is. That would be an upset. If the president pulls out North Carolina, that's an upset. I think he's going to win Florida and Georgia. Ohio is pink, but they haven't decided yet there because a lot of rural counties haven't reported in yet. I mean, like every state, I grew up in Ohio. Columbus and Cincinnati and Cleveland and Toledo are where the population centers are. They always report their numbers first. They're always heavily Democratic, and then the outside counties, the rural counties, like where I grew up, finally get their numbers reported in, and the Republican usually wins. So I suspect he'll carry Ohio too. Obviously, Michigan, the last time I looked at the Fox map, Michigan and Wisconsin were both tinted pink.
Our AP results say 30% of the expected vote is in, and Trump leads by 13 points. That's a significant lead with just a third of the results in, but I'd rather be sitting there than, the alternative.
Well, that's the truth. Yeah, I have to think that that's all because of Ted Nugent and what he's been doing up there in Michigan, don't you think?
Maybe Kid Rock a little bit. Let's spread the generations out a hair. Where are you headed now? What's your next stop here?
I've got to go check in on the Channel 4 folks here who've been putting me on the air about every 10 minutes to see what they've got going on.
You need me to yell at them for you and tell them to listen to the man here and listen to the master?
I mean, the minute I brought up the fact that I didn't even mention Fox, I just said, at least one major network has already called Missouri for Donald Trump. And that if Donald Trump won, Mike Parson's going to win. Well, our numbers don't show that. We're not reporting that yet. We have not declared that. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just pointing out that one major network has already called the state of Missouri for Donald Trump. So I don't know what the delay is, but it does lead to some confusion.
Well, Mark, we're gonna. Are you headed to another hit right now somewhere else? Then you got to.
Yeah, I'm back here in the Now Studios. You can see my 97.1 thing back there.
Nice.
And this is what we've been using for our Channel 4 studios today.
Well, we're gonna add one more thing to everybody's list here, and that's to watch you go to lay some truth on some people on Channel 4, and we're grateful that you gave us some time here. Come back anytime you have spare time. We'll take you.
All right. I'll check back in with you, Annie. Thanks.
All right. Bye, Mark. Thank you. Yeah, that's a lot of hustling. And he's stressing out about it. All right. My husband's down here to fix the lighting. Can you tilt that down just a little bit more, or tint that down a little bit more? All right. Katie, what is, have you been talking with Wiggins?
Yes,
okay.
He should be coming on momentarily.
In Disney World right now in Orlando. Going to have him go out and talk to the people in Florida and ask them who they voted for president at Disney World, and we'll see how that goes.
Politics at the Magic Kingdom. There you go.
Do you wish you were in Disney World so that it could be a nice distraction Are you
We should have
happier?
sent him with a microphone that he could walk around and interview people, but it wouldn't be plugged into anything. You just be dragging behind him. Wouldn't that be the most awesome Wiggins thing that we could possibly do?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Very happy with the thought of that.
With a little Mickey Mouse ears windsock on it.
Huh? Yeah. My husband's telling me things on paper like a civilized person, where I was yelling, Jared, the meat pizza before. He's trying to put our 4-year-old to sleep, and Mom's down in the basement yelling about
meat pizza.
Meat pizza from Emos. Jackie said your color is coming back. That's because my husband fixed it. The color's not coming back in my hair though. It's still as gray as can be. That's just the way it is. It's a little bit better, but see, it depends on whatever. This is a low rent operation. This is why we're so grateful for the super chats.
Yes.
They help us expand our ability to do fun things here and make it look good. My face could be worse, I guess. Yeah, what has Shannon Bream got? What's her setup? Have you ever seen Shannon Bream's tweets that she sends out before she broadcasts? She's in a guest bedroom. There's a dresser right behind her every night when she's doing Fox News at night. It's unbelievable.
But I'm telling you, I think, Annie, that she still has someone doing her makeup. And I don't know if that's like a family friend. I mean, obviously I don't know who it is, but someone is still doing her makeup so that it's like camera ready.
Yeah, and there's makeup and there's lighting, and they have to be in the same professional category.
Yes.
I'm trying to look up some. No, thank you. Man, I hope I have a voice tomorrow. We can't afford anybody else in the show to go down. Gabe, what are you doing tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
What's up with you?
Working. Same as always. Yeah, I get up, I roll out of bed, put a robe on, and go in my office. My home office.
I do have to say that broadcasting from home, there's pros and there's cons, obviously.
How do you like your new commute?
The biggest and the best pro, especially, I know that I'm like this. I know Annie is like this. Gabe, I don't know if you are like this. I like my sleep. I don't like to wake up. And so that commute is pretty spectacular right now.
Right.
And I'm still waking up at my usual time, but I'm able to turn on Fox News now for like 30 or 45 minutes and drink an entire pot of coffee before I have to get on the computer and start doing my show prep. Whereas
wait. An entire pot of are you serious, or is that hyperbole?
No hyperbole. It is 100% serious.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I will drink an entire pot of coffee in like 45 minutes.
Oh my
I will
gosh.
just doubt it. My husband will make a pot of coffee, and that's something that for him that lasts the whole day. He'll just get back and forth, refill, and it'll be from the 9 to 4:30 shift, or I should say 8 to 4:30 shift. I will just down it. So we're like a 2-pot of coffee family.
Wow. That amount of caffeine would literally kill me. I'd never sleep.
I've got a message here from Pam. It says, Annie, the gray is your receipts of life. I love that. I didn't know that I would have all of these receipts in my 30s, but yet here I am. And I needed to color my hair really bad in like February of 2017, and that was right when gray started coming in, and people started complimenting me like, Annie, where do you get your hair cut? I'm like, actually, I need to get my hair cut. Like, oh my gosh, I love your gray. It's so cool, blah, blah, blah. And so I was like, well, then why the heck am I going to pay to change it? And so I have not colored my hair since, I don't think I've had my hair colored since maybe November or maybe even before that, of 2016. And this is what it is, and I'm okay with it, and it's kind of nice, not to have to color it. So Pam, Silver Sisters, yes, Soul Sisters, Silver Sisters, love it. Thank you so much for the YouTube super chat. We appreciate it. I will use this $10 to either get better makeup or better lighting, but not better hair color. So I appreciate that very, very kindly. Also, Mike $5 says NC just went pink. Are you serious? Did it on our map? I want to see it, folks. I got to see it. election. Got to get this back up.
It sure
did. It did.
It sure did. It's neck and neck right now.
88% of expected vote in.
And it's neck and neck. 49.4% to each of them.
I feel like I want to have like a North Carolina song that I can sing to help the vibes. Like, take me home.
That is actually nuts.
But that's Kevin. Thank you so much. $5 for North Carolina went pink from Mike. And Kevin says, working from home is great. The commute is awesome. I've gotten in far fewer accidents. You say that. It's funny that you say fewer accidents. Yeah. There are still some that you have just not been able to eliminate. I would like to know more about those, Kevin. Thank you so much for the YouTube super chat. We were very grateful for that. And, one way or another, it's going to help me have a better night moving forward with the show if it doesn't go the way that we want it to. How are you all feeling? Let's send some comments here, and especially if you haven't commented yet, but if you've been commenting the whole night, keep them coming. We've got people watching right now on the Annie Fry Show Facebook page, the 97.1 FM Talk Facebook page, and the Annie Fry YouTube channel. And we'd love to hear from all of you. Let us know how you're feeling. You confident? And if you're confident, who are you pulling for? Because we're not just going to assume everybody here is for the same folks. And Katie, why don't you go through here and pick some good comments out and share them with the room as you're going through and seeing what people are saying.
Sure. Let's see.
While you're looking, I'll just say that I'm and this is before any of the results really come down to it. Yeah, I'm gonna say that I'm confident in so far as that God is still in control.
Oh, amen to that.
So as much disappointment as I would feel at a Biden victory, as much as I have to prepare for what that's going to mean for the country, and as sad as it would make me that in knowing the type of things that he would do to the country, I'd still pray for him. I'd still pray for the safety of his family and his administration, all the people he's going to bring in with him, and I would pray to the King of the kingdom to which I am a citizen, that he would, this would be part of his plan somehow, and I would just trust that he's going to work it out in the end.
Amen to that. That's a very well-timed message. Thank you for sharing that, because I feel the same way, and that's the type of message that is the most important to remember at a time like this, but is easiest to forget. Why is it always like that?
Yeah.
So frustrating. Also, Mike, Mike, guess what day tomorrow?
Guess what day it is?
Thank you. I'm feeling so much better now for Trump. Okay. All right. Let's keep it moving. Katie, you want to go ahead?
Trump Day.
Sure. Right now, we have Kelly on Facebook saying she's feeling slightly better. I think that we can all agree that, well, maybe we can't. I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit more confident.
I think we can all agree on anything.
Yeah, no, never mind on that. But Kelly, I'm glad that you're feeling a little bit more better. Doug on Facebook says, I'm more scared for the silly business. Okay. I think that if you're meaning silly business by the Democrats coming round, then I guess we can all say, okay. Jackie on Facebook says, amen, Gabe. Got to keep remembering God got this, which is true.
Mm-hmm.
Truth. Nancy on Facebook says, amen, Gabe. You have hit something here. I think we all just needed a little bit more of that in our lives. We have, I think, Lisa, love your comments, Gabe. I prayed God would put the best person in the presidency. Thank you, Lisa on Facebook. Let's see. Vicky, she says, I feel better, but I'm guessing anxiety. It's okay. We're all kind of in that same space too. We're all feeling that. I don't necessarily know if that's going to go away until we know the actual results.
And who knows?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Sue Lynn says, I'm worried for the unrest to follow. She is on our YouTube page. Sue Lynn, we've talked about this on the show before. That's something I don't think that we like to look ahead towards. because, you know, that is a scary notion. We've had a very, very hard 2020, and we've had a lot of things happening in cities, in big, big cities that have to do with, you know, rioting and looting. So let's just pray that that ain't going to be the case. David, very confident David on Facebook says, I think that Trump is going to win. Can you put that confidence on us, David?
Yeah. Just put it in my veins. Give it to me right now.
Shower us with the confidence. Annie, Robert Shaw.
Yay, Robert. Thank you for the YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. We are very grateful. Like we said, it is never, ever expected. We don't do this stuff. I mean, honestly, we're not getting paid to be here, but we would be doing this anyway. And we enjoy spending this time with you. And it is group therapy for us. Anytime there's a super chat, it helps us. We put it back into the show. And we're really grateful for everyone that we get on YouTube, but it's absolutely never, ever necessary. So don't ever feel like you have to do it. We've got Eric relaxing in the studio right now. Have you taken a bite of pizza? I was waiting for you to take a bite of pizza, and you haven't done that. Let's see here, Eric. What do you said? You said there's some interesting changes on the map. Oh my gosh! And then this face just pops in here. What is that in Disney World?
Hey, you guys.
Eric, hold on a second. Ryan, I got to ask you just first of all, two important things today. The most important thing today is that it's Katie's birthday. And I don't know if you've told her happy birthday yet, but you need to tell her happy birthday.
The problem is it's also my dad's birthday, and I can only call one person while I'm at his birthday.
Only one.
Well, you're here. You've already made the phone call, and that's really rude to your dad.
Yeah, well, this is work. I told my dad I got to go do work. And he was like, oh, okay, it's work, you know. So when it's work, it's work. You know, I'm just going to say work over and over and see if I can get out of not.
How is the world, Ryan? Are you enjoying yourself?
Well, what does this tell you?
Huh? Oh my
See?
Ball.
Don't even know what that is.
Is it a yo-yo?
Giant yo-yo.
No, I know what that is.
Oh,
that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I've never been to that resort. That's awesome.
Yeah, this is the cheap one. That's why.
Brian.
look at this one. Look at this one. There's another one.
The golf ball.
I'm between two giant yo-yos. Yeah.
Are you enjoying yourself? Legit. Are you having a fun time with your family?
I tell you what, I talked to Katie a little bit last night on Messenger. Up until today, I was like, I don't get it. I don't get what the big deal is. But we had a really good time at Hollywood Studios today. So I'm starting to kind of, it's taken me a couple days to kind of find the groove of what Disney is. I think we're missing out on a lot because there's a lot that's closed because of the virus. But I think I'm starting to get it. So yeah, we're having a good time though.
I think that the thing that is the best about Disney is the experiences you have. It's not the place, it's who you're with when you're at the place, and the time that it gives you with your family, with your loved ones, to spend time and focus on each other, which it seems like we have a really hard time doing because there are crazy things like an election going on right now. Now, Ryan, I'm going to pull this up, and I don't know how much you've been watching right now. This is on 971talk.com/Annie. And we've got this happening at the moment. Let me get this. I'm going to pull that comment down here real quick. There's a lot of pink and there's not a lot of light blue shade. Just your thoughts right now, what you've seen so far, how you've been following this from Disney World. What do you think, Ryan?
I tell you what, it's been hard to, as you probably know, there are no like lobbies or bars where I can sit and watch election coverage, which is what my plan was. So I can't keep up the way that you guys are. So I've been trying to just keep up online, and I'm just finding interesting little tidbits more than I am been able to, minute by minute, the stuff that you guys are seeing. One of the most interesting one is within the last half hour, the Chinese dollar on correct, which has to tell you something that they're starting to see that they think Donald Trump's going to win. So it's little stuff like that I'm watching that I'm going, wow, it looks like the tide is shifting. It's still a little bit early, especially on states. I think like North Carolina and Florida look pretty good. Georgia and Texas never to me were really that much of a concern.
I agree with you on that.
So if he's got those states, then you really are just starting to talk about the Rust Belt. And if you're showing that Pennsylvania is
just right now turned pink.
Slightly pink, and maybe that looked like Michigan was too, and Wisconsin apparently. That's great.
So real quick, I'm going to have Eric walk us through. Eric, do you want to go ahead, Ryan, and you can listen into what Eric's reporting is. Eric's been watching this at 971talk.com/election, where you too can go and follow along on the website. When we don't have it up here, you can see this in real time yourself as well. Eric, why don't you were talking about the map. You can inform me. And Ryan, do you have a little bit of time here? Are you okay?
Yeah. I've carved out a good chunk of kids are asleep time. So
okay, of your vacation. We appreciate it. It's good to see you. Eric, go ahead. Yeah, no kidding. We'd all rather be there with you. Eric, go ahead and tell us, point out some interesting things. I'll walk people through the map while you do it and follow your lead. Go ahead. Eric, can you hear me?
I know you're talking to me, but I can't hear you. My earbud just died, so give me a second.
Okay, that's fine.
I will continue to talk though.
Yeah, that's fine.
The interesting thing about this map is that some of the states that have been light blue have now flipped to light red, and that happened over the course of about 5 or 10 minutes ago. North Carolina, for the first time tonight, is a light red. It just means that it's leaning towards President Trump for the first time. 91% of the vote is in. He leads by 1 point. You go up to Pennsylvania. First time tonight that state has had any shade of red. 31% is in. Wow, it just ticked up to lead. Donald Trump leads by 7 points. It was 6. Now it's 7. Ohio, 80% in, 6 points, and then Michigan and Wisconsin, Donald Trump is leading. Again, I have to preface this though. I mean, it's not final. We still have a lot of precincts to report in those 4 states up there. So, Annie, you take over. I'm going to try to get my earbud to work.
That's fine. Yeah. So Ryan, just listening to some of what we're hearing there and looking at this map, I can leave the map up if you want, or I can take it down so we can see you better. Did you have a good feeling going in to tonight?
Yeah, I had a great feeling, and I have a great feeling. Although I have to admit, I was standing on that Skyliner right there behind me, texting with Katie and figuring out when I might be able to join you guys. And I saw some of the early stuff coming in, and it was like the first time that I got nervous. The first time this whole election season that I went, oh my gosh, this might not actually go the way that I expected it. So I've been really confident. Let me ask you guys a question really quick, just because I haven't been able to see as much as you, obviously. George Papadopoulos and then our very own Tim Jones have both said that Virginia looks really good, but I can't figure out why. Like, what are they?
There's a suggestion out there right now that it was called too soon. It was called like out the gate. And Eric, are you back with us now? Can you hear us now?
I am. I can hear you now.
So I was listening to Chris Steyerwalt with one ear on there, and I was talking here, which is basically what I do for a living, which is talk and not pay all the attention to what I'm saying at any given time. Eric, why don't you kind of fill Ryan in on what you heard, and because there was a discussion specifically about Virginia that Chris Steyerwalt answered to.
Okay.
Well, Chris Steyerwalt was getting grilled by the Fox News team, and he looked a little sweaty when he was trying to explain why they called it so quickly. And then they asked, well, why haven't you called Florida? Because that's obviously much more definitive than what Virginia is right now. And he has answers, but I don't know. Virginia would be interesting if that flipped back to too close to call. That would be a black eye on somebody.
Well, that's really interesting, because I did not realize that Chris Steyerwalt, he's clearly a really smart guy, so it doesn't surprise me, and he's in charge of their digital stuff as far as I know. It doesn't surprise me that he's the one kind of making those calls, but I didn't know that it was solely him. And you know what's interesting? I asked that question because when I said I was standing on the Skyliner earlier, I'm just dropping cookies as I go.
Dude.
That's what you do at Disney. It's so good. You just drop cookies around.
Like, I don't care. Who cares about money? It's Disney World. So that was when I saw that earlier. The early returns from Virginia is when I got worried, actually, because they called that. It took them quite a while to call Virginia in 2016. And if they were calling it that early this year, that did not bode well for Trump. And so that got me. That was, like I said, that was the first time that I went, oh my gosh, what is actually going to happen tonight? But then to see that it's maybe still in play, even if they don't win it, that it's still, on the bubble, that is really, really encouraging. And just to see, like you said, that Pennsylvania is shaded barely pink. I saw that right before I joined you guys, and man, that's huge. That in Arizona and Michigan, I mean, those are the states now, right?
The whole northern Midwest is, I look at there's compartments. There's Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, and I think that the likelihood of Trump winning those goes Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. But there's a significant portion of electoral votes up there. Then there's Pennsylvania, its own block, and then there's Georgia, which is kind of its own block, and then there's Arizona and any of those western states. Like if you were going to pick off in Nevada, if something was going to go crazy in your direction, or potentially one of those other western states specifically, there is nothing that has been taken out of play for Donald Trump that has me going, okay, like time to prepare.
Yeah.
But there are massive ones that are, to me, seem obvious that need to be called Florida for Trump that haven't been put in there. So I am counting 0 chickens right now. And I am going to go into a Trump victory or a Trump loss with my mind clear, without the expectations that I'm going to have to build up or break down after the fact. I wanted to show this to you specifically, Katie. Check this out. Cry More Lib, Madison Cawthorn is youngest Republican elected to Congress. He is the one who stood up at the RNC out of his wheelchair and made a really impassioned speech. It was really, really awesome to see. And he won his election. So I think that's kind of a cool thing. Ryan, I've been scrolling through Twitter here and just kind of picking up on things like you did. I saw after you mentioned it, the what was it? The Chinese yuan.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I have that right here. I can show you folks that this is indicative of something.
Wow.
Right.
Markets don't do stuff like this if they don't have a reason to.
Right.
I'll tell you this, my very dear friend who I love way more than any politician I've ever rooted for, who is a Democrat supporter, is not feeling good about the way this is headed. And I'm not feeling bad about it, but I've never felt good about it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Totally.
Yes, you have been very, very cautious. And I think smartly so. And I have been wildly optimistic. And
really, really ridiculously irresponsible.
And irresponsible. And rightly so.
Yeah, for sure. I want to add though to that the thing that I dread the most in life, as far as this kind of a thing goes, is having to eat my own words. I don't ever want to have my words put back in my face and have to regret that I said them. So I am hyper cautious in pretty much everything. And Katie can vouch, having been working with me for so long, how I write emails, how I send messages or texts. Like I am very purposeful and very intent with the words that I say. And I don't want to have to eat words. I would much rather, say handshake, good game, bring your best game in 4 years because we're coming back at you. But
you don't want to eat your words, but
Ryan, I'm frightened that I'm going to eat Ryan's words. They're wild and out of control. But you've been optimistic, and I'm, the whole time I'm thinking, Ryan, stop saying that. God, I hope you're right. Like the whole time.
I said that Trump would take the presidency, and then we'd hold the Senate. So we don't know. I don't know if you guys have talked much about the Senate yet tonight.
Not a whole lot. We know Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham have been checked to win. So, and we know that Hickenlooper in Colorado took out Gardner, so that is a Democratic pickup.
Yeah, and we know that Doug Jones is going to lose Alabama too, probably. So that'll be a net 0 at that point. I think some of these Senate races are going to be really, really close, just like in North Carolina. North Carolina is odd. I also don't know that if you've talked about the governor's races at all either, but the governor's races have actually been a point of good news so far, mostly for Republicans. Republicans have but held some weird seats. Like they have the governorship of Vermont and New Hampshire, even though they're going to lose the Senate seat, everything's staying the same. Nobody's picking up or losing any seats here. But this is really, the governorships are much more important than we think they are because we're going into a census redistricting. And in states that are primarily blue, like Vermont and like New Hampshire, that means that they can't gerrymander Republicans out of seats if that's possible. Those are small states. The reverse is true in one state, that is North Carolina, but that was also just, it's a continuation. It's not a pickup by anybody. The Democrat has held the governorship of North Carolina, which means that the Republicans can't gerrymander seats away from Democrats either. But for the most part, that's actually been a pretty good point of return tonight.
I just got some really good news.
Okay.
This is breaking news that you probably are only going to get on the Annie Fry Show.
This is
live
President
right
Trump
now.
calling us to tell us this.
I booked him, guys.
I speak with Melania, but that's because I prefer it.
Sure.
Trevor Haney, who is the campaign manager for Amy Ellick in District 111, has defeated Monica Bristow.
Yes.
That's right. That's one GOP pickup in the Illinois State House. I don't know if we're going to win anymore. I don't know if we're losing other places, but we were highly invested in that. And Amy Ellick is the bomb, and she deserves it. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
That's awesome. That is so exciting.
I'm trying to get her to come on. She's super busy right now, but I'm going to try to get her to come on and join us, even if it's for just 2 minutes here to tell her, yay,
Yeah.
congratulations. That's 111th district, flipping red. And I don't I've been trying to look at some of these. I'm trying to look at some of these other Illinois races as they come in, and it's just kind of hard to get reliable results. So, all right. Let me go to Ryan. Did you have something you wanted to say before I go to Eric here?
No, I mean, if you don't have any, I was going to ask you more about Illinois a little bit, but if you don't have anything like even trends or anything, then
I am going to go to Eric to cover some Missouri news, and I am going to find some Illinois stuff while Eric is going on that. So when Eric gets done here, maybe we'll have some more Illinois stuff that I can report on.
Yeah, I am actually just in the middle of sending a message to a sister station here.
What are you talking about?
A race that I just looked at. A race that I just looked up in Missouri, the 1st congressional district. AP says there's a little green check mark by Cori Bush, so it looks like she will take that seat, which I don't think was a big surprise to anyone. I think Cori Bush was supposed to take that seat.
Yeah, that's my district. I'm sorry, guys. It's not my fault, but I'm sorry.
I like to have to apologize for everything that exists around
exactly.
here. It's miserable.
And he's got me.
District 2, Ann Wagner, just 1% reporting. Ann Wagner leads by a couple thousand votes there. But that's just 1% reporting. Let's look at some of the initiatives in Missouri. 30% reporting. Missouri Amendment 1, which is the term limits. No at 52%, yes at 47%. Again, 30% reporting. Amendment 3, which changes the redistricting process. Same number reporting. yes 53%, no 46%. I guess I could have shared my screen. So you had some sort of visual.
Yeah. Your microphone is I don't know if it's cutting out for you. Katie, is it cutting out for you?
Yeah, it's cutting out a little bit.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay. Trust me, we are all familiar with technical problems here. I am going to wait. Yeah, now you sound good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I switched mics.
There you go.
But yeah, I think it's pretty clear that Trump will carry Missouri. I'm going to switch over to the governor race here, and I'll share my screen if you want me to, Annie, so they can see this map.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like Mike Parson right now is in the lead with 41% reporting. But again, that's 41%. He leads 56 to 41% Nicole Galloway's number. That's about it when it comes to Missouri numbers. The overall reporting for Missouri still isn't over 50%. So.
Okay, well, I'm going to take us over now to Illinois. Ryan, are you still there? Ryan, are you still with us? Okay, there he is. Ryan, can you hear us okay? Yep. Okay. Thumbs up. So these are Illinois election results. This is with the New York Times, which is where we're going to get these, mostly because that's about the only place we could get the detailed, up-to-date ones. I'm going to see if I can enlarge this. I was hoping it would look a little bit better than that, but fine. No, I'm not subscribing for $1 a week. Give me a break. President Donald Trump losing. That's obviously been projected quite a bit ago. 38% reported. I think that's the majority of these races are going to be about that. Let's look at this. Just a nice little peek into here of what the state of Illinois looks like. I think that's an important thing for people to see, right, Ryan? Eric, you fellow Illinoisan residents. I mean, this is our state. Look at this. This is Springfield. This is a red Springfield.
Wow.
This is a big deal. Like, you look at this, Peoria is a light blue. Presidentially,
what's the reporting number on Springfield?
Springfield is 94% of estimated votes reported.
Wow.
And it's 52,000 to 48,000. I mean, that's competitive, folks.
That should tell you about how much weight Chicago has.
Well, let's take a peek here. 33% of Chicago votes in. It always takes them forever to get in. They got to figure out what they got. Never mind.
No, go ahead.
No, never mind. You just infer what I don't know what's in your head. But you've got 81% of the ballot going towards Joe Biden there. So, but if you look at that, 651,000 Democratic votes coming out of the state or out of Cook County alone, 651,000. Let's go back up here and see of those votes coming out of there. I mean, that's a fourth of the votes ish, about a little less than a fourth. So just, look at that state right there. It's not as blue as it always looks when it's just a one monochrome, non-county broken down result here. So I'm going to scroll down here. This is for Senate. If you're interested in this, this is a 56% to 36%. This is a pretty substantial victory for Dick Durbin, but that's not a surprise. Again, here's the state. It's pretty red. And now we get to the U.S. House races. A lot of these districts here at the very beginning, these are going to be Chicago-based districts. This right here is Jeannie Ives. I'm very interested in how this vote ends up coming out here. You can see it's very close. With 51%, so a lot to be counted still. She is right there. So let's hope that she ends up being able to pull that through. I really hope that she does. We're going to go to, oops. I need to minimize this a little bit. Too much. This is all of the House races. We have 18 districts in the state of Illinois, 18 representatives in the House of Representatives. We will lose one of those representatives after we redistrict here in 2020, which will happen after the census is completed and redistricting. Down here is Bost. Mike Bost was on the show today. He is having a sizable lead at this point in time. Rodney Davis as well. Overwise this would be a pickup if this were to happen. This is a big opportunity for Republicans to pick up a seat. So that's looking good.
That's great.
Okay. And then we're going to scroll down here to the ballot measure. Look at this. This is the progressive tax. 51% right now, Ryan. No. 51%.
Oh, that's awesome. How much?
So-
How reporting? How far are we in reporting?
That's great.
I would say, you probably somewhere around what everything else is. Some of these are 51%. It doesn't say right here what it is in. But when you consider that this is 51% no right now and how much decisive blue is everywhere else, man, do you have an idea about how crappy of a ballot measure this is? Hopefully that sticks. There's still a lot of Chicago to come in, so that could turn. So we will definitely keep an eye out for this. In the state Senate, one race that I am looking at is Darren Bailey, who you've heard a lot about. Darren Bailey is a House representative. He ran for the state Senate this time around, and looks like he has a sizable lead right here. He is replacing a retiring state senator who had been there for a long time, and I can't remember his name, but that was a pretty GOP solid district there. So look at all these uncontested people. Give me a break. Now let's go to the state house. Now there's 118 of these, and a lot of these here, this is Chicago. This is what you expect in these northeastern districts. But when we get down to ours, which are in the hundreds, let's scroll down here to Katie Stewart winning by 57% right now to 43%. Amy Ellick at 52% to 48%. Like I said, I have confirmation from her campaign that they have won, so they have called that. I don't know if Stewart has called hers yet. This is this freeze right here. This is a Republican pickup if this holds. That's a really big deal. Greenwood and Barnes. Dave Barnes is a Republican challenging LaToya Greenwood. This is East St. Louis, and they don't count their ballots like anybody else. And this is St. Clair County, and people who know St. Clair County are going, oh, of course they don't. So it looks like the possibility of at least 2 Republican pickups right now if Ellick and Freeze hold. And I'll check and see what my sources say about Lisa Champoli and Katie Stewart to see how that race is going. Lots of interesting stuff here. And that ballot measure, of course, is one that I'm very interested in. Let's look at the judges here to see if there's anything that sticks out to us. Supreme Court. Overstreet, 66% Overstreet. This is very good. This is who we wanted to, or who I should say, wanted to have that race. So 66% for Overstreet right now. And that's about it for the state. So we kind of walk through there. That's interesting stuff there. Brian or Eric, did you have any more updates you wanted to add into the list here?
Actually, yeah. AP finally called Missouri for Trump. AP also has just declared Mike Parson winner.
Wow.
For governor.
Wow.
They called Parson?
Yes, they called Parson.
Man, where's Mark Cox?
Which is interesting because they're calling it at 47% of the vote in. So that's interesting.
Eric, quick question, real quick, because I was cutting out when you said it. Did you say that the Amendment 3 that would repeal Clean Missouri is right now looking like it's going to pass?
Amendment 3, Annie, I'm sharing my screen again with you.
Yep, knock yourself out.
So if you see there, Amendment 3, 34% precincts are reporting. Yes is up 54 to 45. The yes votes on Amendment 3.
Okay.
That's good.
And there's nothing called on that yet. I would assume that's too close to call. There's only about 100,000 votes separating the two. There's a lot of counties still to report. Amendment 1, 2-term limits. It's even a closer race there with the no vote slightly edging out the yes vote. But I just think them calling the governor race so early is I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
Someone else has to talk. I'm chewing my speech.
Well, what do you find? Let me.
Me too.
I'm starting to lose reception or something. So
everybody's taking a bite of food. I find it in. I'm going to back out here to the national races and just see where we're at on the map. And all of those states that they're leaning Republican are still leaning Republican. Although Texas has now flipped to red. It was blue. 72% in, he leads by 4 points. I personally didn't think Texas was ever in play this year. That's just me. I do think, however, this is just some Eric Sykes insight. I do think that in 16 years, Texas could become a state that's in play. There's a lot of people moving from the West Coast to Texas, to those metropolitan areas, and they keep the same mentality, but they go to the state that is giving them the better deal, right? So I think that it could be in play in years to come, but not this year. Florida is stuck at 91% still. 91%.
My goodness.
Hey, Eric, real quick, if I'm not breaking up, I was looking at something recently that because I'd been under that assumption too, that it's a bunch of California leftists moving to Texas to get a better tax rate or a better work environment or whatever, who are then turning the state more blue. Somebody I just saw recently did a study, and I'm not sure that this is a definitive that's absolutely what it is now, but it said that that it's actually mostly Republicans that are moving from blue states into Texas. But it's not migration that's causing Texas to flip, but it's actually immigration, as in they're getting so many new people from Latin America in who tend to vote more Democratic, that it's kind of a foot race between those two groups, and that's why it's becoming tighter. Again,
no, you're cutting out now, but I think we all get your point. I think that that's a valid point and doesn't surprise me at all. Texas is a very attractive state for people like people that live on the West Coast, and people coming into this country from Latin America. It's a very attractive state. There's a lot of companies hiring. There's a lot of companies, frankly, that are moving to Texas because of their policies that are attractive to businesses. So, like I said, I don't think this is the year Texas becomes is in play for Democrats, but I do think that in 8 years or 16 years, Republicans will have to really fight for that.
Hey, tell those kids to shut up.
Stop having fun at Disneyland. What's wrong with you?
Here's the problem, you guys. It's kind of late, and they probably heard you say that.
His name is Brian Wiggins.
Right. That's all from me for right now. I'm gonna hop on to the radio here. I'll be back in a bit.
Sounds great.
Okay. Ryan, are you sorry, this is just one question about Disney, and then we can put it behind us.
No, please.
Um,
I like being
have
the
you
authoritative
seen
voice.
some
on
magical
Disney.
characters? Have you seen some magical characters frolicking about?
They're so magical. The characters are well. Here. I'll just show you one. There, see that?
Look for the bare
Yeah, that's right. That's Baloo. No, there really actually aren't that many characters out and about, and it's a little weird because I guess they assume that kids are gonna run up and hug them, so they they keep them like behind fences. So Rapunzel will come out, but she's behind a fence and she's doing curtsies and like waving at children, but it's like she's Pink
back in the tower.
Wall, like she's like, oh, there's great Rapunzel. Nobody gets near her. You can't have fun. But yeah, we've seen Chewbacca today and Buzz Lightyear on Monday. So we've seen a few.
Awesome.
So Ryan, are you saying that they put the characters in cages? Who built the cages, Ryan?
I am. It's like those cages.
They look like they're coming out from their balconies, and they just are conveniently located separate from you so that you can't actually tangibly experience them.
Yeah, it's neat. Like you look up and you're like, oh wow, look, there's a character, and they like swing a baby over the rail and they run back.
Oh my god!
This isn't Universal Studios. Stop it. I have nothing against Universal Studios. Man, yeah. John says on Facebook, now you've done it, Ryan. You've got Annie going on Disney. I won't. I need these guys to talk for a second because I've been talking since 6:00, and that's after 3 hours earlier.
How late are you going tonight?
Until they stop. That's how late I'm going to be here. And if we've got 300 people watching right now, and I'm grateful for every single one of them, but this is it. This is what we've been waiting for, and we're going to wait and see how this ends. And I'm not going to I couldn't go to bed and be like, well, I'll see what happens in the morning. That's not happening.
Yeah. Just FYI, my battery started this call at 70%. Now I'm at 10, so I may have like 2 minutes left.
That's fine.
Okay.
Well, you go, Brian. You can join back in with us in a few hours if this is still going on.
Hey, I might.
I don't know. I would welcome that. It's exciting. I really do think it's exciting.
Yeah, this is the stuff. I love it. That's why I kept saying like I'm such a stupid idiot for scheduling this vacation for right now, because I live for this stuff and I can't do it. But that's all right. That's why I'm here.
Well, Ryan, we're gonna let you go so you can go out on your own terms, and we hope you are having a wonderful vacation. You have no obligation to come back, but you've always got a spot here if you want it on your way back. So.
All right, I'm gonna call Katie and wish her happy birthday real quick.
Okay. I'm gonna call her on. You gotta hurry up because it's almost midnight there.
Yeah, and I've only got 6% now too, so I gotta really hurry.
All right.
Do it.
All right,
Ryan. We'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Bye. That's funny.
Now, on that whole thing with Texas, potentially going blue, I think that speaks to the fight that's going to necessarily continue past today, whether or not Trump wins, and that's that we were kind of talking about earlier on in the stream here, where you're talking about the culture war and how we're fighting against the indoctrination. And the narrative building by a great majority of culture, and I think that's where the fight needs to be held. From a political standpoint, if the Republicans want to have a fighting chance in the future, they need to start actually battling the Democrats in the culture, because politics is downstream of culture, and if we continue cede all this cultural ground to the other side, like they've been doing for however many decades, they're just going to keep controlling it. They're controlling the message in schools, they're controlling the message in music and entertainment and in the halls of academia. and in mainstream media. We can't allow them to continue that, because that's where the narratives are constructed. That's where the Antifa thugs are they're the seeds for that are planted. All of those things come from that cultural shift that we've had since I would say since the late 60s, early 70s, as more leftists started to get into positions of influence, and we need to realize that that's kind of where the battle is. It isn't just about attaining political power. It's about finding cultural places of cultural influence, these key nodes in infrastructure, as they would say in true warfare, and those key nodes need to be contested, or else we're done for.
Yeah, I think those are great points, and thank you for making them. I'm looking at Bill Hemmer working this board right now, and he's in Pennsylvania, and it's looking pretty red. But we're gonna hold off on getting too worked up about that for right now. I want to do another pulse check here with everybody who's on our comments right now. Katie, I'm going to go through Twitter here for just a second, and we'll check what Twitter is doing. And while I do that, I'm encouraging you, commenters, watchers, people who are here with us, friends, comment and tell us how you're feeling, what your predictions are. Or do you think you know who's going to win? Do you think you know when we're going to know who's going to win? And after I get done with Twitter, we'll go to Katie, and Katie can pop up some of those comments and go through there. So I'm just going to share my Twitter feed. Again, a reminder, this is my Twitter feed, and what you see, you see. And as we scroll through here, I'm just going to kind of show you if I'm sitting here watching this night go through, what am I seeing, and what's striking me. This let's see here. Oh boy. a lot of undertalk here. Oh my gosh, look at this. Gabe, Jameel Hill. Mm-hmm. If Trump wins re-election, it's on white people, no one else. What does that even mean?
Oh gosh, that's another one of these women that makes me want to cuss. So scrolling on.
Let's see here. I like to look at who these people are before I read about them. Cabot Phillips. He is in charge of the Daily Wire, which is a place that I enjoy reading, creator and editor at the Real Daily Wire. The fact that Florida has not been called for Trump yet, but Virginia was called before a single vote was counted should tell you all you need to know about the media. I see a lot of chatter right now about this decision to call Virginia and not call Florida. In the end, if they call Florida correctly and they call Virginia correctly, I suppose that they got it right. And I doubt they're going to change their ways. If they have to retract the Virginia call for Trump, then I think we're going to have some conversations about this. The Blaze, here's the Blaze. They called Florida 2 hours ago.
Oh my goodness.
That's crazy.
I like how they have dancing Trump in their little little graphic there.
No kidding.
All of my stuff seems to be all of my Twitter and AP News and stuff like that. Everything seems to be stuck on 2 hours ago. And I'm like, is my laptop breaking down? I just got this freaking laptop.
Your laptop's fine. They might be breaking down. Marco Rubio said an hour ago, Trump is up in Florida by 3.5 points and 381,000 votes with 91% reporting and only 50,000 votes left to count. It's over. So why don't they call the race to deny Trump an early swing state win until Arizona and Nevada close? That's what Marco Rubio says. That's an interesting take. That's kind of what was it you that said that before, Gabe? They want you to keep your watching.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, Katie, can you message too and see if Mark might be available? I know he's probably being pulled in 8 million places, but I'd like to get him back on to follow up on his KMOV hits and to see if they've decided to go along with other folks calling Parson the victor in the governor race there.
And as much as we've talked about how they used polls to sort of influence polls, I kind of think that they used the early calling to influence voting as well. It may not be hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands of votes that are influenced by that, but in tight races it could mean the difference.
Yeah, I completely agree. Those are winners. Colton Wong won a Gold Glove, and Tyler O'Neill won a Gold Glove. And Colton Wong's a free agent, so let's do something about that. I mean, we could still sign him, right? We could still sign him, especially if the free agent market. I'm sorry. Sidebar: if the free agent market doesn't bear what it likely will, because everything's going to be down so much because of COVID.
Mark Saxon just reported this week that most teams are
out of the sports department with Jared Fry
are not signing free agents.
Yeah,
and there's going to be a flood of arbitration eligible.
You don't want to go into free agency right now. You want a job because there's no money because they didn't sell any tickets.
Most of them are going to end up signing short contracts for cheaper.
Elise Stefanik team reporting Congress. Stefanik won Clinton County by nearly 14%. Does that mean she won? I like Elise. I became an Elise Stefanik fan during impeachment trial. She's sassy. DC votes to decriminalize hallucinogenic mushrooms by a wide margin. Gabe, you were saying about culture. Okay, moving on.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to burn this mother effer to the ground. Protesters surround police behind White House after arrest. Wonderful. Jeez. Awful. Maria Elvira Salazar, a Republican, defeats incumbent Donna Shalala in race for Miami-Dade District 27 congressional seat. A Republican won the Miami-Dade District 27 seat in Congress. Wow. Man, there must be something to that Cuban vote for show.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
USA Today tweets, with 41% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania, the AP reports Trump leads with 54.6% of the votes, Biden with 42.7%. Here's a look at the county by county results as of 9:50 our time, which is just 10 minutes ago. That's a red Pennsylvania right there, don't you think?
Wow. Okay, so you got Pittsburgh on your left there.
Oh yeah,
and
you
then,
tell us what's up. This?
Yeah, I think that's Pittsburgh.
If you tell us that, we're gonna go with it.
and it's Philly on the far right. I can't remember what's in the middle though. My family's out of Western Pennsylvania. My mom's family. We used to go out there for vacations every summer. So I used to know that area a lot.
Sorry, Matthew Fry in our Florida sports department says, I do believe they're trying to get Wong at a discount over his contract extension, but I believe they want to sign Yachty first at a discount as well. And Matthew Fry is my brother-in-law, so I read his comment. That's just all I have to say about that. And he's a Cardinals fan in Florida territory. And he's a Florida voter, so he means a lot more than me in my little Illinois vote. Oh, Biden won Oregon and Washington. Yeah.
Because it's Central Time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Laura Loomer loses. What do you think about that, Gabe?
Yeah, I kind of saw that one coming. Can you
imagine if she would have gotten in there? Do you know a lot about Laura Loomer?
I know enough about her that she's
what can you tell me?
Most people would call a provocateur, in that she's kind of the conservative attention getter kind of thing. She's I guess if we had an AOC type, she might fit the bill. I mean, and of course, being she's a broken clock, so she's right twice a day. So occasionally, you get a lot of things that she would say is like, oh yeah, that's on point and that's on point. But she's a little nutty, and I don't think she had actual any Republican establishment support down there. So I don't think she would have had any of the access to any of the money or infrastructure or the ground game or anything like that. So I didn't expect her to win.
She's blocked on every social media platform, right?
Yeah.
Who do we have? It's a celebrity sighting. Oh, it's Mark Cox, Donald Trump. What kind of Donald Trump toy is that?
It's a pen dispenser.
Wait, did it say something?
I'm really rich.
Hey, what's happening? How you guys doing?
So you've been telling those folks at KMOV what's up?
I've been trying. They won't listen to me.
Are they calling it yet?
Now I don't want you to call anymore.
Well, they finally acknowledged that Missouri was going to Parson. Fox called it an hour ago, but Channel 4 refused to do that. I'm sure they've got their own reasons. But here's what's big. This is big news, big breaking news on the Annie Fry Facebook page.
We love it.
They're calling the Missouri Senate 15th District race for Andrew Koenig. That is
Ooh.
huge.
Ooh.
That probably portends well for Ann Wagner in the 2nd congressional district. He was considered as late as last week to be a sure win for the Democrats. They dumped untold hundreds of thousands of dollars into that race. And many Republicans were privately whispering that they were afraid he was going to lose. He won that race by 7,000 votes at least. Well,
Wow.
with it was 60-70% reporting. So that's huge. That is really a big deal over here in Missouri.
For sure. What else are you looking at right now? I mean, this map, I can pull it up here in a second. Since we talked, which was about an hour ago, I think, there has not been much that has changed. And like I was saying before, there is nothing in. Now, I didn't come into this optimistic. I came into this preparing myself for the worst because that's just the kind of person that I am.
Hey, breaking news. Fox just called Florida for Donald Trump.
Yeah!
Just
About
called.
time.
I don't know
Bunker.
what took them so long. It's a 400,000 vote difference.
They were
with
waiting for you to get done
97%
with.
of the votes in.
That's amazing.
What are they
Yes.
thinking about? What
Yes.
took them so long?
Yes, Florida.
Put
Yes.
one more in the win column. So I'm watching CNN in there a minute ago, and they've already moved on to, well, here's Biden's likely path to victory. Now he's got to win in Arizona, and he's got to win in Wisconsin, and he's got to win Pennsylvania. And the problem right now for him is that he's not winning in those states. Well, he's winning in Arizona, but he's not necessarily the winner yet in Pennsylvania. We may not know the Pennsylvania answer today, but if the president was to win Michigan and to win Wisconsin and pull off some sort of a miracle in Minneapolis, I think it would be over.
So can you see this map that we've got up here right now? This is the AP map. If you can't see it very well, you got to get your specs on.
I do have to get my specs on. Hold on.
That's fine. This is what we've got. Anybody can follow this specifically at 971talk.com/election, and you can see how this goes. They don't have Florida counted yet, but it will be shortly, I'm sure. That's the Fox News has called Florida for Trump, but the AP has not quite yet. This is what you were talking about, Mark, before. There's a lot of different people calling things a lot of different ways. What do you see on this map right now that makes you concerned for Donald Trump's chances? Do you want this map if you're Donald Trump, or do you want this map if you're Joe Biden?
Oh boy, I don't. The thing that concerns me is that the president's leading in North Carolina. They refuse to call it. He's leading in Georgia. They refuse to call it. Fox just called Florida. He's leading in Ohio, but they refuse to call it. It's Michigan is pink right now. He's got a pretty good sized lead in
11-point lead with 43% in, and that's been maintaining. It's been about that. 4 points leading in Wisconsin with 57% in.
It's encouraging, and here, I talked to Ryan Recker. He's down at KMOX, but I saw him in the hallway a minute ago, and he points out to me that the really big news that nobody's talking about is that around 8:30 this evening, all the major betting lines went about 75% to Trump. That the Vegas people who handicap these races are putting all of their money on Trump to win right now.
Wow.
So I mean that's something. I mean it's not scientific, but I'm telling you what, if I don't bet on football and basketball games and stuff, but when I look at what the line is, it is scary, Annie, usually how close the outcome of the game is to whatever they say it's going to be. I don't know
they know
how
what they're doing.
know, but they seem to know.
Something about the money.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
So I want to point out something. I don't know if you've seen this yet, but Amy Ellick was running for Illinois State House in 111 against Democrat Monica Bristow.
Right.
I have gotten contacted from her campaign that they have declared victory over there. So that's a big pickup for Republicans in the House. It's one step in the right direction. Not sure if Katie Stewart in my district is going to pull off a victory. She's the Democrat incumbent. Lisa Champoli challenging her, so we're watching that as well. And the last I saw, 52% no vote on the progressive income tax in the state of Illinois. So praying that ends up getting through as well.
Hey, man, I should be able to check back in with you around the bottom of the hour.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Anytime you get a hold of Katie or you just pop right back in here, we'll take you.
All right. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Mark.
See ya. All right.
Bye-bye. We got Eric back in here now as well. Eric, you got anything you want to walk us through in this moment?
Well, I think that big race call for Florida is a big boost to Trump voters. It probably makes them less nervous. But that map, I mean, if you're looking at that map, Annie, it hasn't changed much. On the AP map, on the AP side of things, from when we last talked about it, everything is still leaning the lighter shade of red on those states. I think AP will call Florida here pretty soon. I really don't know what they're waiting for. 98% is in. Georgia, again, he's leading by 10. I think North Carolina is one to watch because it's still a slim margin. It's only 1%. Or 1 point lead there. But have you checked on Pennsylvania and Ohio lately?
Yeah, this is interesting. I'll put Pennsylvania up here. Talk to us a little bit about Pennsylvania and what we're seeing there, and then we'll go from Pennsylvania to Ohio. We can go through the northern Midwestern states too.
I'd say about an hour ago, Donald Trump took the lead in Pennsylvania, and it has not come down at all. It's only gone up. The last time I checked, he was leading by 7 points. Now it says 13 points. Yours hasn't updated yet, Annie. It's about to go to 13 on Pennsylvania.
Let's get this refreshing here.
Sure, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, so he's... oh, wait. Hold on. You're on Virginia. You scared me a little bit. There you go. Wait
a second. This is a drastic
wait a
change
minute.
of events.
Yeah, so he's leading by 13 points there. Over in Ohio, he's leading by 8 points with 91% of the vote in. I don't see that going back the other way. Up in Michigan, he's leading by 11 points. But only less than half of the votes are in there in
Which
Michigan.
one are you on? Michigan?
In Michigan. And
I just saw somebody commented, and I'd like to see more about this. Can we see Senate races on this by the state? No.
No, not about. We only have access to Missouri's.
Mark Reed says on YouTube, John James is pulling ahead in Michigan, so that's exciting. That would be a big deal.
That would be a big deal.
I love him.
That would be that'd be a big deal. I'm checking on Missouri right now because I'm watching we just got a big update in District 2. Ann Wagner and Jill Shoup. It's a slim margin. Ann Wagner, 93% is reporting. Ann Wagner is up by about 17,000 votes. So if you go over to District 1, there you go. It's a very slim margin, so I don't think they're going to call that just yet.
That's great. She's got to pull it through. Cori Bush, look at that.
Yeah,
just like basically unchallenged.
She cleaned house. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's your fault. I don't want to take the blame for the
for Illinois.
For Illinois. So here's the Mike Parson
there it
breakdown here. Interesting to see. Nicole Galloway in St. Louis City leads by 63 points in the county.
So how did Governor Parson fare in the county and city?
Badly.
Yeah, looks like
Nicole City he's losing by 63 points, and Nicole is winning by 23 in the county. And then you go over to Kansas City. I mean, Missouri has the same compromise of situation as Illinois does. It's just that our big city, our big county is just really, really gigantic. Third largest city in the country. So that's what you get.
That seems to be the thing around the country. No, I was just going to say that seems to be the same thing around the country. All of the metropolitan areas are the big dem strongholds, and then everywhere else is where is red.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any reporting out of Nevada yet. I don't know what time their polls close, but like all of the west coast has been called for Joe Biden. The entire West Coast.
Yeah, I saw that. It's
But
crazy.
Nevada has nothing reported yet.
Let's see here.
I see Lindsey. Did you guys talk about Lindsey Graham?
I heard he was making his acceptance speech, which is really
Yeah.
awesome. That's great.
All right.
So according to AP, Biden still leads in the count 209 to 118.
Rob says, Annie, can you talk to Virginia? Gap seems to be broadening and it's allocated blue. So let's pull up Virginia here. You know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to look up. I have to call in 97.1 here in just a second, which I guess I will probably just do right in front of you people. I have nothing to hide.
Do it.
I'm looking at Virginia now, and this is I'm Googling, so forgive me.
I have it on the New York Times right now, and they have 58% of estimated votes reported. Joe Biden has I'm going to share my screen here with you. Joe Biden has 1.2 million and Trump has 1.4 million. So 52% of the votes to Donald Trump, and it's a Joe Biden state, and it's been Donald Trump's lead the entire time, as far as I understand it. So
I mean, is that just because they're having some reporting issues in the metropolitan areas there, or
I don't know. I mean, I cannot really explain it. I know that it's been asked of Chris Stirewalt specifically, like, hey, what's going on here? And they put him on the screen to ask him that question because they're confident in his answer. That's why he goes on there to answer that question. You ask the tough questions and you do it publicly because it's a tough question everybody wants to have answered. And he said the turkey is cooked or something like that. And he made it, which he's always got a food reference. He usually talks to us about like Starburst and jelly beans, I think. So I don't know what the deal is there. I don't get it, but I also know that at the end of this evening, the chances of them being completely wrong on that is not likely. Is it Tuberville?
Yes,
it's Tuberville. He won. Doug Jones gone. Just goes to show you put a half decent candidate up against him, and you're going to be fine. So that is a Republican gain. In that, I gotta get my mouse over here. A Republican gain for the Senate, which is good because in Colorado, they lost. What's his name? Garland? No. What's his name? Hickenlooper won. I'm thinking Overland or Garland, so it's something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
It's getting late, and I've been talking.
Gardner.
Gardner.
Yes.
There you go.
I knew it had to do with land. This is really the way my brain goes. Jackie on YouTube just says, please like and subscribe and ring the bell, fellow viewers. I appreciate that, Jackie. We are looking to get as many people into the Annie Fry family here on our YouTube channel, and we appreciate each and every one of you. All right, I think I need to call them?
Tony has not texted me back at all.
What I don't want to do, I'm not going to call them and sit on hold. They can call me. They got my number.
Yeah. That's good.
I should take a bite of this Emo's pizza and then they'll call.
Right. If all of the states that are currently pink stay that way and they go red, Trump wins 289 to 249.
Just with the way it is right now. So Nevada is the only one that hasn't weighed in on anything.
Right, but even if it went blue,
yeah, you're giving Nevada up.
I'm giving Nevada up. So Trump wins all of the pink states on the current map. He wins 289 to 249.
Gabe, did you end up making one of those virtual maps that Annie sent out?
I did. Mine was very ambitious.
I liked it.
Did it look anything like what we are seeing right now?
Not at all. Well, honestly, the theory I was working off of was that Trump would pick up about 3% of the vote over what he got in 2016, and spreading that out like peanut butter across all of the states. Then you pick up all of those close races from 2016. So that's that would give him a few of these other states here, like for instance Virginia, or I think Minnesota I was giving him, and even Arizona and things like that. But as it stands, it looks like he might have picked up 1%. Across the country, and he lost some here and there too, like Virginia, because he won Virginia in 2016. So it wasn't as big of a bump as I was giving him credit for, based on the things I was hearing and experiencing on social media and whatnot. But I think it's still going to be sufficient to give him the win.
I don't think we can hear you, Annie.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Annie.
I muted because I was eating. Sorry. Kenosha, Wisconsin, going all the way back to Obama, Romney, has been like 56% plus for Democrats. And right now it's at 63% for Trump. Kenosha.
What?
Kenosha, Wisconsin, right now, in Wisconsin, is right now at 63% in for Trump. And previous to that, it was always a drastic majority for. You had to go all the way back to Obama Romney to get it down to 56%. Did I say that correctly?
Law and order.
Yeah,
well,
law and order.
Kenosha experienced firsthand the craziness of the party, in running right now, and they got, and once those troops came in, once the federal enforcement people came in, once I believe that's where they started that deputizing the local police to the federal, is that right, or something like that. Once they started that policy, and they, it created this drastic difference. All the violence went away, the streets started clearing up, and you couldn't do anything but pin that on what Donald Trump said he was going to do, and he did it, and he saved your community. How else, what else do you have to, as the most stark indication of what the man's about? And you reward him with your vote. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, and that's what's happening. It's pretty cool to see. Hold on just a second.
Guys, I ate half of this pizza.
Oh, you ate half?
I ate half of this pizza.
I've almost eaten my whole one, but mine was an 8-inch.
I'm afraid if I eat any more, I'm going to be tired. So I'm like, I'm going to hold off on that. But I could eat more.
I need to eat more. Well, actually, I don't need to eat more, but I really want to. I guess that's my problem.
I think keep going. Give in. Give in to your inhibition. Give in. Why? So Fox is the only news source reporting that Trump won Florida. I don't see that anywhere else. Anybody else seeing that?
No,
we haven't called it.
But Fox did, and so that's why I'm just curious if we've heard anything else about it from Mark.
AP has it 98% in.
Oh my God! What is
Fox News has just called Arizona for Biden.
Arizona for Biden.
Whoa.
That's the first one that I've seen that I was like, come on now. So we'll see. But going back to Gabe's theory here, if the red stays red, it's still a Trump win. And,
Ads there, and we are calling now the former vice president. If you look at the race to 270 electoral votes, Joe Biden is ticking closer at 218 to 148.
The state by state analysis of these votes is going to be really interesting to me, just because the states that went from being for Trump to being anti-Trump. I'm really curious as to, for exit polls, I suppose, as to what was the motivation for switching. Or maybe it wasn't a matter of switching. Maybe it was a matter of just a get out the vote effort on the Democrats' part, just doing the hard work.
Yeah, McSally is projected to have lost her seat. So that is a blue pickup. So right now we have 2 Democrat seat pickups and 1 Republican seat pickup. Going back to Michigan up here, looking at 47% in assuming that this is still up to date. 47% in, and Trump's up by 11 points. So potential John James pickup there. Eric, I'm going to share your screen, and I'm picking up the phone right now because I'm going to be going on 97.1.
Yeah, sure.
Is Annie?
That Arizona call by Fox is an interesting call. AP hasn't called that yet on our map. So
I
guess we'll wait and see. Yeah, go ahead.
My husband and I were just talking about this, and I don't really know if there's an exact answer, but I went in there because my husband's gaming friends are actually watching us right now, and I think he's playing like WoW, like World of Warcraft or something like that. But he shares like these links whenever we do these broadcasts with his gaming buddies. Anyway, I went in there and I told him, I'm like, well, Fox News just called Florida for Trump. And he's like, that's weird. This map that I'm looking on hasn't said anything about that. Does anybody know? Is it just like a different algorithm that they're using to call something and project that early before everybody else does? Or like when is the final call? Is it when every news outlet says, okay, this is actually who won? Is that when they make
everybody has a different methodology, right? So a lot of people use polling data with exit polls and then combined with the real-time data, and it's a numbers game. They know how many ballots they still have yet to count, and it's a math game, and so they call it like that. But it doesn't. The thing is, it would be. I haven't seen a situation where, at least in a long time, where Fox News calls a race and someone else calls it differently. It's usually Fox News calls a race and the others don't call it.
Okay. Right? I mean, that's what's happening now, right?
Yeah. I have an interesting thing that I'm going to share here.
Sure. Annie's out, so let's just cause mayhem.
We should really. I mean, honestly.
Bring it.
Let's just cause absolute chaos.
Can you share my screen? Because I just took it off. Do you have that ability?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So this is the electoral map, and all of the Browns are uncalled races.
Yeah.
Let's say that Arizona does go to Biden, as Fox News just said. There's still a pathway for Trump to get to 270 or above. I think Texas is a Trump state this time around. I think Georgia stays there with Trump. North Carolina, I think he's going to hold it. Let's just assume that everything we see on 971talk.com/election, the light pink states, let's change all the light pinks to red.
Let's do it.
Change all of these. These are all in light pink right now.
Oh, Iowa just got added, by the way. That's a recent flip. That was blue originally.
Mm-hmm. Iowa got added? Okay.
Iowa is now he's leading by 1 point in Iowa now. So let's just say he wins all the light pink states that are in light pink right now, as it stands now. He's at 293. Biden's at 234.
Mm-hmm.
But that's if he wins all of them. You take away Wisconsin, which is a possibility. You give it to Biden. Let's give Minnesota to Biden, and Trump still has it in the back. Michigan, you still these upper Midwest states that you have to watch later.
And I thought they were going to be blue. I thought I thought Wisconsin. I thought Minnesota. I thought they were going to be blue as blue could get.
Yeah, I think Minnesota will probably stick blue this time around. He's got to hold in my mind. He's got to hold Michigan or Wisconsin. He has to have one of those.
Yes.
and keep Ohio and Pennsylvania.
Well, Andy brought up a good.
Comes down to these states.
Andy brought up a really good point today, because I think that on the map that you're showing us right now, Eric, we all did our own individual maps, saying like our predictions, or like our formula of what we thought that it was going to turn out to be today. And she said that Michigan, I think that she put Michigan as a red state for her because of all of Trump's work for the auto industry. And I'm wondering if that has any kind of play, or if that is something, I mean, the state hasn't forgotten what Trump has done for the auto industry, and for bringing back manufacturing. So I'm wondering if that's something that plays in for the state, or if that's just forgotten.
Well, I think that's spot on. I think in the same respect, I don't think they've forgotten what 8 years of Obama did to that state. Those policies crushed that state and sent factory jobs overseas. So
yeah,
I think that does come into play, and that he hammered that, and he spent the last week in those upper Midwest states. He knew how important those were. I still think the night is young. I think that with an Arizona win from Biden, I think that pushes us. I think that pushes us well past midnight, and I could even predict this going for a few days with a Biden win in Arizona.
Have you heard about any potential mail-in ballot or absentee ballot issues, or anything that's kind of waiting in the wings as a potential extender of this whole election season?
Well, I just peeked over to Fox News a little bit, and Bill Hemmer had a calendar up. I'm trying to back it up here because I have the YouTube TV. He had a calendar up with dates, and I was assuming he was talking about dates that they had to have mail-in ballots counted by. And they've extended that, in Pennsylvania. I think it's Friday that people can still get their ballots in by Friday.
Right.
Wow.
That's why I say, with a win in Arizona, the pathway does become slightly more narrow for Trump. In Pennsylvania and those upper Midwest states become even more important. I mean, we knew they were going to be important anyway. They're even more important now. And if it's close, if you've got a 1% or a 0.5% difference between Trump and Biden, and that date has been extended to Friday, you can bet that Biden or Trump is going to say, whoa, now we got to wait until these ballots are in, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But right now, as it stands, 50% of the vote is in for Pennsylvania. And I'm going to share this screen now, Katie.
Okay.
50% of the vote is in on Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump is leading by 14 points.
14.
Yeah.
That's a good number.
Wild.
Yeah. And when it comes to those things, I don't feel it surprising, given the steel industry, coal industry, those sort of things are heavy in Pennsylvania, and I imagine they heard loud and clear what Biden wants to do them. But then I actually ask myself, well, how loud and clear was it, given the mainstream media's tendency to downplay negatives for their candidates, their choice of candidates? So, and then that sent me down that whole road. It's like, what would this map look like if we actually had a fair media?
Yeah.
What would this look like?
Do you guys think that? I mean, like, we're looking at we said this so many times, but it's true. I just think it's crazy that we're looking at a map right now. The states that are voting for Trump are voting for Biden. I cannot believe we're here right now. Whenever you are looking at these red and these blue states that are voting, did Trump's rallies make a difference? did the enthusiasm that he brought, did that make a big difference at all? Like, was it worth him to do 5 rallies a day for the last 2 weeks or the last week? I mean, like, did it move the needle, basically? I mean, I think it did. I think those rallies also show like enthusiasm and voter turnout. I think that they have a pretty accurate reading about how people felt about voting for Donald Trump and the people that were going to show up to vote for Donald Trump. I don't really know if Biden could say that, but I don't. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think it had two purposes. It was a showing of the enthusiasm, but it was also without those rallies and it basically forcing the media to go, hey, look at this, look at the draw I have. It sort of reinforces the voters' mentality of, oh, okay, we got this, we can do this. Because for months and months and months, the poll indicated that there was no way Trump would win this. It's still early, and I don't think that there's a clear victor on either side. But I think those rallies to the average voter was just an indicator of, hey, there's still a real shot at this.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about this before about the shy Trump voter and how and maybe shy is the wrong word, but the ones who are kind of looking for some sort of permission to be able to go into the voting booth and mark down for Donald Trump because of he has some high negatives. He has some things that give a lot of people pause, but when you couple that with the positives, then it leaves a lot of people stuck on that fence. They can't get off of it. So you need something to push them over to one side or the other. And usually, as far as I could tell, in many instances, the rallies did that. They provided the enthusiasm, kind of what we talked about with polls. How some people say, well, since this many people are going that way, well, maybe it's okay for me to go that way as well. So the rallies kind of function in the same way.
Hi, I'm back.
Hey,
Hi. How'd you do? We still have viewers. You did great. Could have been.
We did it.
Held it down.
That's awesome. Thank you for doing that. I said a bunch of words. What's that?
How was the hit?
It was fine. I said a bunch of things, and then
things were said.
And I saw several people. Yeah, things were said. I saw people commenting on here that it's funny to watch me talk on the phone while you can listen to me on the radio. So I was yakking away.
It's so weird.
So here I want to share this. This is something that was sent to me, and here this is from Twitter. I find this to be interesting. This is from Catherine Hadrow, who is managing editor of EWTN Pro-Life. AP reports that Louisiana has passed Amendment 1, which establishes there is no constitutional right to abortion.
Ooh.
This is the type of thing that ultimately will culminate in a Amy Coney Barrett conversation. And this is where, regardless of what happens tonight, the rest of tonight, this passing has furthered this conversation. I don't know what's going to end up happening, but I find that to be an interesting tidbit of news, and I wanted to make sure that I shared it here with you guys.
Lawsuits are coming.
Katie, what are you doing? Putting on there? Are you starting? What? You're lighting a candle.
I can't smell it. It's fine.
Why?
But you know what? I moved my happy ass over to the couch.
Good for you. I told you.
And I said, well, it's a mess in here. You'd think with 5 days, no, lied. With 8 days of quarantine under my belt, this house would be freaking spotless. But you know how
that's when you're living in it all the time.
Nope. It's like you pick up one thing and then I'll pick up something or David will pick up something. And then 3 hours later, there's something else to take the place of the thing that we picked up. I'm like, okay, we're not picking up anything.
In my house, they multiply like Hydra heads.
Yes.
They just keep coming.
Because I am like a crazy, okay, this is too much detail, but what the hell, we have time.
Talk. I'm looking at Twitter. Spend some time discussing.
Let me just air it out. Just really quickly, I am someone that has a very, I start to get claustrophobic and a little bit of anxiety ridden whenever there are too many things like clutter. I get like I start to feel like I'm getting buried underneath the ground. I have just
Oh my gosh.
I get very, very weird about clutter. And so again, you would think tomorrow's day 8 for me in quarantine, that I would have my stuff together and that nothing would, like, everything would be in their right place. Not happening. Not happening. I'm letting it loose. I'm like, just throw it anywhere. I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to be out of this house soon. I don't care.
You know, on some level, I think sometimes quarantine makes us feel like, you know what? I'm gonna take a vacation from life for a minute. You know, it's like they're making me stay here. Well, it's a staycation now. I'm not doing crap.
That's what is happening for me, guys. Quarantine is just a whole different type of experience.
How are you feeling health wise?
I'm good. I'm good. I just still no taste, no smell. Other than that, though, no fever, no chills, no cough, upper respiratory issues, no congestion. I told Annie this today. It's the strangest thing. Like, I've never had an issue of like not actually feeling sick, but knowing that I'm sick and that I have a virus. So it's just very bizarre having to stay at home and being like, wait, I feel fine. And God, please keep it that way. For the love
Right.
of God, let it be that way. I'm not complaining. I'm just observing.
You know, a number of people I know, you know, who have had the virus, you know, they experienced it, you know, virtually asymptomatically, kind of like you, where it's like, yeah, I mean, one of them was like, well, I was a little extra tired and that was it, you know, and it lasted a day or two, but, you know, they had to quarantine for the full 2 weeks and things like that. And at this point, I'm, you know, Janet and I were talking about this. It was like, you know what? I kind of just want to get it. It's just so I could be done with it and be like, I got antibodies. I'm invincible now.
Like,
oh, look how big your boy is.
He's big.
Hi.
Crazy people on Twitter cheering for a 269 tie are heartless people.
What is that?
I mean, I'd take a 269 tie over a loss, but my gosh.
Well, the problem is there's, you know, once you get into an electoral college tie, there is actually a path by which Nancy Pelosi.
Stop it.
Yeah.
You don't need your attitude.
No, I'm just saying. That's why that's a horrible thing. That's why that's a horrible, disgusting thought of the 269 tie, because then it could get tied up in the
then we get into a territory that's kind of scary.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna go to, as you guys were discussing things and stuff, I was scrolling through Twitter and I want to go find Kimberly Klasick in Baltimore appears to have lost her race, which makes me sad. But boy, would that would have been a just a barnstorming victory if she would have gotten that. So I'm sad to see that, but she's gonna do good things. She's on her way.
Talk about an amazing marketer. Holy cow. Yeah, she nails on marketing.
Ran a very good campaign. This is a tweet. This is from Jason Miller. Jason Miller is Trump 2020 senior advisor, and he is very much high up in the campaign with Trump. He said, and this is just 12 minutes ago, or 27, so 15 minutes ago, way too soon to be calling Arizona, way too soon. We believe over 2/3 of those outstanding election day voters are going to be for Trump. Can't believe Fox was so anxious to pull the trigger here after taking so long to call Florida. Wow. So what do you think? I mean, just sowing some doubt into the process, it makes you like, hang on. You don't need to have Arizona to win, but boy, it would be really nice. It would be really nice. Man. Let's see what Brett has to say here.
Man, he really does love that map.
The map is a go-to.
I'll tell you what.
Now that California is starting to report Biden's popular vote count is starting to tick up past Trump here, and
Yeah.
we kind of knew that was going to happen, at least on some level, because of how big California is.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, did Nevada just turn pink?
What?
Maybe I'm looking at the wrong map. Am I looking at the wrong map?
Chris
Refresh your map.
Steyerwalt was just asked by Brett Baer, how could you call Arizona so fast when it took you so long to call Florida? Which is what everybody's asking online. That's why Brett Baer is asking the hard questions.
Pre-election polls this cycle have so far turned out to be really, really good. And if I were the Trump campaign, I would feel great about Ohio. We're not there yet.
Chris Starwell, that's good for him.
Steyerwalt just said Trump campaign should feel great about Ohio. Ohio is 18 electoral votes.
To get too froggy right now with Ohio, we're going to be careful, cautious, and earnest. All right, but you weren't careful, cautious, and earnest in Arizona. We were too. Why? Because there's all this day of.
Are they fighting or is this for show?
Starts off with the early vote, the mail-in vote, the absentee, the early vote, and that's a skew toward the Democrats, almost 6 out of 10. But then we've seen in state after state.
Gosh, who feels any more comfortable now than they ever have throughout the course of the evening, like on either side?
Nope.
Well, we were careful, cautious, and earnest.
I'm wondering, am I behind?
I'm streaming. You're streaming too, right?
Mm-hmm. What time? Oh no, that's right. No, that's not right.
Just called Ohio.
I'm behind. Oh, I'm way behind. Holy cow.
Ohio for Trump.
That is 18 electoral votes in the state of Ohio. Hard-fought votes. The president needed this.
So Florida and Ohio, those are two of the must-win states. Now, Arizona, Nevada, these are ones that are potentially going to be lost here. That think about where Trump focused. Trump hasn't lost anything that he keyed in on yet. And I don't know if Arizona was something he was considering as a must win or not. I think that they felt like they were going to win it. And if you look at
it's just me. Hi, people. I'm bringing Eric on because your girl can't have it. I said, good morning. Annie's in the middle of a sentence. Hi.
Yeah. No, I think she was just talking. I did not kick her off. Everybody, it wasn't me.
No. English internet has been having a little bit of issues lately, so it just could be something. I think her internet could have booted her off.
I'll tell you, Fox just called it for Ohio. Called Ohio for Trump. So that's
big win.
That's a big check mark for them for sure. And that makes their number go up a bit. Ohio has 18 electoral votes.
They are not a big, but they are. Ohio has something to do with fracking, correct? They are fracking.
Yeah, I believe they are.
A bit, yeah.
I put that on my map today that Trump is going to win Ohio.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that whole Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia kind of corridor area there is kind of like the fossil fuel energy sector plus steel. Yeah. So it's like, come on.
I don't know if you can share this my screen here.
Let's see.
But
there's Annie. Hold up. Oh, sorry, Annie. I'm adding you and you're adding you.
Like close everything on my computer all at once, and I was sitting here like, am I still on camera and I just can't see what's going on here? I've got, like I said, I went and said this on the air. I went and wired everything in my house. I'm still wired in, not doing the Wi-Fi, and whoop, there I went. Sorry. Glad you guys are all still here. Thanks for sticking around.
You disappeared, and it was just me. I said,
I thought that.
It was just Katie just staring into the camera for like what seemed forever.
And we still have viewers, so you
Yeah.
did just fine.
I brought out immediately.
Have we talked about the Tuberville Jones matchup in Alabama yet?
We did call that race earlier. That's
Okay,
the
we
Doug,
did.
the Doug Jones, who took Jeff Sessions' seat. Oh man, shall we go back to Donald Trump's biggest mistake as president? Which I don't think
I would count that.
he couldn't know that it was as bad as it was going to turn out. But
yeah.
So
but no, there's some moves in the map going
Bill
on
Hemmer
right
now is saying that I think he had it where
if he had
Michigan and Wisconsin were to, I got it, Eric. If he were to have Michigan and Wisconsin, like the Georgia and the North Carolina states, I got to pull up. When I shut everything down, I shut everything down. But when you look at how these, as I think Gabe, it was you that said before, you did the math. You looked up the math, and if the pink states turn red, and we haven't had anything that's drastically, suggested that it's going to that's going to change. I think it's important to understand that regardless of how some of these get called here, these pink states are plenty for Donald Trump to win, to retain the presidency. North Carolina, 94% in, Trump leads by a point. And that's without Pennsylvania, what we were talking about before. 50% in, Trump leading in Michigan by 11 points, 16 electoral votes. Wisconsin, 70% in, Trump leading by 5 points, 10 electoral votes. Iowa is now pink. Iowa was not pink. I don't know if you guys talked about this when I was doing whatever I was doing, but Iowa, 85% in, Trump leading by 5 points. 6 electoral votes. That's and then you come back down here to Georgia. Trump's up by 8 points in Georgia with 75% in, which is a lot more than it was the last time I looked at it percentage wise. And then Florida obviously hasn't been called yet. Texas is not going to go blue. There's still, I gotta say, and folks, do me a favor. If you're talking to people who want Joe Biden to win right now, are they giving you the vibe that they're nervous, that they've grown more nervous, or are they giving you the vibe that they have some confidence? Because I really just to go with what Jimmy is saying here, I've been worried about Annie, nervous. I have been very nervous, and I continue to be. I have no relief, none whatsoever, not yet. There's no relief there for me yet.
You know what? I keep going back to Virginia, but Trump's lead has not gone away. He's still up currently, at least as as far as my interactive map here that I got going here says he's up by about 100,000 votes.
Has that been consistent?
Well, it's fluctuated, but he's never lost the lead, even as more precincts are reporting.
Yeah, I'm gonna put up here too. Let's see here. Virginia. We'll put Virginia up here specifically, and I will share this screen as well.
It's just curious to me.
Yeah.
52, okay.
52%.
This map is different than the one I was looking at.
Virginia, right?
The numbers are different. I mean, so maybe my map isn't updated. Yeah, these numbers are older. Okay, so now that's looking more like Joe Biden's going to win. Okay.
And then Ohio, we'll go over to Ohio here too as well. I mean, this is a pretty substantial lead here with 88% in, and Ohio has been called by Fox, but not by us or New York here. Here's Michigan, 47% in, with a 54%, almost rounded up to 54.5% lead by Donald Trump. Let's see. This is what you got to do here. If you go to these, here's Ann Arbor and Detroit. These are going to, so 55% of Ann Arbor in, 28% of Wayne County, which has Detroit in it, and 64% of Oakland County, which borders Detroit. I mean, these are going to be highly urban areas. These are going to be Democrat voters. Maybe less so this time, like Miami-Dade. We can go check and see what Miami-Dade was overall. But if you let's see. If you look at, here's 81. This is interesting. Missaukee County. I hope I'm saying that right. 81% of the votes are in, and it looks like there's about 7,000 total votes. So 81% of the entire vote in this county is 7,000 votes. You come down here and 28% of the vote is in, and that's, going on 260,000 votes. That's what we're talking about here when you're seeing what's in and what's not and how this shapes up. Sometimes it looks funny, but a vote is a vote, yes, but it's where it comes from is important.
Mm-hmm.
Texas! Woohoo!
Yeah!
Put it on the board.
Is red.
Take it.
Deep in the heart of Texas. Fox News is calling Texas. I'm sure the AP hasn't done that yet, but the AP's been pretty conservative in their votes. That puts it 223 to 204. This is just like 2016. It just got a little closer and a little closer. And then at the end, they're like, well, wait, our number's bigger than Hillary's. What does that mean? Oh. I remember saying to myself, President Trump. Like, that sounds so ridiculous. Like, we're going to have to get used to saying President Trump. Mm-hmm. Unbelievable.
That was tough to get used to. I mean,
it was weird,
It was weird.
The Don.
Well, I think even people that believe in Trump from the get-go were even shocked that day, that night, I should say. And then the morning of, we wake up, and the people that had Trump back from day one were even like, whoa, that happened. Because it was a shoo-in for Hillary. She was supposed to win.
Right. She was the anointed one.
Anybody want to make any bold predictions?
No.
Well, I've got a hypothetical map on my screen.
Okay.
Let's see it.
So, like, that's pretty much where we are right now, I think.
If you zoom in right now, Eric, on your screen, you might be able to kill that right column, and we might be able to fill your screen up on the. If you hit like Control Plus or there you go.
Oh.
Just keep going. It usually forces it into, and if you make your screen a little bit narrower, your window narrower, it will fill up more. You got to force it to go into tablet mode. A little bit more and you got it. Boom.
All right.
Hey.
That's awesome looking.
Nice.
There you go.
Love it.
Now you can play with it however you want.
Yeah, so this is just a hypothetical map, and I've turned all of the called races to bold colors. So Arizona's been called, Texas has been called, Florida's been called, Ohio was just called. We have these.
Are you saying called? It's like called by Fox.
Fox,
right?
Yes. Yeah. Fox, yeah. So in the count there is 232 Trump, 234 Biden. I mean, that's close.
Is Nebraska split? I thought it was all red.
They've got one district there that does split.
Is it definitive or that could be?
This is not definitive. No, I don't know if that's been decided yet.
Okay, just curious. I hadn't seen that. I thought maybe I missed it.
Yeah, but if we go back to the 97-1 map and change the states that are leaning pink, like North Carolina, into Trump's lane, boom, he's there. Just with those three, he could lose Michigan.
Wait. So go back to what is.
Okay. What is right now these 5 states are still in play for either candidate. They haven't been called either way. And technically Georgia hasn't either, but I'm going to keep it pink. I think that it's
an Eric Sykes call.
It's an Eric Sykes call. Take it to the bank. Yeah, so it's these states here.
Take Georgia out real quick.
Okay.
Because what else do you have up there that is not called yet for Trump? Is it? It might be. Is it Ohio? Is it not Ohio?
No, Ohio is called.
Yeah.
Missouri's called. Kansas called. Utah.
Utah's called. We have Utah called.
Is Fox called it?
Oh, Montana. I think. Well, did Montana? It's not on the called on the AP.
So they haven't called that district in Maine either, have they?
I think there's a district up for grabs. I'm just waiting to see what on Fox is the current. What's their current score? Man, Trump is looking good in Michigan. God, I hope it stays. That Detroit area coming in 223 to 204. That's what we had a comment here. So they have 223 to 204.
They have 223 to 204.
Yeah. Nevada, take Nevada off.
Nevada hasn't been called yet. And what else hasn't been called?
I don't think
probably
that. Yeah.
Probably that. It's probably this one. Where's Nebraska? It's too late.
Nebraska, you've got Nebraska off over there. It's you just have to do it there.
There's a district there that there we go. There it is. So that I don't think has been called, but I could be wrong there. Someone look that up.
Okay.
It's still you know, they're very close. And I still say it comes down to these 4 states right here. This is it. Just for this conversation's sake, let's say Biden keeps Nevada, right? And let's say Trump keeps Georgia and North Carolina. Look how close we are.
So you've got Wisconsin. Do Wisconsin and Michigan
for Trump?
Yep.
That's it.
I mean, that's the scenario there. Minnesota is not going to go to Trump, and
no, it's going to be blue.
Yeah, it's going to be blue, but Minnesota and Wisconsin are possible, and no, Michigan and Wisconsin are very possible, and Pennsylvania is absolutely possible. Put Pennsylvania in there right now, and I think you got a pretty good chance there. I think my prediction was either 296 or 293.
Yours was 96, I think.
96, yeah. I think I had all of Nebraska in there. I don't know what else.
I think there's a chance that the Democrats pick up or Biden picks up that Nebraska.
That one district?
Yeah, that one district there in Nebraska. And I still
Biden right now, sorry, just to interrupt here because it's up on the screen and I'm going to screw it up if I don't say it right now. 55% in Pennsylvania, and Trump is up 500,000 votes. 500,000.
Wow.
That's more than he won Florida so far.
Yeah. Yeah, AP has them up by 15 points in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
I wonder which counties are. Can you pull up that map, Annie, and see which counties are, like near Pittsburgh, and I'm kind of curious to see what their percentage
is. This is the New York Times map here, and they've got a lot of information here. I'm always a fan of their stuff as well. In Pennsylvania, Center County there, I don't know if that means anything to you, Gabe, but you've got 81% in this blue county and look how close that is.
That's where the state college is.
That's 1,500 votes.
That's interesting.
Pittsburgh, look at that. Joe Biden, 78% of the vote there with 17% of the votes in.
Yeah.
Wow.
And let's see here. 54%. Running out of real estate there. Man, this is where 42% of the vote up there in Erie. That's a pretty strong Republican stand right there. But That's a lot of votes.
That's the difference maker.
46%, 29% in the Philadelphia area, 16% right here. There's a lot of votes that are still out right here. And you look at these red counties, and they got their votes in. Here's 35%. That's a pretty strong Republican hold. 65%, pretty strong Republican as well. So there are still a lot of important votes to be counted here, and this is where we talk about potential lawsuits coming in, because if it ends up being that a whole stack of votes gets wheeled in at the last minute, that could make a huge difference. We can go up to Michigan here, which we were looking at just before. Go away. And 49% of the vote in, with a 300,000 vote lead right now for Trump. And then Wisconsin was 63% in. He's got a much smaller lead here, 100,000 votes or so. Hawaii going for Biden right now. Mazie Hirono gets her wish.
Can I make a quick point?
Madison, real quick here. Madison, 82% reporting, 52% in Iowa County. And here's the Kenosha County right here, that going for Donald Trump, 60% of the vote there. That's a very, and you look up here, 53% right around Kenosha. These places are going to have felt what's going on in Kenosha quite a bit. Walworth County as well, 58%. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we were talking while you were on the air about Pennsylvania and them extending the ballot count until Friday. That might not even matter.
That's the goal, man.
If Pittsburgh comes back with a bunch of votes for Biden, and Trump ends up winning Michigan and Wisconsin, he doesn't have to win Pennsylvania. So that ballot extension wouldn't even matter.
Let's go here to North Carolina. Trump up with 95% in. Trump up by 1.5% almost. Not even quite 100,000 votes, but 95% of the vote in. That's quite a bit. Look at how Virginia just bleeds into North Carolina right here. It's always interesting to see how these end up going. But North Carolina, that was one that's a must win. Georgia down here as well. 78% reported, with 53.8% of the vote going right now to Donald Trump. I mean, I'm not calling anything because I'm not being paid to call anything. But Florida, I mean, this is the New York Times. They haven't even called Florida yet, or Texas, or Georgia, or Ohio. These are all going to be Trump states. And
remember when North Carolina was a light blue?
Yeah,
that was earlier tonight.
I mean, I'm not going to count. I'm not going to count it until it's done. And I mean, seriously, folks, I remember when Trump, we got out, we left the radio station at 2:30 in the morning. We went home. I went to my parents' house because I figured they were still up, and you're riding this high of like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that this actually happened. Like, I wasn't even prepared. I don't even know what to say about it. And then it was immediately the Electoral College. You had freaking President not Breitbart. What was his name? Martin Sheen. No, Martin Sheen. What was his name? Steve Bannon. Left wing people, tell me, what was his name? It wasn't Breitbart. It was President Bartlett. Thank you, Jared, with the help. He was doing these stupid PSAs like, electors, do what your country needs you to do. And I'm like, go against the voters? What is wrong with you people? Like, I couldn't believe that this was just Chelsea Handler up there telling people reminding them of their skin color. Like, who are these people? And how dumb do they think that we are? And it was like that leading up into Christmas, folks. Do you remember that? It was like, I remember thinking, I don't know that he's going to be the president yet. Like, I remember watching him get inaugurated and being like, I think this is going to be real. I think this is going to stick. I think this is it.
You're looking around to make sure nobody's looking. It's like, is this?
Yep.
The fact that Hillary Clinton had to be there is the funniest thing in the entire world.
Hilarious.
Man. So we're looking at this New York Times map. And on the event that I need to refresh it, I'm just going to click refresh right here. And still a bunch of likely red states that haven't been called. Let's look at Iowa here. That's a pretty decisive lead, 52% for Trump. In Iowa, that's 6 electoral votes. I mean, right now, this map still has 118 only for Donald Trump and 209 for Joe Biden. That's something.
Can I say one? Oh, I think no. Annie, I just wanted to read this one comment. Oh,
yeah, I was gonna tell you to tell folks to give us let's take the pulse of how y'all are feeling and put some comments up here, and Katie can kind of read them. I'm gonna jump on Twitter and see if we're getting any scuttlebutt from anything that we can here on Twitter.
Let's see. Okay, this is a really cool comment from Keith. He says, and this is on Facebook, he said, I just want to let you guys know that even though I'm from Fort Worth, Texas, I consider the cast of the Looney Tunes at the Annie Fry Show almost like family. Thank you for making this election bearable.
That's so sweet, Keith. Thank you. I mean, this really is about group therapy, isn't it? Like, we're just doing this together. We don't know, like, our conjunction here doesn't change the outcome of anything. If the outcome sucks, it's gonna suck together, and we'll be here. And I mean, we're all gonna still be Americans, right? We're all still gonna be people who are gonna have to go through this country, and I'm still gonna love my country, and I'm still gonna, I'm still going to be a patriot for my country. Might have to double down and figure out how to fight better next time.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it is what it is, and being able to have this relationship with you and for all of you who are here with us on our Annie Fry YouTube channel and the Facebook page, we are very, very grateful that you are here, and I am just exceedingly grateful for the opportunity to be able to talk to you guys about this.
I think it's wild that you mentioned group therapy, because not long ago we were talking about something that would be good for the listeners and also good for the show, just like the concept of how we go into this election cycle. I don't know, Amy. I mean, remember talking about, like, that should be something that we focus on, is just inhale, exhale together and be there for one another at the beginning of this election cycle. And now this is where we are.
Yeah.
It kind of freaks me out because, you know, that was before a pandemic. That was before COVID, that we were like, man, I think right now what would be best for all of us is just to take this one day at a time.
And we're in this together.
And like really just surround each other with as much love and talk.
I'm reading a lot of people who are having a really hard time watching Fox tonight. And I'm kind of glad that I have an eye on it and not like it doesn't have my full attention. So Bob says, OMG, I would rather listen to you guys than the pundits on the alphabet networks. If you're enjoying this, thank you so much for being here. Please send us a comment and tell us, or, you know, like, if you're on YouTube, give us a thumbs up there. If you're on Facebook, like it, share it with your friends or whatever. We're going to keep doing this until we got some kind of answer. And even if that answer is just hold on, we'll be back tomorrow.
Exactly. Keep coming back. You can watch me eat my feelings like this last piece of pizza.
And my pizza's gone, and it was an 8-inch, and it could have been bigger. And
this is a 10-inch.
I'm kind of glad that it wasn't, because I would have eaten it. Let's peek into the Twitter feed of at Annie Fry Show. Doug Ducey. You know who Doug Ducey is? He's the governor of Arizona. 15 minutes ago said it's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully reported, and we haven't even started to count early ballots dropped off at polls. In Arizona, we protected election day. Let's count the votes, all the votes, before making declarations. That's kind of crazy to have the governor saying, whoa, hold up. You know, it is not time. The New York Times gives Biden a 63% chance of winning Georgia. Oh, and 27 minutes ago, the New York Times gives Trump a 76% chance of winning Georgia. Yeah, about that. I like that coat. So yeah, people are noticing that Georgia is not. Look at that. Read that.
It does. Oh my gosh, it is.
Oh my God.
Sniffing Idaho's hair.
Oh my goodness.
You smell like French fries.
Oh, no.
Well,
if Wiggins isn't here, someone has to take
somebody
it
has
out.
to make it weird.
So, did you guys, Jared, were you watching Tucker when he was on there? Did he call out Fox?
He called out all media, but he said, I'm not picking on Fox.
Iowa, put it in the board for Trump. Woo-woo. According to Fox.
So what was Tucker saying?
Several people are tweeting this, and like Cambry here says, she's somebody I followed. Tucker Carlson just made the Fox News panel look like fools. It was nice to see them squirm. He should be running tonight's show. It seemed like Tucker's not afraid of calling out anybody. Lord knows.
Yeah.
But
best personality on TV right now.
Hold on.
He didn't mention by name Chris Direwolf, but Chris Direwolf said to Brett Baer that the pre-election polls were pretty spot on this year.
Uh-huh.
And Tucker said he made the argument, I don't want to pick on that, but clearly pre-election polls weren't correct, or the New York Times this morning wouldn't have said.
So Tucker was basically calling out people, which according to what Jared just heard here, that he kind of called out Chris Direwolf, not by name, but saying that the pre-election polls were not accurate. And we just heard Chris Direwolf say before that they were. Chris Direwolf, I have to say, when I've seen Chris Direwolf on here, he looks super on the defensive. Like, he looks like he's ready to fight somebody. So I don't know. I don't know.
I enjoy that though. I love when two people from the same network with different views about polls and about the election. I love seeing them go at it because, again, we bring it back to a lot of these other networks just are speaking into an echo chamber. They bring on people with the same views and the same ideologies and the same political pundits to talk to each other and say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, yes, you're exactly right. Fox has people on here a lot being like, you were wrong. And we could think the same thing at the beginning of the day and end with an argument where we totally disagree on everything. I love it.
I just showed you in 2016 the counties in Michigan that were still outstanding. One was blue. That was right here in Muskegon County, Michigan from 2016 and 2020. It's just clocked in Trump with a 4,000
Joni Ernst
along Lake Michigan.
You guys are so much like Joni Ernst. Yes.
Yes, you were.
Yes.
Yeah.
How close are we to knowing if we're going to maintain even a slight majority? Because the Democrats are +1 right now. Let me tell you a quick story of when Charlie was in preschool? Or Jensen, +7. It was Charlie.
Charlie was in pre-K, 4-year-old pre-K.
Charlie was in 4-year-old pre-kindergarten. He's our oldest. And it was in 2012?
Would have been 6 years ago for the midterm.
14? 2014 makes sense. Yeah. Well, no, it would have been 2012 because he's been 4. And I mean, we could go back and look at the statistics, but the Republicans gained 7 seats in the Senate. I mean, it was one of those massive Obama, like he did it again. Obama lost a bunch of seats again, and the Republicans took 7 net seats in the United States Senate. And my son, who was 4, went into pre-kindergarten that day and walked in and told the teacher, "We're +7." And his teacher was like, "What are you talking about?" And then like later on, somehow or another, they figured it out. So my son, as a 4-year-old, came into pre-kindergarten and informed his teacher that the Republicans were +7 in the Senate. Like, if you want to know what kind of child abuse I'm engaging my children in, here it is.
There you go.
Are they taking a break?
Sounds like it. Didn't he get a high five for that?
Probably. I don't know. So let's see here. Hey, Eric, you want to share a screen and take us to the map and see what we're looking at right now?
Yeah, I can definitely do that. I think you'll find it interesting.
Okay. Yeah, let's put it up and see what we got here.
Man, I'm sorry. I'm just going to say this right before Eric starts. People are pissed on my Facebook.
Like your people? The
Oh,
people we always check in on?
God. Just like everyone is so, not everyone, just a lot of people that are super, super liberal on my Facebook are just pissed at Missouri right now. Just absolutely. They're like, I can't believe I live in such an pure ignorant state, blah, blah, blah.
Move over to Illinois and make some room for us.
Can we just swap?
Move. What are you sitting here, whining on Facebook for? Pack up your stuff and move.
Yes.
That's exactly how Illinoisans feel. It's the same exact feeling. So yeah, as you can, I told you you'd like this. Nothing at all has changed for the AP.
I'm reading right now from Jason Miller, who is with the Trump campaign, a high up in the Trump campaign, and he says Fox News is a complete outlier in calling Arizona, and other media outlets should not follow suit. So that nobody else has even done this. Apparently, there are still 1 million election day votes out there waiting to be counted. We pushed our people to vote on election day, but now Fox News is trying to invalidate their votes. Second tweet, we only need 61% of the outstanding uncounted election day votes in Arizona to win. These votes are coming from our counties, and the 61% figure is very doable based on what our other election day votes are looking like. Fox News should retract their call immediately. Do you remember when they called, I think it was McSally, previously? I want one of those. Is there other? I'm in the middle of making a brilliant point, and you bring Halloween candy down. And this is what this man did. Do you see
Such
this?
a distraction.
Look, he brings me 2 left Twixes. They're not even right Twixes. And you've got a full-size 3 Musketeers candy bar from the freezer. And you gave me too many. You call me fat. He's gonna throw his frozen candy bar at my face, and I'll probably deserve it. Regardless, do you remember going back to Arizona? Do you remember when they called that race? Like initially, I don't know if they called it, but it was like, "Oh, this is going McSally," and then all of a sudden it was like, "No, it's not going to McSally. It went to Cinema." She ended up winning, and then McSally ended up getting in there because they had to appoint somebody to fill McCain's seat, or was it somebody else who stepped down? I don't remember.
I think it was McCain. Yeah.
But I mean, I remember Arizona being kind of bonkers. Like, what in the world is going on here? How is this end up happening? So for them to be calling Arizona too soon here, I think.
Yeah, AP hasn't called that yet, and they've got 75% of the vote in Arizona in, and Biden is only up by less than 200,000 votes. Yeah, I think Chris Stirewalt is on defense every time that he comes on the Fox News.
What's that?
Brett Baer. I said Chris Stirewalt does seem to be on the defense a little bit.
Doesn't he seem like he's ready to rumble with somebody?
Brett Baer was kind of poking him a little earlier, and then that little jab by Tucker Carlson, was he's sweating a little bit.
I'm going to put this up here real quick. I'm going to steal your screen. We'll go right back to you. Austin Berg, a reporter that I trust here. He's with Illinois Policy. We love Illinois Policy. Difficult to see a path to victory for the Fair Tax Now crew at the moment. A lot of the Chicago and Cook vote is in, and it's losing 46-54. Illinoisans were not fooled by this question, and the skepticism was bipartisan. Suck it. Okay, go ahead.
So is that, Annie, is that the beginning of the end for overtaxation in Illinois?
Stop it. What are you drinking?
That's a dream.
This has got like straight vodka injected into his veins over there. It's no, it's a good start,
wishful
though.
thinking.
It's
Are
a
you
good
you
start,
playing the
though.
election night drinking game? Because you'll get alcohol poisoning doing that kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
No, I think those tweets by Arizona's governor, and then that, who did you say over at Trump campaign?
Miller.
Miller.
Is it-
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's pretty telling. And I don't remember like a big state being called and someone having to walk it back. Do you, Annie?
I mean, Florida. Florida is one of them. I'll put this up here again from my Twitter. Benny, who is with TPUSA, he is a very well-connected person and followed by a lot of people. Just got off the phone with a senior Trump campaign advisor. Fox News is behaving like a super PAC for the DNC tonight. I have no idea what they are thinking. We will win. They have misled America. Who is going to be fired for this at Fox News? Yo.
Oh, wow.
Now we sit back and, popcorn, GIF, emoji, just watch what happens next.
Fire.
Yeah.
How do they recover? I mean, they'd have to fire people for it.
I would.
I mean, who's leading that projection team for Fox? Is it Chris Stirewalt?
He's on the table, but it's a Democrat donor pollster, and I'm not joking. I mean, I could find the story for you. Katie, maybe if you could Google that to find out who the poll counting team is. Awaiting remarks from Joe Biden.
What?
I am adoring. Is it Peter Ducey? He's the younger one, right?
He's been great.
Yep. When he reports on Joe Biden, he is chuckling the whole time. Because he's like, can't believe this is my life. Here I am doing this thing. Oh, man.
What is Biden going to come out and say that he's
like he would know anyway? I'm gonna get loose-lipped here. I need to watch my mouth.
Is he gonna come out and say that
he's not giving up the fight and this isn't
He's
over
probably saying that it's time to go to bed. In the morning.
He's getting grumpy. He needs his pudding cup.
I would. It would be the best if he just came out and been like, "Guys, bed. I'll talk to you all in the morning."
In his silk night suit.
He's got to come out and announce a lid for the rest of the night.
Oh my God.
Joe Concha, who is a media reporter with The Hill. I like Joe Concha. Trump nearly doubling Biden in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Obama beat Romney by 14 points there in 2012.
That's a huge flip.
It's not like going to be the biggest district that exists, but it's like specific to the times.
Mm-hmm.
Andy Biggs, I'm going to put this up here. He is a representative. I think we've maybe had him on the show. I don't know. There are hundreds of thousands of votes yet to be counted in Arizona. Trump may still win Arizona's electoral votes in a fair and free election devoid of any shenanigans. Keep watching Arizona. We likely won't see the end of ballot counting until the end of the friggin' week. I added the friggin'. Boom.
No.
Wait a second. Is this happening? Fox News retracts Arizona call for Biden. Kyle. Can we make Chris Firewall do it? I just want to see how sweaty he is. Take the check mark off.
200,000 votes, then you got to win. You got to win about 600 to 400, and that's entirely possible.
Karl Rove right now telling people at Fox a little bit of caution is better. He's like, we need to be cautious about how we're calling all of this.
Are you saying Karl Rove? Is that what he's saying?
Karl Rove. Yeah. He's like, we need to take some caution. I'm sure the people in the back are counting and doing what they need to do, but we need to take this with a lot of caution.
Can you imagine being Tucker and Karl Rove just going, what the F are you guys doing? Stop it. Minnesota for Biden. That we knew.
Yeah, just saw that.
That is something that if you were if that freaks you out, that doesn't freak me out. I never if that would have gone to Trump. Trump hasn't gotten any wins here that I didn't expect him to get, but the Arizona is the one loss that I was 60-40 hoping he would get that. So man.
I mean, you got to remember, Ilhan Omar is from Minnesota.
Yeah, for sure.
Thinking, now here we are 4 years later. We've been through these 4 years of unbelievable turbulence and turmoil and all this stuff going on. And so far, one state has flipped from 2016, right? One state is all that's all that's happened so far. So,
Yeah, a lot of people saying here that when Tucker was on here that he was he didn't call anybody out by name, which is probably the most respectful way he could give a middle finger to his coworkers who were on the room right next to him or in the screen right next to him.
You guys kind of suck.
Go ahead, Kate.
Thank you, Donna. I appreciate that. Yes, we were hearing from the Trump campaign, as John Roberts said, that they are livid. I've also heard from a number of people in Arizona who cast their votes who don't believe that Arizona is at least this far gone this early.
Dude.
We also have the Arizona governor, Doug Ducey, tweeting. He said it's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully reported.
So you've got a lot of Republican pundits on Fox News going, there's a lot of reason to say suggesting right now that we shouldn't be calling Arizona, that this Arizona call is too soon. I don't know what Fox does here, because if they uncheck it and then they check it back, then they're risking looking like they made a mistake without having to admit they make a mistake. Like it's almost like they have to wait until they're gonna wait to change it until they know they have to change it. I mean, if you're gonna try to save face, I think that's what I would probably do. But my goodness.
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, if it turns out that you were right, even though the call was premature, then you can kind of do, well, I meant to say that. It's like hitting a billiard shot that you didn't call, but it went in anyway. You're like, yeah, I meant to do that.
I'm getting on Twitter, a lot of people are saying Fox News is retracting this call, but they haven't retracted it, have they?
It's not
I
different
haven't
on
seen
the
them retracted any
website yet. Still solid blue on their interactive
Dave
map.
Portnoy is suggesting that maybe Georgia that Joe Biden's going to come out and claim victory in Georgia.
The numbers that we're seeing now in Arizona will stand, and that the Democrats will pick up that one state.
I have heard from the Biden campaign why he's going to speak. They felt that Al Gore made a big mistake in 2000 by not coming out early and speaking.
I'm going to put this up here, and I'm going to see if you guys can, if I play this, I think you should be able to hear it. I hope that it lets me. Let's see.
Some very
Can you hear this?
ways.
Yep.
We, the media, I participated in it for 30 years, have not been credible. We have lost trust. And I think that's really bad. And it's something that we need to fix. And the obvious problem is something we said we were going to correct in 2016, which is we don't know anybody who votes for Trump. And so you really got the sense watching everybody that, it's kind of embarrassing to support Trump or whatever. And that's why the rallies were such a huge shock to a lot of people. In the last week, all these people unapologetically saying, I love Donald Trump. And it's like, I've never met anybody who says something. Who are these people? We have a huge problem in our business with being cut off from the country we cover. And I would say a lot of power centers in this country have that problem, but we have it in the media. And I really sincerely hope we fix it, because we're moving toward zero credibility, and that's bad.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Molly Hemingway earlier in the show about the president and his supporters feeling like he was not running only against Joe Biden, but was running against a lot of the media as well. He couldn't get on some of those rallies. We aired rallies from Democrats and the president throughout this process, but they always felt like it was an uphill battle. He is still vote has a path to 270 tonight. And as Britt mentions every few minutes, the betting odds are increasing for President Trump.
Well, they are. And I have to say, because I think I'm bitter about it, and it's worth being bitter about. We found out in the final days of this campaign that members of the president's family were under an active FBI investigation into business deals that I think, pretty conclusively proved he knew about, parts of which he approved of. Tony Bobulinski was a direct participant in those conversations with the former vice president. I'm not accusing him of a crime. I'm merely saying he was involved. And that story was utterly squelched. Bobulinski's name wasn't mentioned on any other channel apart from Fox News. It was completely ignored on purpose, not because it wasn't newsworthy. It most certainly was newsworthy, but because they were taking a partisan position on behalf of a presidential candidate. Now, it's not just a matter of being annoyed that the media are liberal or whatever. They've always been liberal. That's fine. I'm not mad about that. I accept it as reality. Why it's scary is that on a night like tonight, the whole country, 350 million of us, will only know who the president is when the media tell us.
That's such a good point. He's always so spot on.
Yeah.
Good at what he does. And he's like, the thing I love about him is his indignation. Like, he really brings it. When he brings it, you're like, yes, that's exactly how I feel. I think I'm that mad too. Or looking at this going like, why is nobody else talking about this right now? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He always has that tone in his voice, kind of like, are you serious? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And it's entirely true. One thing that I noticed too is and they were talking about this earlier today on the Glover show, how that story just disappeared, and the last word on it was, I think it was CBS News, just having this story, running this story about a conspiracy theory that nobody ever heard of, and basically using that to discredit the things that we knew were coming off of this legitimate, laptop and legitimate emails and things like that. So it completely scuttled the story by basically throwing up chaff. If certain missiles work for fighter jets, is a fighter jet term. Certain like heat-seeking missiles or things like that, they're following the heat signature from the jet engine. So what that jet will do is it'll throw off these little flares in all directions to confuse the sensors on the heat-seeking missile. So it'll just go veer off away from it. So that's basically what the media did to this story, is they threw up a whole bunch of chaff and they distracted the entire population of America from this legitimate story. And we're off target now. We have no idea. We just ran into a mountain.
Yeah. Chris Stirewalt saying on Fox News right now, apparently, that there's potential that Chris Wallace, what'd I say? Chris Wallace said that, did he say he had that on good authority?
No, he is presuming. Apparently, the Biden people said they thought Al Gore screwed up.
Oh, suggesting the possibility that the Biden team might come out and declare victory. That'd be interesting. Here's something for the folks in St. Louis County.
Yeah.
Jeannie
I saw that
on KSK saying Sam Page wins. I don't know that that's a surprise to anybody, but it hurts, and I understand how that feels.
But I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just gonna apologize for North County the whole time.
Now they're going to Georgia.
I really am excited to hear what Joe Biden has to say. I'm like, what is he going to say? I'm going to bed, everyone. I'm taking the dentures out. Good night.
Remember when I said Twitter, right, 80% of the time? I think somebody said Fox News retracted their Arizona call. And so then people tweet that themselves. But Fox News has not retweeted or not rescinded their Arizona call. But I don't think anyone else has called it yet.
Yeah.
Eric, you want to let's see.
80%. It works every time.
It looks like Biden's arriving to his Delaware headquarters right now.
Rodney Davis won.
Yes, Rodney Davis won. I think Mike Bost won.
That's good.
Man.
Yeah, they just had a guy on Fox News.
He's the chief of the desk, the one who's making the calls.
He basically just came out and said, we're not wrong.
He doubled down.
Okay.
He said in my quote, we
so-
would have to be 4 standard deviations away from being wrong or something. Like he started talking like that and I glossed over, but he seemed pretty confident in his nerdery and I probably would go with it. But maybe a bold front end call to get out ahead of with Maricopa County not being in. Apparently they froze that for some reason. I'm not 100% sure why. But it's got a lot of people. And again, Arizona, we're spending a lot of time focusing on Arizona. Arizona could still be in play and might be important. But there are still, these pink. Oh, Iowa up there is, well, Eric, why don't you walk us through here what we got? Because there's some differences on this map now that weren't there before.
Yeah, Iowa's been declared for Donald Trump. It's important to know that even if Joe Biden does, that does stick for Joe Biden in Arizona, and Joe Biden takes Pennsylvania, Trump can still win with those states.
Gotta get Georgia on the board.
The remaining pink states, yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, Georgia is 83% of the vote in, and he leads by 7 points.
Megyn Kelly. I think that maybe that's what they're going to talk about right now. Arnon Mishkin, head of Fox News Decision Desk. Trump has an advantage in North Carolina with 94% reporting. We're just not sure if it's a callable advantage yet. And also, Arnon Mishkin, head of Fox News Decision Desk, should be able to call Georgia soon, suggests it will likely go for Trump. Is that what just happened? Thank you, Megyn Kelly, for tweeting your reports on what's happening on Fox News, which I'm watching up here, and I wish that she were on my TV screen. Megyn Kelly fans here?
Yes. Absolutely.
Gabe, are you over Megyn Kelly?
I never really watched too much of her, so I don't know. I guess, yeah. I mean, she's fine.
Let's put this up here on the screen. This is big. I'm gonna steal the screen from you here for a second, Eric. Illinois GOP statement on the defeat of Pritzker's progressive tax. Justice Kilbride and Judy Cates, Illinois Republican Party. Tim Schneider released the. Let's book him, Katie. This is how this works, just like that. I do that, and I say Katie, and then she just makes magic happen. I should say, Katie, would you please book Tim Schneider for the show tomorrow? It would be such an honor and a pleasure to be at the helm of your magnificent production work. Please.
The way you said that sounded like book 'em Dano, which is awesome.
I did, and I pointed at her like a real. Let's see. Illinois Republican Party Chairman Tim Schneider released the following statement in response to the news that Pritzker's signature tax hike, as well as these judges have been defeated, all went down in defeat tonight. Illinois voters rejected Springfield's politicians' tax hike gamut. Oh my God, this is big news for me, guys. I'm having a moment. Madigan's favorite, Judge Tom Kilbride and Madigan donor Judy Cates. Judy Cates was the one that they were like, we need to try to steal some votes away from southern moderate Republicans. What should we do? Let's go to Bass Pro and get some Carhartts and a hat and a gun. Here, hold this. That ought to do it. Didn't work because we're not dumb. If you align yourself with and take money from one of the most corrupt machine politicians in the country, we're coming for you. From the legislative branch to the judicial branch, we must eliminate all Madigan loyalists and the scourge of corruption that they actively enable. With Pritzker Democrats no longer able to use taxpayers to bail them out of our state's financial disaster. Yes.
We coming for you.
And the Supreme Court no longer stacked with a majority of Madigan pawns, Illinois now has a chance to enact much-needed reforms. We hope the governor, speaker, and Democratic leaders finally join us in the effort to put taxpayers first. This is a really big deal, and in the midst of a lot of conflicting information that we're seeing on the national scale, I think that's something that's really good. Eric, screen's back to you. I'm hearing from some Madison County people as well that if you were in Madison County, Republicans showed up in a huge way. The Republican majority on the Madison County board has a bigger majority and won almost every countywide and judge. That's fantastic. Fantastic. Wow. Good local news. It's a good start. What's that?
Joe Biden's talking.
Joe Biden's talking. I'm gonna turn this up.
Former Vice President Joe Biden.
Those damn honking horns.
I hate the honking horns.
Is it weird that he wants to get rid of fossil fuels and he's got all these cars running at all these damn rallies?
He's like, a Hummer. Come on, Hummers. Let me hear you.
We knew this was going to go long, but who
But
knew
look,
we were going to
listen.
go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer.
Everybody, Joe, but you.
We feel good about where we are.
Folks!
We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight,
Oh my
we
God.
believe we're on track to win this election.
You are not.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote. that it's
What
gonna
about the
take a while.
female vote?
We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good.
Kevin, I think you're right. He's putting a lid on it. You win and you lose at the same time because I hate that phrase.
We've already won Arizona, but we're confident about
Ugh.
Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it from Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan.
Michigan. It's a G.
And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
And then he went like this.
I'm talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we can.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer, as I've said all along. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
Have you noticed his cadence is the same? Like he.
Every one of you came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, good to go. Yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job.
When he says man, it's because he's reeling. I'm not joking. It's what he when he is trying to get it back in, he says man.
Yep.
To tell.
That's his tell. Yep.
Does anybody else have a pit in their stomach whenever he starts speaking, waiting for that gaffe to
Yeah,
come?
I'm nervous for him. I'm
Yes.
genuinely like I am dreading the possibility that he might be the president, but I'm still nervous for him. Now he's gonna go speak on a global stage with us for us.
Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I just don't understand that move.
This whole speech.
Yeah, I don't.
I
think
understand.
if-
I understand it if he doesn't want to. You know, Donald Trump walked out on a stage at 2 in the morning. It was what maybe. I mean, it was probably 2 a.m. East Coast time. Can Joe Biden do that? I mean, a real
No.
honest question.
Yeah, it was 2:30, our time.
Our time. So it's
Our
probably,
time.
you know, it was 2 something. It was. Well, I mean, that's when I left. I feel like it was over by then. But Hillary didn't even freaking come out. From what I understood, she was indisposed.
Remember when Barron came out? Remember how tired Barron was? He's just like, oh.
Little guy.
But what would they say if Trump had just done that? If Trump had just come out and
Oh, he's still talking.
Basically had a another rally.
He could probably show up to that same spot and get more people to show up in Delaware.
Yeah, I don't know what they would say if Trump came out. I don't know what they would say if Trump just randomly came out and gave like a weird little pep talk like that.
he'd say that he wasn't respecting the process of the election.
Yep. He's trying to manipulate the you know. Blah,
I'll
blah,
see
blah.
your early bedtime and raise you a Trump tweet. I will be making a statement tonight. A big, all caps, win.
Yeah, it's I still think that this race could be called tonight.
Which way?
Well, early in the morning.
Yeah.
Either
think so
way,
too.
I still think there's an either way win. Again, I don't think that Pennsylvania has to be won
by Trump to get to 270.
Hey, they're calling something. Trump, Montana. Make it red.
It's red on my map.
Boom. You know, according to the Fox map, the only states that are left are leaning red right now. Like all of them.
Right now? Oh. I just read Megyn Kelly tweet that the head of the Fox News decision desk said that Wisconsin is leaning in Biden's favor.
Really?
And I'll tell you what, I called Michigan for Trump and Wisconsin for Trump. No, Michigan. I sound like Joe Biden now, but it's 11:48 and I've been speaking for 47 consecutive hours. Michigan for Trump and Wisconsin for Biden. Hey, Eric, can you assemble your 270 to win map and make it mirror what we have definitively called right now, and then we can play What If here in a second? Dana, stop being so pretty.
Oh my God. Why is her makeup so
You're obsessed
gorgeous?
with Dana.
She's just like perfect.
That's how she is right now, and it's 11:48 our time. This is how a normal person looks at this time. We're tired. We're worn out. We have bags under our eyes.
How about why is that happening? Did he take that down? Okay, I'm just going to share this like this. Trump tweets, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." He took it down because he spelled polls wrong. So he's going to tweet it again. I keep clicking on it, and then it's going to this. So he's gonna retweet that right now, and it's gonna spell polls correctly. I wonder what cuss word he says when he spells something wrong on Twitter.
Oh, we know.
Do we?
Shiza.
It's that or the F bomb. Big old F. God, Donna Brazil does not look happy. I don't know why.
Makes me feel good.
Gosh. So Fox has Trump at 213. I've got him at 216, and I'm not finding that.
Could it be a couple of those counties in Nebraska and Maine?
No, I have those uncalled, and I think that's how they have them.
Does like American Samoa get a vote or something? Is that called? Is that on the bottom?
Mm-mm.
Or something like that? You know,
No.
I don't see that.
No.
Put your map up there. We'll see if we can help you out.
Okay, yeah.
Here
we go.
Narrow that up and it should fill the whole screen. Let's see. Where is it?
Nevada has not been called yet.
Nebraska has one blue. Maine has one red. It's pink, I should say. No, we're just talking about what's called. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've got 3 more for Trump, and I don't know where that's coming from. So
Montana.
Alaska.
I thought they just called that though.
They did, but I'm looking at the Fox News map and I don't see
they haven't updated
it's
that
not
number
on
yet.
their map here. I don't know why. Oh no, but they have it 210 online. So put Montana back.
Yeah,
Put it back.
Yeah.
Nebraska. Alaska.
Alaska's there.
Alaska is not counted on here.
Oh, they haven't called Alaska?
Correct.
No.
Yeah, they haven't gotten any votes yet.
They're probably still voting.
Yeah, it's safe to say that stays red though.
Yep. Just take it off for the sake of right now.
So the number matches.
Yeah. So this is what. So we've got 237 to 210.
213 is what I'm seeing on Fox
Oh yeah,
News.
sorry, because they did call Montana. That's not on Fox's website. So, put on Georgia and Michigan. That's 245. You put Pennsylvania in that, it's not enough. North Carolina. Wait, put North Carolina in there. So that's 60. There's got to be something somewhere else. This Florida is in there.
It's Alaska.
Alaska is a safe bet, though.
Yeah, Alaska is a safe bet. It's still not enough. Nevada, add in Nevada, it's not enough. He's gonna have to get. He's gonna have to get 2 of the 3 of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Well,
yeah.
Or he picks up those 2 districts, one in Nebraska, one in Maine.
What's the score right now?
269, 237.
So he could win Michigan, he could lose Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and he could get a Nebraska, or like the Maine is slated pink on the Fox map, but not red.
270.
Oh my God.
And if you give everything else to Biden, and that's how close it could be. 270, 268.
That would be nuts.
It's better than 269, 269.
That is
entirely possible. Yeah. But no.
Bill Hemmer's going to do what you just did, Eric. He's like, Eric Sykes in St. Louis just did this. Let's see if we can mimic this. He's in Michigan right now, and he's got a 300,000 plus. Trump has a 300,000 plus vote lead with, I think it's, what did it say, 59% in?
Yeah, this is close.
Gotta be kidding me. Where are all you Trump landsliders? What's the best Trump could do?
Well, give them all the pink states.
Well, I mean, they're all counted in the tally right now. So go to put Wisconsin in the red. Eric, if you can, Wisconsin in the red.
And Pennsylvania.
And Pennsylvania in the red. What's that? 300. That's less than he got before. Is that the best he can do?
Yes.
Unless Arizona switches, which I don't think it's going to switch.
No.
Okay. 83% in Wisconsin, 110,000 votes to Trump's favor, 51.3%. Didn't he win Wisconsin by 5 figures last time? It was like 20,000 votes, right? It was razor thin. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was terrifying. It was terrifying. Jimmy says, "Give him Wisconsin and Michigan." You think so, Jimmy? Zach says 97.1 said that all mail-in votes have to be for Biden for Trump not to win Pennsylvania. What do they know? Just kidding. I'll go with that.
Well, let's who's telling us what the margin is right now? Okay, with 64% reporting, this is let's see, this is Fox News interactive map. 64% reporting. Biden has a little over 1.9 million, and Trump has 2.6 million votes.
Andy, I still say with that situation that you have there on the map, he can still win without Pennsylvania. If he takes Michigan and Wisconsin both.
And that's possible, folks. I mean, he did it. He already did
Nevada.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, and Nevada?
Well, no.
Take Nevada out. He could still lose Nevada.
He can still lose it and win.
Yep.
So
that's a little bit more reassuring.
I still say that if it's a clear win in Wisconsin and Michigan, then it doesn't matter what Biden says about Pennsylvania.
That's
And
that's the holy grail of places to be when we go home
So we could, you know, got the two
tonight.
And it's kind of a push here. You go Maine to Trump, and you go Nebraska to.
The Fox News alert was Joe Biden revs up supporters in Delaware.
No.
Make it stop.
Stupid ass honking their horns. So stupid.
He's got it. Yeah. If we were to give Biden Wisconsin, that pulls him back again from that 270 threshold.
You guys, this is as close as it can get. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, pretty much. It's turning into quite the nail biter. I was hoping for a lot more of a decisive Trump win, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, weren't we all? I mean, it'd be nice. It would be nice. Sharon on Facebook says, need a Xanax. Bring some for everybody. Let's see. Going through my Twitter.
Could I go back to Pennsylvania while we have the time? Do we? Sure. Okay. Here's Pennsylvania. I mean, yeah. I thought you'd take the note. Here's 68% Pennsylvania.
I think Annie, Mark Cox is going to try to join us one last time.
That's great.
I find this a bit remarkable.
That's great. Whenever he pops on, is he on here? No.
In 2016, 363 for Hillary Clinton, 257 for Trump. So he lost the county, lost the city of Pittsburgh by about 110,000 votes roughly. So in 2020, so I guess I'm just get the right dial up here. There's a difference of about roughly 80,000 votes, but there's more votes outstanding in Pittsburgh. He also mentioned. He mentioned Scranton, Lackawanna County. I've been showing this throughout the night. Chris mentioned this a moment ago.
I think I said this before, but Elise Stefanik, representative, she won re-election. Republican Darren LaHood won re-election in Illinois.
I'll be right back, folks.
Right.
Okay.
2012, same story between Obama and Romney. In 2020, well, I mean, the president has a lead right now. We've got about 21,000 vote difference between the two men there. I'll just pop around here quickly. Montgomery County, Biden the slight edge there. Down here in Chester County.
Ann Wagner.
Neck and neck here.
Do they
One?
just call it?
Guys, Philadelphia throughout the night.
Yes.
Good for her.
1 a.m. on the East Coast, and we are still at it.
Yes.
And I think we'll still be at it for some time.
That's big. Very good.
Share that.
Let's reset the night, and here's what we know at this hour in the race to 270. Alaska is too early to call, but President Trump is in the lead there. President Trump has won the 29 electoral votes in the state of Florida tonight. That was the big state that he took at the beginning of the night. Former Vice President Biden has won the state of Arizona, a state that President Trump won 4 years ago. That is the one.
Is anybody else calling Arizona yet?
Not that I'm aware of. No. Not the map that I've seen.
Than anticipated. The Biden campaign thought they might have a shot there, but that has gone clear.
Here's from Paul Sperry. He's somebody I follow on Twitter. He's a very well-connected individual, former DC bureau chief for Investors Business Daily, Hoover Institution media fellow, author of several books, including bestseller Infiltration. Tweets, Arnon Mishkin, the Fox Election Decision Desk chief analyst who called Arizona prematurely for Biden and potentially suppressed Trump votes in Nevada, is a registered Dem who voted for Hillary and shelled out 4,000 plus for Obama and Dems, according to FEC and voting records. So take that for
Real-time investigative journalism happening here.
John Roberts is standing by with the Trump campaign reaction. The president says, John, that he's going to speak tonight, and obviously we've seen the tweets already. Yeah, he is.
Susan Collins, have they called her yet?
The last I saw that they hadn't called it, but
Oregon becomes the first United States to decriminalize possession of all drugs, including cocaine, heroin, and meth for personal use.
Let's punch through that disclaimer. The president saying we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Twitter saying
Sajar Angetti, who is host of Rising with Crystal and Sajar, host of, he's also, let's see, he's on, I think he's a Fox.
They're the Hill, right? Yeah.
The down ballot polling misses are being overshadowed by the presidential ones. These are titanic. Graham destroyed Harrison. Susan Collins running ahead. Tom Tillis running ahead. AP quickly calls Iowa for Ernst, and the House is nowhere near what Dems predicted.
Wow.
It feels like this is confirming what we thought we knew, which is we are just as divided as it could possibly be.
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way not to be divided. I think with the 4 years that since Trump took office, I don't think that there is a way. I mean, the people that hate Trump did not switch their mind. They've only been emboldened. They've only been empowered to hate him even more.
Yeah, and it'll only get worse.
There is 10% of that goes into made out of corn from Iowa, Nebraska, and a place like that in the form of ethanol. So what happens to Pennsylvania in terms of fracking, or what happens in Texas in terms of fracking, or Eastern Ohio also affects Iowa because they put out a product that is included in just about every gallon of gasoline. The Trump campaign obviously very happy with the results in Florida as well. The polls showed that was going to be a very tight race. In the end, it wasn't. President Trump won it decisively. If Arizona loses, that means that the president has to win North Carolina, has to win.
Hey, Eric, do you want to walk through? Do you want to walk through some of the Missouri campaigns? Take us through the AP Missouri stuff. You can. I'll put your screen up here when you get it put together, so you can show us what to highlight there in the state of Missouri, and I'll peek in at the Illinois stuff.
I was just looking at a tweet that has been flagged by Twitter from Donald Trump. Did you see that?
It's the one that it's the one that I showed you before, but he spelled polls correctly. So hey! As soon as I set something up, Mark Cox always pops in. Mark, you're back. How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
How you feeling?
Hey, Mark.
I'm feeling like I want to run my head through that wall over there.
Oh yeah, that good, huh? So
I feel great. I don't understand why the mainstream media is fighting this so much. I don't understand why the president hasn't come out and made a statement since Joe Biden saw fit to come out and make a statement. So
I think he's on his way. Apparently, he put a tweet out here that said that it's implied that maybe that the media was trying to steal the election, and Twitter has flagged it and taken it down. Pretty amazing. On election night, Twitter is
censoring the president of the United States,
putting themselves in between the president of the United States and the American people on Twitter.
That could be their last great act of defiance if he gets elected.
So we were just going to go to Eric here to talk a little bit about Missouri results. Anything you want to pick on particularly that you were watching that you think is great?
CD2 and Senate seat 15. Andrew Koenig, big win. Ann Wagner, big win. And nobody expected that. It had to be something to do with the coattails of the massive win the president had in the state.
Yeah, what about the amendments that were on there? Those about the Clean Missouri and the other one.
So far, so good. The first one went down to a no vote, which I recommended, and the second one was I recommended a yes vote, and it is barely hanging on by about 40,000 votes for a yes right now, with 95% reporting or something like that. So we'll see what happens. I guess it could still lose, but
no.
You got it up here. We'll put it up here. Yeah, what you got, Eric, so far?
It's what he was just talking about. It's the yes vote is barely hanging on there.
it's a percentage point between the two. But yeah, that Amendment 1 was called. It did not pass.
So I want to ask you, Mark, about the calling of Arizona. There's a lot of skepticism behind Arizona being called. Fox News specifically getting out in front and calling Arizona that way. There's a lot of math nerds that are crunching numbers and feeling confident about what they've put in so far. Do you think, is it a mistake? Is there any activism going on in the way these races are being called? Do you have your eyebrow raised?
I don't know. I mean, I worry about it because you look at the Fox map, setting Arizona aside for a moment, which they called and then apparently retracted and then called again on the map I'm looking at. Fox was the first one to call Florida. But why they're holding out on states like Georgia and North Carolina, took them forever to call Ohio, even though it was a 500,000 vote difference almost.
Yeah.
And the same in Pennsylvania. Do you know there are 700,000 votes? The president is ahead by 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania, and they don't plan to call that race yet. My question would be: are there 700,000 votes that still haven't been counted? And are you assuming that every single one of them is going to go to Joe Biden?
Yeah, what's the deal?
That's the question.
I don't know.
Why, is there an explanation, Mark? Is there a thought in your head why that makes sense? Because a lot of people have a lot of theories. I was just curious. Is there a reason why the hesitation is there?
Well, so it was the same hesitation we saw 4 years ago. Remember when one of them called Pennsylvania for the president, the other one called Wisconsin, but neither one would agree with the other one that Pennsylvania or Wisconsin was called. So we're all left hanging in limbo for, it seemed like, 2 hours until one of the organizations finally stepped forward and recognized that the other state had gone for the president, and then they declared him the winner of the election.
Look at this.
Nobody wants to be the organization that does that.
Mark, look at this. The Blaze is reporting election results delayed in Georgia's largest county after water pipe bursts in a room containing ballots. Are you kidding me? Is this the Babylon Bee?
Oh my gosh.
You got to be kidding me, right?
Are they going to be sitting ballots out and, hitting them with blow dryers and fans and whatnot for overnight?
I don't know. So how do you see this playing out? You think there's still a possibility? I mean, if Trump, what we say, Eric, if Trump ends up pulling off Michigan and Wisconsin, and of course they call North Carolina and Georgia, that's the key. But now we've got a water pipe situation in Georgia. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's still possible Pennsylvania isn't required for us to have a definitive answer here.
Correct.
If that's the case, man, I'm feeling pretty good about it, but there's still so many ifs.
I don't see Georgia going for Biden. I think that's a red state still.
Yeah.
And I do think that there's a scenario there where the extended ballot count in Pennsylvania doesn't even matter. But they have to call those races soon.
The New York Times is still projecting a slight tilt for Biden in Georgia.
I don't get that. How can they think that?
How do we know how many ballots are remaining? I mean, there's official count of the number of votes that were processed, right? Because all that's at least in Missouri, all that seems to be electronic.
We might need some rocket scientist math here. Are you ready?
Yeah. Okay.
No, but I'm just saying we might need some rocket scientist math here to do the percentages, because I'm not necessarily good at that. But when I look at that map and I see that there are 2.6 million votes for Joe Biden and 2.7 0.32 million votes, not quite 100,000 more votes for Donald Trump in North Carolina. So that's not quite 6 million votes have been cast, and they're reporting that 94% of the votes are in. So there's at most 6% of the votes that still need to be counted. I mean, I guess.
Well, is it 94%?
100,000 votes one direction or the other, right?
Is it 94% of the votes cast, or is it 94% of precincts?
Yeah, 94% reporting in. You're correct about that.
Okay, so then those numbers can range.
Yeah.
Wait a second here.
This report says that no ballots were affected in that water main break.
Yet. dot. This is interesting. I don't know what to make. Ohio called for Trump.
What?
Ohio called for Trump. Here's the New York Post saying right-wing activist Laura Loomer wins Florida GOP race.
Wait, what? Well,
what?
No, that's the August report where she won the primary.
Thank you. Because people are tweeting.
I got to hop back on with Tony here real quick.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Appreciate you. Yep, you too. Listen to you in the morning. I'm so glad you caught that August 19th, 2020. Because I'm like, I scoured everything else and I was like, this does not seem right.
Yeah.
I should have just read the comments. Dang it. It's right there. I'm losing my fastball.
Well, it's late. Reaction time is going to be slowed.
What do you think this does for alternative media out there? Newsmax, OAN. There's, I watched some Trump campaigns on Right Side Broadcasting Network, I think it was, and it was good for what? Yeah, Mike says on Facebook. Oh, now Annie is yawning. Well, it's 12:15.
All of us are yawning. Yeah,
I'm here though, and I'll stay with you. I'll stick this out. But I'm reading tweets here too. Henry, let's see, who's Henry Olson? Why do I care what you say? Senior fellow and columnist, Post opinions, author, the Working Class Republican. He says we're up to 133,361 election day votes in Arizona. Trump now winning 65.1% of them. I mean, if Fox blows this Arizona thing,
that's going to be the biggest story.
Heads are going to have to roll. Like Fox is not going to be able to just recoup from that and be like, yeah, we made a bad call or whatever, because it's going to end up being the story of the night. What?
Well, and it's also going to be long-term damage to its typical viewer base, I would think.
Yep, incredibility.
Yeah.
What was that, Gabe? Sorry.
I was going to say, I was saying that it's going to amount to long-term damage to their typical viewer base, which are, generally us right-leaning folks. And, if you're making these bad calls and it's in the direction, that it typically is where all the bad calls go, then we're just going to, lump you in with all the other guys and go elsewhere.
A lot of people on our comments are saying that they're watching this from Newsmax and I think OAN. So that's pretty telling. A lot of people in the comments are leaving, they're watching the states Trump or Biden win from those two networks.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Craig Gilbert, who is, I'm going to put this up on the screen here. He is, a political reporter, Washington bureau chief for Milwaukee Journal Sentinel and JS Online, writes the Wisconsin voter blog, says just some of the back of the envelope math. Biden right now is trailing Trump by 100,000 votes. There are almost 170,000 city of Milwaukee ballots still to be counted. It is quite plausible that those could net Biden 100,000 or more. That doesn't factor in outstanding votes elsewhere in Wisconsin. So, just to give you some perspective there to keep you well-rounded as we are going through this night. And, you certainly are not coming here to get set up for a letdown. We will get excited together if there's something to get excited about.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is that because the mainstream media has lost so much credibility over time, that we're questioning their ability and their objectivity in making their predictions and making their projections, because daggum, fool me once, shame on
Mhm.
you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Mhm.
And this we're running on for the 47th, 48th time of the attempted fooling at this point. So it's we're going to be skeptical, and yes, we understand how projections work. We understand that people are basing these things on which wards have yet to vote, which wards have yet to be counted, how many people are in those, how they their typical voting patterns and all. We understand all that stuff goes into the projections, but it's an opaque process, and it requires that we trust you in that dark little square to get things right, and we don't trust you anymore.
Fox News calling that remaining district there in Nebraska for Joe Biden, which I think we had on our board as being blue.
Yeah, we did. Yep.
So this is interesting. Small but interesting here. Let's put this in here. This is from Tim Pulliam, who is a local TV journalist, who says, Yvonne Lewis Hawley, Democratic candidate for lieutenant governor, tells me she just called and conceded the race. Republican Mark Robinson will be North Carolina's first Black lieutenant governor. So that's kind of cool. Mark Robinson, Republican lieutenant governor in North Carolina. That's an interesting thing. So,
all right.
Just one of the little
He looks
stories
like he's
that
having fun in that picture.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah.
he's
having a
having
ball.
fun. Yeah, getting ready to take on. So North Carolina, that's Northam, right? So do they do it like Missouri does it? Because in
No, they're
Illinois, oops, I just pulled my headphone out. You run as a ticket, so you're governor and lieutenant governor. It's like president, vice president. Missouri, you guys do it individually, which I don't think
Right.
is the worst thing in the world. But that's because it's just like one more chance at me getting a Republican somewhere close to any kind of authority in the state. But Kevin wants to know if Katie is asleep on the floor. I don't know. If she is, that's okay. It is what it is.
Katie.
We're all trying to stay upright.
I want to see the puppy some more.
CNN projects that all 4 congresswomen in the group known as
There
the
she is.
Squad. Somebody asked if you were asleep on the floor, and I said, "What if she is?"
Oh, I was taking off my
Yeah, that's
makeup. I said goodbye to this makeup. You're gone.
The Squad, Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, and Rashida Tlaib have all won re-election.
Boo.
Yeah, not surprised. I'm not surprised by that one
Return
bit.
to the squad.
Yeah, and you know what? The people that are rooting for them love them.
Oh, sure. Oh, of course.
Love them.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see here.
I'm still waiting on them to update their voting totals. For some of these states, they've been sitting here for
A while.
an awful long time, and
Yeah.
there's no change.
Breaking pipes.
Cori Bush becomes the first Black woman to represent Missouri in Congress. That's good, but make sure you represent it well, folks. Doesn't matter what you look like. To quote a song, it don't matter what you look like. Is that Princess and the Frog? I think.
I think so.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Such a good movie. If you haven't seen that, you're missing out.
I haven't seen.
I get thumbs up confirmations on random facts throughout the course of the night from my husband. Some of them had to do with baseball before, some of them had to do with politics, and Princess and the Frog also garnered me a sleepy thumbs up from my husband sleeping on the futon right next to me.
Yeah, Cori Bush is for me what Obama was, where basically I want a do over for the first Black
Yeah.
It's historic, and that's a good thing from that perspective. But it's like, I don't want the first woman in the White House to be friggin' Hillary Clinton. Are you
Right?
joking me? Like
Exactly.
I'm not gonna be like, oh, women, Hillary. Oh no. Give me Donald Trump, who is about as manly as it gets. Let's see.
That's funny. My dad was always talking about how, basically when you're going out to do something, you're representing people like you. You're representing your family, the name that you carry. You're representing Christians because you call yourself a Christian. In some people's minds, you're representing your race just because you may be one of the few that they actually encounter. It's kind of the burden of being a minority. But one of the things we always used to kind of joke about in that vein, in my family was like, you're gonna mess around and embarrass the family kind of thing. And that's the idea of doing something just so heinous and so out there that your shame just kind of spreads like peanut butter over the rest of everyone who carries the same name. So I kind of get that feeling when people are the first black this or the first black that, and they're horrible. So I'm just saying.
I did that. Scott says, can I get a shout out to my sons? I retired 7 years ago from the U.S. Navy. My boys joined the U.S. Navy in 2018 and 2017. Jay picked up petty, that J might be a smiley face. I don't know. Picked up petty officer 2nd class, and H picked up petty officer 3rd class. Well, you can absolutely not just get a shout out, but our debt of gratitude to them and to you for your service and for raising some boys who are so self-sacrificial and being able to give their country, which regardless of how this election ends up, we are proud to be represented by them and very grateful for what they're doing for their country. So Scott, thank you, and thank them for us.
I don't remember what the Navy says, but Marines say "oorah."
Oorah. I just say thank you.
Wow. Whoa, this guy looks like it's been a long night.
Katie, look at this.
He's promised you. I don't know what's going on.
It doesn't matter.
I'm like, what year is it?
Who is this guy?
I don't know, but he looks like he looks like me. It's been a rough night.
You got COVID. I mean,
we're dealing with that. You saw that in Virginia, where for 50%, 60% of the vote, the president was actually ahead. And then in the end, it went the way we thought it would. But we're dealing with that situation now in Wisconsin and in Michigan, where the early vote has been...
Kelly J on YouTube says, I keep thinking I may as well go to bed, but I think that they will call the remaining states any minute now.
If you go to bed, do you think they'll call him for Trump or Biden? Because that is going to determine whether or not I tell you to go to bed. North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, man.
I'm still thinking Trump's got it.
Is it so, Annie? What happened during this time with Hillary?
I'm so glad you said that, because this is what it was like. We were sitting around the station, Union Station in St. Louis, and it was like, what's happening? Nothing's happening. Nobody's calling anything. And then all of a sudden it was boom, 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 boom. And it was like, Donald Trump's the president. We're like, wait, we weren't ready for it. That happened too fast. Like, what? Wow. Yeah. And then Donald Trump's walking out there with his family, and we're like, show us Hillary. But Hillary didn't come up. And John Podesta comes out, and he's like, we're going to look into this a little bit more, and she's a fighter. And I'm like, yeah, she's a loser too tonight. But they didn't come out and speak. And then she came out in that purple and black suit. Do you remember that purple? It was like morning.
Yes.
Or like Count. What's the Count? Is the Count?
The Count from Sesame Street.
Count Chocula? No, that's not right. Count Chocula? No, that's not right. It's the Count. That's what it looked like to me. That's what I remember. Carrie Russell says on Facebook, listening to 97.1, Mark said President blocked on Twitter. He tweeted suggesting that the media was trying to steal the election, and Twitter put up a block on it. I'll find the tweet and show it to you guys. But Scott said, "Thank you, Annie. Damn it, I actually shed a tear. That meant a lot." Well, I mean, I never, ever, ever can say the amount of thanks that I am so incredibly grateful for people. Like I feel this way. Like if I ever go to the hospital, or that I've had several surgeries over the course of time. I've had babies. I've spent a lot of times around nurses and doctors, and I don't know how they do it. I couldn't do it. I go in there and I'm like, if you needed me to make you live, I'm so sorry to tell you what would happen. Like, I wouldn't be able to do it. I don't have it in me. They're just people who are willing and able to do things that I know that I would never be able to do. And when I meet one of you, Scott, like you and your boys, I am just incredibly grateful that people like you exist, and unequivocally want to share that gratitude with you. Dave Portnoy, who is another go-to source of wonderful information for specifically Katie and me. We love him. Odds Sharks, he tweeted this: latest odds to win the 2020 U.S. presidential election. Donald Trump still favored. I don't know how this works, but Dave Portnoy says still Trump. And he has made a lot of money betting. So whatever that means to y'all.
Lots of money betting.
Yeah, like I said today or yesterday, I said I wanted to go bet $1,000 in Vegas on Joe Biden, so that way either Donald Trump won the election and the country would be saved, or I'd make some money. But I couldn't bet $5 and not feel guilty if I lost it. So
yeah, ditto on that. Oh, here comes Molly Hemingway. Reached out to her. Seeing if I can make that happen.
The president needed to run the table in 5 or 6 states where he was kind of trailing a little bit in the polls, right? So, Florida, North Carolina.
The tweet from President Trump was this tweet. This is somebody copied it. President Trump, we are up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. That's what Trump tweeted, and Twitter said, no, we're going to put a block on that.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, they're not doing themselves any favors here. Like, they are just putting themselves deeper down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Now, one thing is for sure. No matter what happens, the GOP-led Senate needs to actually do something about this. I'm tired of the hearings and the stupid back and forth. We get it. We know what they're. It doesn't matter, what evidence you present. They're going to say the same bullcrap, over and over from their little position there on the dais. So just strip them of their protections and let them scramble and figure out how to run their business after.
Agreed. I'm sick of the hearings. Just do something already.
Yep.
Jimmy says, hey, how about a shout out for Pocahontas, Illinois? Why? Because we are Pokey Baby and we love the Annie Fry Show. America. There you go, Jimmy. Thank you.
Reason
We're happy you're here. Otter says, I've heard that 2 states have stopped counting. Does this mean we should go to bed? Do you think more will follow? I don't know.
Which 2 states?
Yeah, I don't know which 2 states. Let's see here. What is he saying, James?
Someone said Pennsylvania.
Well, Pennsylvania we knew was going to go until tomorrow or this week.
Someone asked about how the popular vote's going, and currently Trump is trailing on the popular vote about 1.7 million.
He was doing really well, and then California dumped in their vote, and it got drastic.
Freaking California.
Trump is going to make what?
It's not going to happen tonight.
But Trump's going to speak.
So if Pennsylvania doesn't have their ballots counted tonight, then what the hell happens?
They're just going to keep counting them. They'll just keep. They said they would be counting ballots until Friday.
Yeah.
But what does that mean for tonight? Then all of a sudden, is it just like, okay, we'll just go to sleep?
Halftime.
Well, if some of the other states do count enough so that we could call them, it's possible that one or the other of the candidates would get to 270, and it wouldn't matter ultimately, at least in terms of electoral votes, what what happens in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they'd have to complete their process and do their certifications, and then we'd get a final popular vote tally later on, and maybe a final electoral vote count that for the history books. But once you hit that 270, you hit it, and it doesn't matter what happens in the other states.
But right now, we don't know who's going to hit that 270.
Right.
Right.
John Roberts is tweeting out right now. It's pretty much official now. We will not know who the winner of the election is until later today at the earliest, and today being tomorrow in our time, in our
Wednesday.
In the world where I live, where we count in sleeps. There's nothing wrong with that. It's like 58 sleeps until Christmas, Katie. Why aren't you shopping right now?
No, I can't think about it.
But those are often overseas ballots. That's the provision for that. I mean, how long does it take to get
Let's see.
So the suggestion that somehow it's out of order or a matter of ineptitude or corruption is not fair. Who knows? Well, there's a group saying count every military ballot, and I'm all for it, but we're going to have plenty of time. So to tell on a number of these states to count a lot of ballots. Danny, you're not leaving, actually. You're just going to.
No, I mean, now that I'm up, I might as well just stay up for the entire day.
Now that I'm up.
I'd be interested to see if Trump speaks, because we need to know what he's gonna. What was that?
Britt Hume just said he got half an hour. I'm out of here too.
Britt Hume calls his Liz at 2 a.m. Give him that dude is putting in the time.
Work. WERK, right, Katie?
Work.
Katie, do you know who's on the show tomorrow?
Oh God. Let's see.
I have no idea. If you don't know the answer to that question, that is okay.
I do. Tim Schneider.
Did you get him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Troy Murdoch. Of course, Tim Jones. Illinois policy. And if that fair tax doesn't pass, then that'll be a great, amazing interview that we'll have with Illinois policy. That'll happen at 2:10, so everybody be listening to that. I'm trying to get Elizabeth McDonald because last week we had a little bit of a kerfuffle with the scheduling.
Change year, that's what you might see more of, but this time around it comes in. Hold on.
Trump, if you're gonna speak, you should speak.
Yeah, come on, dude.
What I don't understand is, and this happened. I mean, you just said it, Annie. This happened last time in 2016.
This is what we did last year, or the last time. We were like, well, I guess we'll pack it in, and then all of a sudden,
exactly,
the dominoes fell.
There's this delay, in the counties around Detroit in reporting. Wayne County only has 37% in, and they've been closed now for 6 hours, or how many hours have they been closed?
Well, they probably just stopped. I mean, it's 1:35 in the morning there. I don't understand why we don't have a "we go until we know" like attitude, and I didn't know that was going to rhyme until I said it, and I like it. Margie says, I think the fair tax was voted down. My concern is Pritzker is going to take it out on us and shut down Illinois. He was going to do that anyway, Margie. At least we don't have to suffer as much as we were going to have to suffer before. And honestly, at this point, if he wants to shut down Illinois after this election, if he wants to go on a shutdown palooza, just remember it in 2022 when we have, God willing, a good candidate to go up against J.B. Pritzker and beat him and get the state in a place where there's some responsibility. My heavens.
Numbers real quick, because getting word from DeKalb County elections due to technology limitations, the precincts accidentally reported 0 of 191 until all precincts were uploaded and tabulated.
Where's he talking about, Jared?
Georgia. All votes, and we'll continue the effort of processing absentee ballots at 11 a.m. Wednesday, November 4th. That is.
George is not going to resume till 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay, so all the states are packing it in.
And you better
basically.
listen to the Annie Fry show tomorrow because we're going to be calling races then.
Yeah, I was like, hey, you guys are going to be able to break the final news then.
Unbelievable. Wait a second. Remember, let's dwell on this for just a minute. That fair tax failed in Illinois. Let's not forget and pass on how big of a deal that is. Jamie Pritzker spent $60 million of his own dollars on that, and it failed. I can't spend $60 on anything and have it fail. $60 million. Think of how many people he could have fed for $60 million. How many toilets he could have put in houses for $60 million. And he spent it all on a failed progressive tax. What a loser. We've got more people. Mark and Tony. And
Tony will be in here in a minute. He had to go do something. So
are you guys still going? Are you calling a lid?
Well, we just wrapped up a few minutes ago when it was pretty clear that the mainstream media is not going to get off their ass and do anything tonight.
Yeah.
Excuse my frustration, but they won't.
You can say whatever you want. A, it's the internet. B, it's after midnight. C, I won't remember it tomorrow.
Just heard Fox announced that the DeKalb County, Georgia registrar said that they had a malfunction and they weren't going to complete their counting until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
After they get some new ballots?
So they must think they've got 300,000 votes that they haven't gotten to yet in DeKalb County, because that's how much the president's winning by. And you'd have to have the assumption that he's going to, Biden's going to get all 300,000 of those votes. So
Mark, what is Donald Trump doing right now? Put yourself in the East Wing right now. What is it like to be a fly on the wall around Donald Trump?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess probably getting together with Pam Biondi and maybe Rudy Giuliani and a couple of his other top lawyers to figure out what their next step's going to be. Because that's what Biden's doing. I mean, why even come out and make that statement tonight? His wife had to remind him who the governor was in Delaware while she was standing next to him. You could overhear
Dave.
it.
Didn't he go? Was it Dave? He was like, Dave.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Is she running the show? Is she really the one behind? Is she the?
There's Tony.
She's his handler.
Tony, are you quitting? Are you a quitter?
Heck no.
You quitting?
No.
I can't quit you.
I'm not going anywhere.
So, Mark, are you going to go home tonight?
No.
I wouldn't. There's so much nice new furniture around that building to sleep on.
Yeah.
To the best of my knowledge, there are couches here that have never been slept on before. So my plan is to just go find one of those and curl up.
There you go.
The president holds his news conference, whenever that is.
So, Tony, how's it been tonight? The coverage, I mean, you guys have been all over it all night on 97.1. And we kind of thought we weren't going to have an answer. It was a nice possibility for it to exist, but how did it go?
Yeah, I was really hoping that we would at least get a final decision in North Carolina and maybe either Wisconsin or Michigan or Georgia. But it seems like all those states have been in a holding pattern for the last hour or so. Pennsylvania, we all knew was most likely not going to be decided tonight. However, with as big of a lead as the president has in Pennsylvania, it's like, look, I understand that you're waiting, that you have a whole lot of votes to count, but do you really have enough votes out there that it would overcome the significant lead that the president has built up throughout the night? So we've been saying this all night. My biggest takeaway from tonight is how much it feels like 2016. The president is doing all of the things that the polls and the pundits told us he wasn't going to do. All of the, he needed an inside straight. He needed a Hail Mary and all things have to go perfectly for him. And, there's no chance of that happening. As the night progressed, it literally felt exactly like it did in 2016.
Yeah.
Do you remember when we were in the studio and we were kind of at a position like this? We were like, all right, I think we called it, was it like after 1 a.m.? Because we left a little bit after 2. I feel like around 1 a.m. we were trying to figure out, let's just get out. We wanted to go to the top of the hour to do the clean radio thing, to turn it over. And we had kind of put a game plan together about how we were going to exit the ramp and get off the air. And then stuff started happening, and it was just like boom, boom, boom. And we're like, wait, Donald Trump is the president? This just happened. Like, it happened. It took forever. It was hurry up and wait.
Oh, I
And
know.
when we got there, it was like, this happened so quickly, and we were just kind of stunned.
And that's kind of exactly what I was thinking was going to happen tonight with North Carolina and Georgia and Wisconsin and Michigan. It felt like for like the last 90 minutes that something is about to happen in those states, and it just keeps not happening. And I don't understand why it keeps not happening.
We were saying that exact same thing last year, but I don't know. It looks like, what did I say? Georgia's going to reconvene tomorrow at 10.
Yeah.
I said we'll probably be calling races in our show tomorrow, maybe with Georgia.
Here comes Chris Direwalt right now.
Is he sweaty?
I
mean, Chris Direwalt's ready to slap people. Like, whoever is in the way, he's going to be slappy.
Trump says he's going to make a statement tonight. Well, I don't know when yet.
That's kind of like what I'm holding out. We're going to be here at least until that happens. And if that kind of puts a bow on things, we'll probably wrap it up there. But
By the way, Tony, I really like your shirt.
Hey, me too.
Nice.
Second Amendment Radio. Is that a limited edition, or can people pick that up somewhere?
You can buy that at Osage County Guns in Wright City, Missouri, right off the rack.
Exclusive.
Missouri.
Now, Katie is such a trooper here. She has COVID, and she's at home, and somebody commented she's on her 4th hairstyle for the night. She just put her makeup off, but it is 1 a.m. almost, and she is still rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
At this point,
You're on your birthday, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Hanging out, guys.
Annie, are you surprised by anything tonight? I'm sure you've been talking about that all night, but we haven't had a chance to have this discussion.
I am surprised that the progressive income tax failed in the state of Illinois. That's almost too good to be true. You see, from somebody who's in the state of Illinois, you just don't expect things like that to go your way, and it just shows how bad of an idea it was that a very blue Illinois, it seeps out of Cook County, of course.
I heard that J.B. Pritzker's challenging that in court.
Oh, of course he is.
He's manufacturing some votes right now.
Yeah, he is. Did you hear me say he spent almost $60 million of his own dollars? $60 million of his own dollars to try to get that passed.
Yeah.
What is it like to have an existence where you can toss $60 million at anything? I don't like $60.
How would you like to be Michael Bloomberg tonight? He spent $100 million.
Florida. That's right. I forgot about that.
Think about all the money. We talked about this too. Think about all the money spent in Florida and all the money spent in South Carolina against Lindsey Graham. All the resources, hundreds of millions of dollars.
$120 million the Democrats funneled to that guy in South Carolina.
And it all failed.
Yeah.
Do we know that the Republicans retain the Senate majority? Is that official? I don't think it's official yet.
I don't think it's official, but I don't think there's any race that's still so up in the air that they are convinced that's going to happen anymore.
Yeah, nobody's talking about it. You need to pay attention to it, because
that would definitely be a storyline. If MSNBC thought they were going to at least get the Senate, they'd be talking about that.
And if the Senate judiciary remains in the hands of Lindsey Graham with the Hunter Biden story freshly, it's not the Hunter Biden. If the Republicans retain the Senate, the Hunter Biden story continues to be a story, and it's going to be the Hunter Biden story with a potential Biden presidency. Holy smokes. Because that includes the president. That would include then the president of the United States.
But that would make the Democrats happy because they wanted Kamala all along, right?
Okay, I see you.
I think. I jokingly, somebody sent me a bumper sticker the other day that said "Impeach Biden," just in case. And I'm thinking, well, that's exactly what they want, because if the Republicans impeach him, you're just turning it over to Kamala Harris.
That's true.
I thought when Trump picked Mike Pence, I thought, there you go. When Trump picked Mike Pence, it was like, I remember when they impeached him. Katie, you remember when vice president or something was trending on Twitter, and all these people were losing their mind. They're like, holy shit. Sorry. Holy crap. You mean this guy's going to be the person now? We don't get to pick. They didn't even consider what happened next. They're just so deranged by how much they hate Trump.
Yeah.
Sorry, if your kids are watching, I'm not sorry. Your kids should be in bed.
Yeah, exactly.
And
You're
I
a
will
bad
watch my
parent.
language from here on out. I'm going to share this tweet here from Kayleigh McEnany. Currently, President Trump is winning Rust Belt states by enormous margins compared to 2016. Wisconsin, 104,000 over 22,000. That's the margin in Wisconsin. In Michigan, 289,000, almost 290,000 votes compared to the 10,000 vote margin in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, almost 700,000 votes compared to 2016's 44,000. I mean, that to me looks pretty convincing. But what if the margin is with 80% in or 20% in, I guess that makes a difference. But Kayleigh McEnany tweeted this out 4 minutes ago, so this is pretty fresh information here from her.
And it hasn't been censored yet. That's amazing.
Yeah, right. That's why I wanted to hurry up and show you. Hey, Tony, I'll ask you what I asked Mark before, but what do you think it's like to be in a room with Donald Trump right now? What's this man doing?
I think
he's not sleeping.
I think he's chomping at the bit to speak. I think he wants.
He's being held back.
Yeah, I think he wants to get in front of the country. I'm sure he has a lot to say, a whole lot more than Joe Biden. I still don't understand really the point of what Joe Biden did tonight. You know, we waited and waited for him to speak after they announced that he would be, and then he went up for 3 minutes and said nothing. So I didn't really get the point behind that. My guess is the president has a whole lot more to say than Joe Biden did. And yeah, that's probably what he's thinking right now. He's probably in the room that he's in saying, let me turn on a camera and let me be in front of it.
Speak. Yeah.
This is interesting. I think that the hold on possibly saying something is because they're waiting for something to happen, which again goes back to 2016. This is Philip Klein, who is the executive editor of the Washington Examiner. I would consider that to be reputable. Fox says Milwaukee told them they expect to have returns in by 3 a.m. So that would be 2 a.m. our time. Wait, no, Wisconsin's our time zone, right? So
yeah.
So 3 a.m. is 3 a.m. That is the last remaining big batch of Biden votes, Dane County, Madison, nearly all in. If Trump's 107,000 lead holds after Milwaukee dump, he likely takes Wisconsin. So maybe, I mean, good grief, 3 a.m. But
Wisconsin only gives him 10, right?
10
votes.
10. But
So
didn't you feel like he was more likely to take Michigan than Wisconsin? I don't know why I thought that, but that's the the vibe I was having.
Yeah, I did. Eric, I like your golden EIB microphone. Can I just say that?
I was going to say something about that, but
thank you.
Excellence in broadcasting on YouTube here.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to sign off because I got to get some stuff cleaned up out of the studio. Tony may want to hang out.
I'll go log in from my phone if we're going to do this for a little bit longer. I'll join you back here in a couple minutes.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Mark. Have a good night, and we'll be tuning in tomorrow morning. Don't know how you do it.
Get some sleep because I won't.
Right.
We got a coffee maker in our office if you need it.
That's right. Hey, thank you. See you guys.
See ya.
Oh, man. Can you imagine? 1 a.m. It's 10 to 1. And what time would he normally get to the studio? 4:45? 4?
4. Mm-hmm. Or you know what? I did 4:30. 4:30. Yeah, it's not pretty in the morning.
Tim on YouTube says, "Hi, any Southern Illinois listener stuck in Chicagoland praying for our country." With you, Tim. With you on that. It'll get better. It'll get better. Let's see. Kelly says, I can't hold out until 3 a.m. I mean, who can, honestly? Probably Trump. Donald Trump will be the only one sitting there watching these results still come in.
He'll probably be like, you know what? We should have a rally.
You know what? Let's have a rally tonight.
Yeah. And he'd still get like 30,000 people to come out.
I am like so happy that the four of us here have stuck it out from beginning to end. Like that's a really cool thing.
Our
we did it, guys.
I will also.
The White House pool has been called to the East Room.
Who said that?
Jim Acosta.
I saw somebody retweeted that and said that's not accurate. Which, if
Oh, really?
Acosta said it and it's not accurate, then that's really funny.
Par for the course.
I will add on to that when you're on the radio, like we do a 3-hour radio show every day, and you get commercial breaks, which are potty breaks and snacky breaks and stop yapping breaks. We haven't had that. We've been on for, look at this. It says live for 6 hours and 51 minutes. My gosh. This is unbelievable. And for you guys that are still here, we have over 200 people still watching, and it's 1 a.m. Thank you so much. And look at these guys back here. They're just still as stoic as they've ever been. If I go here, it's like Mount Rushmore. That'd make Donald Trump happy, right? Man. Bob's going to bed. He said he's hitting hay. Thank you, Bob. We'll be back tomorrow. Man.
What a night.
We ought to do this again, but like for something fun. No, I'm kidding. This was actually.
This will be fun. It just depends on how it ends up turning out.
No, this has been actually quite enjoyable for an election night for me.
This is back from Benny again, and he is a reporter. He's with TPUSA. Arizona governor, irresponsible to call Arizona. Nearly 1 million votes have not been counted yet. This is put up at 12:42 a.m. Data from the ground. Late roll votes are breaking 2-1 for Trump, according to real-time data. Arizona is not even close to a safe call for Biden. Fox News owes America an apology.
Yikes.
What if we go to bed and we wake up tomorrow and Arizona is back in the red? Oh my gosh.
That'd be awesome.
Michelle says, I feel guilty. I'm eating ice cream. Go get a snack. Don't feel guilty. My husband brought me 3 Musketeers after I kind of yelled at him for bringing me 2 little snack-sized Twix bars while he ate a full-size 3 Musketeers candy bar in front of me. Unbelievable.
Everyone go get a snack for me. Go enjoy the crap out of the snack for
When
me.
you wake up in the morning and your taste is back, how excited is that going to be? Exciting is that?
I cannot. Like, honest to God, I'm not even over exaggerating. I'm being dead serious. Every single morning I wake up and I'm like, is today going to be the day that I get my taste back? Like, is it going to be today? And when that day happens, it might be gradual or it might just happen all at once. I am eating
everything.
What is the first thing you want to taste?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Sweet or savory?
I'm just gonna go like lick a couch.
I want to taste either like a big bacon cheeseburger or a steak. Like I want like something meaty and like mashed potatoes.
Savory.
Oh my God.
All about
something super salty. Can't wait.
Don't you get the vibe if you go to bed? Something's gonna happen. You're gonna miss it. It's like you waited up this long. Why would you?
Yeah, I kind of feel that way. I feel like something's gonna happen at like one. Like if we all went to bed like right now, something would happen at 1:30. That's kind of how I feel.
Yeah, like Annie said, in 2016, that's it's a good gift. That's what happened.
For America saying 63% reporting in Michigan, and John James is up 9 points.
All right, John James.
Who is that? Is that Drake?
Yeah, at a
yes,
at an NBA game, Raptors game.
Yeah,
because he's Canadian.
He's Canadian.
He is. He apparently he used to be on the show called Degrassi.
Yes, he was Jimmy on Degrassi.
Like
he was in a wheelchair because of the school shooting. I'll never forget it. I watched the episode. I bawled my eyes out.
Like Degrassi High?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were those books, or was that just a TV show?
It was. I mean, I don't know. It could have been books.
It could have been books, but
was
yeah.
it Fast Times at Degrassi High, or is that something else?
No, just Degrassi High.
That's Ridgemont High.
Ridgemont was the other. Yeah. That's from the 80s. That's my era. Y'all wouldn't know anything about that.
All right.
I knew it was Ridgemont High.
I know my Matthew McConaughey history. That's really all I know about it.
Interstellar.
Something inappropriate that's hard to use in this day and age about the age of high school girls or something. I don't know. The older I get, they.
Oh yeah. No matter how old I get, they stay the same age or something like that. Yeah.
Something that just sounds super creepy and
Yeah, exactly.
right now, like I don't even know if that's the thing.
It sounds like a Joe Biden quote.
How different were the 80s?
Here's the deal.
Folks.
Well,
you know what? That's how I'm going to wake my family up from now on. Just going to stick my head out in my bedroom and folks, and then everybody will get up.
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Yeah.
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Corn Pops for breakfast. I could do that. Okay. Call Wisconsin. Call Michigan. Give me Georgia. Wait, Georgia is not happening.
Out here. Just do something.
You know what they should do? They should put like in a carnival or a circus or whatever, where you like put, you know how they have people in like soundproof booths and you can see them and they can see you, or maybe they can't see you. I want to see Trump in a soundproof booth. I want to see him being like, "Let me at him," because I think it would be amazing.
Poor kids are just as bright as white kids.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
They used to feel the hair on my leg.
Yeah, the swimming
Don't
pool.
think about roaches.
And kids jumping on my lap. I love kids jumping on my lap.
Folks.
But someone tell me what the hell he called O'Biden. No, not O'Biden. Holy crap. Obamacare. What was it? It was like, remember he just said it recently?
Oh, I missed this one.
It was like Baraka.
The Baraka care.
He says these things, and I'm more interested in like, what were you trying to say? Because I flub words. I mean, you know, you speak for a living, you're gonna flub words from time to time.
Yeah.
But he doesn't correct them. You know, like he doesn't say something and mix it up and then go in and correct it. He just keeps going, and it's almost like, do you know that you messed that up? Like, I don't understand what you said. And then they always have the sign language interpreters up there, and I'm like, if I knew what sign language was, then I would know what it is, but I don't. It's jokes on them.
My wife's best friend is a sign language interpreter, and yeah, I kind of like, he's like, "Woo, what just happened there?" Oh my gosh!
I saw. Did you see the Amish were having a Trump parade? I saw. I put this out there. I tweeted this out, and it said the tweet was, "The Amish are trending on Twitter, and they'll never know."
Never know.
And I was like, that is the best tweet that I've ever read on Twitter.
Yes, exactly. That's why we keep Twitter around, because occasionally it's fun.
Michelle on Facebook. Hi, Michelle. Thanks for staying up with us. As Fox says, 5-minute warning until president speaks. So we're definitely going to stay till that. I will show you here Sean Davis, who is the co-founder of the Federalist. That is an entity that I trust extremely. I really appreciate the Federalist. Based on what we know about historical voting patterns and turnout in Pennsylvania, the only mathematical path for Biden in Pennsylvania is for corrupt Democrats in Philly to manufacture enough post-election votes to tip the count to Biden just before the deadline. This is from Dave Rubin here. It says Trump is up. He retweeted, "This seems worth noting. Seems basically impossible for Biden to win." Chris Boozkirk, who I have no idea who that is. Let's look and see. AM Greatness. I've seen him before. I've seen that publication before. Trump is up by about 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Biden has to win the remaining votes by a 2-1 margin to win the state. That's going to be tough. That's why they shut down Philly early tonight, just in case a few extra needed. There were about 700,000 votes total in Philadelphia. Wasn't the worst nightmare the whole time that Trump would win this, and then there would be questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I really, really, really feel like I trust Trump to be able to handle this, and it'll be messy, but whatever's right needs to happen. Kelly says, "Hey Annie, check out Amy's post." Are you talking about this one here? 13,000 misprinted absentee ballots used to be transcribed by poll workers. Need to be transcribed by poll workers with help from National Guard. Where? Is that what we're talking about? Let's go to what really matters. Tara says, I can't drink another White Claw. I have to go to bed. I will not be sleeping very well tonight. Tara, I don't know what your state of mind is. I was going to say don't be a quitter, but I don't
Ooh,
want
girl.
to talk you into doing something you shouldn't do. Be
Ooh,
responsible,
girl.
make good decisions. White Claw.
Ooh, you are in for a mean hangover. I'll tell you that.
Eric says, "Well, I finished my first bottle of wine. Do I open another?" Man, I don't even know.
No.
I don't know what to tell you.
Don't do it.
No, not if you have work tomorrow.
No, just kidding.
Later today.
Michael says the results for Dave Barnes finally came in. He lost, but Republicans in the Metro East made very strong showing in the state representative rates. We gained 2 new seats, Amy Ellick in the 111th and David Freese in the 116th, and maintained all of the Republican seats that we already had. That's what I wanted to know. I wonder what the delay was in finalizing this race. It's always that way at Michael Channing in that race. It was the same way last time when what's his name? Yeah. I mean, that's the way it is each and every time. That they have a race in St. Clair County. It's always at the end, and it always ends up favoring the Democrat. So that's very good. We gained 2 seats, and I have a feeling as long as we have a good candidate for governor in the state of Illinois in 2022, we can maybe make some significant inroads. And also, according to what Jim Durkin said, he's the House Minority Leader. He said today on our show that there is going to be something that sticks to Madigan about this, and Madigan is the problem. And if we get to Mike Madigan, I got a text message from one of my favorite liberals on Twitter, and he said today, he goes, "I'm all in on getting rid of Madigan." So I mean, it's obvious to me that the people in the state of Illinois are turning against him. You know, we'll get to see. We'll get to see if Katie Stewart is going to vote for Mike Madigan for Speaker. Can't wait to see it. Is he gonna put himself up there? Is she gonna support him? She ought to. He spent $2 million on a race. It'd be pretty rude not to, don't you think? So we did get that Amy Ellick one. That is very, very exciting. Kelly says that there are ballots misprinted in Wisconsin. I don't have a link to that. I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen that.
Get a little nervous about all the chatter that can come from people because everybody's skeptical. I'm skeptical. I was skeptical before any of this happened, but you just kind of hope that maybe the win is far enough out of reach that there aren't enough shenanigans that could cause, the ickiness to really set in.
Again, I'm just kind of struck by, the thought of what this whole race would be like if 2/3 of, or 3/4 of culture wasn't set against the president.
Yep. If he wins this, it's going to be an amazing victory. Like, he doesn't have any business winning this.
No.
He has every single entity spear pointed directly at him. So,
including big tech, which is a new one altogether.
Yeah.
And apparently,
I cannot believe that Kimberly Clack did not win. I cannot believe that she did not win.
Who?
The Kimberly
Classic.
Classic, yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, Classic.
Yep. Mm-hmm. How close was that race?
I didn't see the numbers. I'll find those.
Yeah, because that one ad she had that went viral, that was pretty epic.
I mean, she also, just by making these really cool ads, there's a lot of other people that picked up that kind of idea and had really, really good outcomes and gained a lot of followers and views and stuff like that because of the type of ad that she put out there.
Yep. Going way back to what we were talking about with the black vote, and there was I think a record number of black Republicans running in various races around the country this year, and no matter what happens, I think that's going to create a sort of sea change. I think in the Republican Party as a whole, because now even though some of these people may not have been able to win their races, they've made inroads, they've made connections. They're going to kind of stack up as sort of the tastemakers on some level, and even maybe the deep bench that we need going forward. So it's going to be cool. I mean, we're watching a sort of reshaping of the Republican Party as we speak, and it includes a lot of we'll say unusual and atypical faces. And that's an awesome thing.
I am. Oh, I am.
2
I am
a.m.
So ready for
2 a.m. Trump may start dancing just randomly to no music at all. He'll just.
That's a good tweet. I like that.
I wonder if he'll bring up the situation in Georgia.
Yeah, I think so. That's a good question. Like, thank you for bringing up the situation in Georgia, because like that's so bizarre, isn't it?
I don't know why you would say. I mean, apparently they've said we're stopping for the night and we will restart at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Like,
why stop? Why stop?
What? I do want to say though that if he were to lose Georgia, that path becomes basically you have to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Which you could.
It narrows a lot.
Win them all, dude. Win them all. Jeremy says we're just relying now what's happening is you guys are picking up the slack. You guys are telling us stuff and we're just reading it. I'm not only not getting paid overtime for this, I'm not even getting paid to do this.
At
so
all.
You guys do something here for me. Come on. 90% in Wisconsin, Trump up by 122,000. Yeah, keep up your end of the bargain here. Which your end of the bargain is just your presence here, and I'm grateful. Just for the record, Trump's up by 122,000. Is there enough vote to swing Biden? I don't think so, Jeremy. I don't think so. But like Trump's going to come out and Trump's going to if there's any part of us that is thinking that Trump's going to come out and give some calming rah-rah speech like Joe Biden did, that's not happening. And Melania is not going to be there remember to talk to the governor. He's going to come out and it's going to be and he's going to let it fly. And we're going to hear that he's going to say what he tweeted. I wouldn't be surprised at all if one of the reasons for him to come out here and speak is because he got censored on Twitter. He'll bring that to attention again. And, the people who don't know that happened are going to be interested in that. Whatever happened to Tony Colombo? What happened to that dude?
I don't know. Oh, you know what? He did text me. That's my bad. He did text me. He said he's going to tee up Trump and then come back. But it looks like they're getting their camera work and their frame set. Oh, David, that door is going to... It's okay. Oh, we have a squeaky door. We got a squeaky door. And it's like, key. I'm like,
that's fine. It's
fine.
Eric, God bless you.
Oh, Eric.
Bones.
Thank you.
Getting paid. Keep it up. We appreciate it for the super chat on YouTube. This has been one for the ages, man. I mean, I've never done 7 hours of straight live here. Add in the 3 from earlier today, Katie. We're 10 hours in here.
I am pooped. I am absolutely pooped, to say the least. And I mean, I look it, I feel it. I don't care anymore. If someone takes a screenshot of me looking like Medusa, I guess they can just do what they want with it.
No. You look fine. You look fine. Thank you, Eric. We are very grateful for it. Jimmy wants to know if you're
it looks like people are gearing up. They're setting up their shots and everything for Trump to come out. Does that mean anything? No.
We had a 5-minute warning 10 minutes ago. So,
right. I'm used to having Fox News in my ear giving me those warnings.
Katie, explain to people when you know the president's going to come out and speak. Explain to people what it's like to. The president's going to come out and how they go through this process. They give a 2-minute warning and all of that. And before you do that, Otter is here. And did ever get to the point of being so sleepy you're just sitting here in a state of comatose waiting for something to happen? You're watching it, Otter. It's happening right now in front of your face. Thank you, Eric and Otter. We appreciate that.
We are living it.
So,
Well,
go
the
ahead, Kate.
comforting thing about whenever Trump is going to come speak is that Fox News is also tap dancing. So they give you a warning saying it might be 2 minutes, and then those 2 minutes go by and Trump is still not there. And then they get another heads up saying that there's 5 more minutes. So they're trying to figure out what's going on their end, but that's our big cue. And so I'm listening to that, making sure that I can see, okay, people are getting set up. Reporters are now leaving like their stationary place where they're kind of introducing what the scenario is going to be, and they're taking a seat and sitting down. And that's the kind of the time that I'm giving Annie and Ryan usually like typing frantically, like they said 5 minutes. Okay,
and
the camera's
this whole
going back to
time,
the frame.
I'm sitting here and I'm talking. I'm saying words, folks. I don't know what my words mean. I don't know what my point is. I don't even know when I've made my point, because when all of a sudden Trump walks up to the microphone, Katie's going to go, he's there. And I'm going to go, and then we go, let's go to President Trump. And then it's just like you try to stick the landing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it is a tap dance. Jay Hawk here real quick says, here's for the victory party on YouTube. I like the way you think, Jay. Thank you
Nice.
so much. Appreciate that very much.
And I gotta say, as a sort of I'm going to call myself a civilian who was let into the radio world and behind the scenes, watching the magic happen. It is really, really cool because you get to see. Look, these guys are professionals, and watching them do this stuff. No, seriously, guys, you always undersell it, but the thing is, you got a clock going, you got, however many minutes before the break's coming, you're talking at the same time as you're receiving information, and you're trying to process new information, and it's just like they've got screens going all. It's frigging rocket science. Okay. It's kind of like rocket science. It's sort of a control. It's a control room full of multiple inputs, and you're just trying to process things.
It's a dream for somebody who can't focus on one thing at a time.
Concurrently. Yeah.
Inputs. Man, you guys are doing it up now. Otter gave another $5 and said he wants to join the $10 club on the YouTube super chat. Thank
pay
you.
train, baby.
Austin
I like
says,
it.
You're starting the pay train, baby. Work for FedEx and listening to you guys all day, every day. Love you guys. Love what you do. Keep up the work. I love the SIU Cougar. I am a Cougar. Eric, you're a Cougar, right?
I am. Yep.
And Katie one day will be a Cougar.
I'm young. I'm vivacious. I'm Donald Trump.
Now that she's in her late
Well
20s,
played.
recently.
Well played, Annie. Well played.
Yeah, Dave, I don't know how you fit into this. I'll come up with it probably when I'm laying in bed and can't sleep later.
I'm just riding that pay train with you.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you, everybody. You guys are just the best.
Aren't they?
You make all of this. You make all of this even more enjoyable because we're all doing this here together. So I'm very grateful for it. Oh my gosh, Trump's still not there. What's he doing?
Where is he?
People are trying to calm him down.
I know.
If we
They're
give you
prepping
money,
him.
will you call and wake us up when he won? Or Master Death? Yeah, Kristen, just put your number here in there, and I will text you. And if I'll call you and text you tomorrow when he wins, and hopefully it's at like 2:30 p.m. Katie, how would that be? If we get to call the president, wouldn't that be so cool? If we got to call the race during
that
the
would
air?
have been like, okay, we are done with the week, canceling the rest of the week, go home. We don't have to show up.
Yeah, no friggin' joke. Wonder if Steve Moore, our boss, is still up. Anybody know?
I'll text him.
Just ask him a banal question about programming, and ask him about a hookup in the studio or something like that. And if he swears, then he was leaving.
Maybe I should just put him into a full-blown panic and just say, need an answer now in all caps with an exclamation point.
That's totally his style. He would just really dig that.
He's so funny. He's so funny. He saw me drinking one Bud Light today, and he's like, "You're drunk."
Yeah, he's losing your wits about you.
Only medium.
Medium drunk, the sweet spot. The sweet spot is hard for people to harness sometimes.
Yeah. You got to learn your own sweet spot.
Yeah, you do. You really do.
I agree, Jay. Katie I've asked and she just won't do it.
No.
I don't think she's dedicated to her job. I asked for him and then she gave me this guy and was like, here's your Trump.
Not happening. Not making it happen. They're pretty hard to get a hold of, though, I will say.
I mean, Katie gets the White House on our station, on our show with regularity. So I gotta say, I'm pretty pleased by that for sure. Man.
Oh, come on.
If he's not talking right now, I mean, Eric, I don't know if you're looking through Twitter. I keep poking through, but I don't know if you're seeing anything that's suggesting what the holdup is.
I'm not seeing anything. Look, we know what the holdup is in Georgia, right? Like there's a big county there that doesn't want to report their votes until the morning.
I'm a little nervous that Trump is going to talk for like an hour and a half. Like, I'm a little nervous that Trump's going to get out of here and just be like, screw it, we're doing it live.
Yeah, Tony texted and said, where is he, with 8 question marks.
Wouldn't it be awesome if he just talked and like had live numbers coming in as he was speaking?
Yes.
Like, just declared himself the winner. It'd be awesome.
That tweet is so, it's like resonating so hard with me. Like, I am truly afraid of 2 a.m. Trump.
Too much energy.
I'm telling you, that's what they're doing backstage. They're trying to calm him
They're
down.
trying to calm him down.
It's the opposite of what they have to do for Joe Biden. It's kind of weird how that works.
I bet he calls out Fox News for Arizona.
Trump?
Yeah. I could see him saying something about Arizona and how irresponsible it was.
Yeah.
Otter, we love you. Longest 5 minutes ever. Otter with another super chat. Thank you.
Oh, man.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm running out of things to say, but when Trump speaks, it's going to be the lead story tomorrow, you know? Like whatever has yet to happen tonight is going to be the headline in the morning.
Yes.
So, I mean, if you're me, you gotta stay up and listen.
Need to be prepared.
I'd rather listen to it tonight than try to get up and listen to it tomorrow.
That's why I just went upstairs and
Is that coffee?
Yeah.
Is that caffeinated coffee?
Yes.
Oh, dude.
You're going for that all-nighter, huh?
Well, I
a cup of coffee only lasts an hour, right?
Hey, look, in an hour.
Yeah.
In an hour, 3
a cup of
states.
coffee maybe like an hour or two.
Man.
Let's see. A cup of coffee would keep me up till now, usually. Till about now.
Are you kidding?
No. Just I have to do if I'm gonna do coffee, it has to be a half calf and it has to be first thing in the morning.
Oh my God.
If I have any, like, I can't even have like a Coke afternoon.
I get that way.
Or I'm
I get
wired.
a nitro full brew from Starbucks and I just drink it. Like, I pound the whole thing. It's
Oh,
just
no.
like, all right, let's go. Let's do this thing. I'm going to have 2 tomorrow. Dave Rubin.
yeah.
I'm a big fan of Dave Rubin.
Yep.
He's tweeted at 1:19. So just now, this Justin, Trump was winning all over and then counting suddenly slowed and stopped. His speech right now is going to set the table for tomorrow because this isn't ending tonight.
Mm-hmm. And that's in he's subtweeting Bridget Gabriel. You know. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Who's she?
National disgrace. Yeah, she's a commentator. She does a lot of national security type stuff related to Islam and things like that.
Are you a fan? Are you not a fan?
Yes, I'm a fan.
Is
I thought you called her a national disgrace. Sorry, go ahead.
No, is Dave Rubin, is he a registered Democrat?
No, I think is he a libertarian?
No, he was a Democrat for a long time. He liked to call himself a classical liberal. I think he still goes by that moniker. But the thing is that the Democrat Party has gone so leftist that it's just, you know, he can't identify with them anymore.
The Trump family all just walked out right now, and they were obviously told, you better look like you were having the friggin' time of your life because you better smile as big as you can. We're happy
I'm
right
so
now.
tired.
You are happy.
But I'm
you
so
feel like you're a
tired.
winner.
I'm so tired though. I'm tired.
Fox News, get out of this chair commercial and let's go.
People are cheering. I have to pee so bad. I haven't gotten up from this chair since we started. There he is. There's the man. Oh, Melania, dang it, you're just stunning. In a pantsuit, black pantsuit with white button-up shirt, presidential march or whatever.
That's great.
Pence and his wife, Karen Pence, is there. All right, I'm going to turn it up. Let's listen in.
Thank you very much. Please, sir. Thank you.
Can you guys hear kind of?
This is the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President.
Can you hear this?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And we were getting ready for a big celebration.
You can hear this?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We were running everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters.
People call it that, but not me, but other people.
Fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's so we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan. I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers and said, whoa.
You're not wrong, Kevin.
Wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight. And then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election.
Claiming total victory.
So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you. And I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us. And Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please.
Here, clean this up for me a little bit.
He looks tired.
It's 2:30 in the morning.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the president said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again. I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Notice Mike Pence says we're on the road to victory. Dance!
Yeah.
Well, so there you have that.
That's the Trump dance.
What's oh, I guess turn Fox on here real quick. Is anything else still being counted? Are any other results still coming in anywhere? Eric, do you know, like, have you seen, I've seen people say that Wisconsin numbers are maybe ticking up a little bit here. Eric, have you been able to?
Yeah, I mean, the reality of the situation is that the votes are still being counted and they're still being reported
Actively right now.
Yeah. Michigan just went up to 70%, and Donald Trump is leading by 9 points.
Can we put your screen up again? Do you mind?
Sure thing.
Whatever
Yeah,
you're looking at, so we can follow along with this.
Yeah. So
I'll get you up here.
This was Michigan was at about 64%, and now it's saying it's at 70%. Donald Trump's leading by 9. Look, Wisconsin is 91% in.
Yeah.
And he's leading by 4.
Oh,
Pennsylvania is 64% in. And I'm looking at the New York Times as well. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump has almost exactly 700,000 votes up on Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. And if you go into those counties, most of the suburban counties, most of the metropolitan counties have been, mostly counted. So I don't know where they make up 700,000 votes. I don't know. North Carolina is stuck at 94%. That hasn't changed.
And that's 1 point lead. That's a
point.
very, very close.
And then, of course, Georgia, where they have decided not to count an entire county.
Chris Wallace just said this is an extremely flammable situation, and President Trump just threw a match into it.
Yeah.
Which Chris Wallace would never do. So
that's what he does.
Right. Huh?
I don't know. Like, that kind of rhetoric is just, it's just kind of tiresome.
And also, Trump wants results. Trump wants this to be done tonight. So yeah, he's gonna throw a freaking match onto the gasoline. He wants it to be done.
The Never Trumpers on Twitter right now are losing their ever loving minds. And Otter is still here with another 5 bones for the YouTube crew. What does it mean when people are saying it's going to court? We will not know tomorrow. Do the Dems have a dirty trick up their sleeves? Otter, that's going to be our responsibility to get experts on the show tomorrow who are going to answer those questions for you, because we don't have the answers. If I do, I don't have them at 1:30 a.m. But you've got to know that there's in any election, there's a massive amount of lawyers that are on each team, watching campaigns and making sure that things are done fairly. And of course, the president is going to have a massive amount of lawyers watching this. It took place in 2016. We had Wisconsin, Florida. There's maybe another place where there was a recount or something like that, or a check of, was it Michigan? I don't know. But, it happened in multiple places, and they all ended up, I want to say in all of the races that they recounted, they actually ended up counting more votes for Trump in the end, like inconsequently so. But yeah, so I'm looking here at Twitter, just kind of the usual suspects, folks that you would expect here. And Justin Amash, that was one of the most dishonest and despotic speeches ever given by a president of the United States. David French, Trump's words were terrible for a country. He may win, but he just did his best to delegitimize a loss, and absolutely no basis to doubt the legitimacy of the count. CNN in full meltdown mode. I don't have the stomach right now to watch what CNN is doing. So if somebody wants to take one for the team, you can go ahead. But I
can't.
Nobody deserves that.
No. I refuse. Well, and here's the thing though. And it's the thing about Trump that I think that most people like about him is that he's just saying stuff that regular people are thinking. Like, end this now. It's kind of obvious. What are you doing? And that's what he's saying in so many words, and that's what all the rest of us are saying as we watch this bullcrap. So, fix this is kind of the response.
Pennsylvania just
I am not putting Tony Colombo on this thing while he's driving. Tony, I am not. No, this is illegal. Pull over.
What?
It's hands free.
It's hands free.
Is this legal?
Yeah, it's legal. It's hands free.
Don't look at me.
Don't
look at me. You look
What
at that
is
road.
up? Party people, what is up?
So
I'm just catching up, listening to you because I had to stay in the studio in order to carry the president's speech, so I haven't gotten too much of a chance to hear the reaction to it. You're saying that the president is getting a lot of criticism for what he just did?
Oh, just never Trumper criticism. The usual suspects, the people who thought he was reprehensible and disgusting yesterday still think he's reprehensible and disgusting today. So, I mean, the sun will still rise in the east tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it was a little bit inartful when he said, we don't want them to find any ballots at 4 a.m. What he meant, obviously, was he doesn't want them to
fabricate
any ballots at 4 a.m. that magically appear overnight.
Mm-hmm.
But what that is being twisted into, I'm sure, is that he is saying he doesn't want legitimate ballots counted, that he's leading, so stop the count, which he is not the one that called for the stopping of the count. I've never seen an election night like this where all of a sudden across the country in the states that weren't done counting yet, that this group decision was made to
call a lid.
Yeah, shut it down and finish counting in the morning. I mean, it just 4 years ago in 2016, they were counting votes at 2 and 3 in the morning. So they always count throughout the night. I've never seen a situation where somebody said, just stop and come back tomorrow. Like,
Don't
it's
look at
so
me.
weird. Why did that happen? I don't understand.
I don't either. And it makes it adds a huge question mark to the whole process, whether it's going to be the right thing or the wrong thing in the end. I mean, ultimately, we all want to know what the truth is. What's the truth? What are the facts? And it appears as though we are going to have to wait, which will be interesting tomorrow. We will. Oh God, Katie, do you want to see? Do we need to start at 11 tomorrow? Did you see Katie's face? That was
For what purpose? For why?
Because I'm gonna text Steve right now. He's gonna hate me.
Well, what's
Katie,
interesting
you don't have
too.
to do anything. You're not gonna be in there. They just need a board up.
What's interesting too is that people are saying that somehow that Trump's speech is what's potentially delegitimizing aspects of the election, but the weird shenanigans that they're pulling right now that he's talking against are what's causing this discomfort with the public with what's going on. They're delegitimizing the process by making it all wonky and doing unprecedented things like saying we'll deal with these ballots in the morning.
Yeah,
That's some bullcrap you pull when you're doing it, pulling an all-nighter with your college group project,
Yeah, I just want to know why they stopped. Just somebody tell me why that decision was made when it's never been made before, to just suddenly decide that it got too late and we want to go to bed. so let's stop counting votes, because that's never happened before. So that's a real question that needs to be answered.
So, I mean, to wrap all this up, I guess nothing else is gonna. Eric, can you confirm that there are still votes coming in anywhere? Is it possible that Wisconsin gets called tonight still?
I think that it's possible that a few of these states get called tonight. That's just my opinion on it. As you guys were talking, Pennsylvania just reported 8,000 more votes, 64% in now, and Donald Trump, his lead is increased to 13 points. In
Tony, do you think it's possible that they call more states tonight?
No, I don't, because we've seen all of these states essentially stay at the same percentage for the last 2 or 3 hours. There may have been a little bit of a trickle here and there, but if you look at the percentage in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, except for those that Eric just mentioned right there, Georgia, they've all been essentially the same number for 2 hours, which again leads me back to the same question: why did things? I understand there was a plumbing issue in Georgia, but other than the plumbing issue in Georgia, why did this stop by and large across the country? It doesn't make any sense. I do have a little bit of news. I don't know if you guys mentioned this or not. Amendment 3 in Missouri, which had been so close all night, officially passed as a yes. So that redistricting issue.
That's a win, right?
That's a win. That is correct. Yeah. That just happened about 20 minutes ago that became official.
That's good.
Yeah, so they're still counting. Somebody's still counting votes in Missouri. But we seem to be alone in that area. So, yeah, I don't know. I'd like to be wrong. I'd like to think that, especially in Georgia, where there's they're so close to being done. I'd like to think that we would know the answer to that soon. That's kind of what we were holding on for on the air tonight too, because we thought we were so close in several of those states that we were kind of trying to hold on and see if we could get an answer, but it just seemed like it just froze, and that makes you think that we're not going to get any more tonight.
Georgia has frozen completely, and it will freeze until the morning because that one county is not going to count their ballots.
Jack Brewer just tweeted, the Fox News panel is literally acting like it's normal for 5 states to just stop counting votes on election night for the presidency of the United States. We are in a spiritual war.
It's absolutely not normal. This is
right.
No, it's not. It's not normal.
And everybody getting apoplectic about the fact that the president called it not normal is the problem.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Gabe. People calling out Donald Trump for acting like this is ridiculous is just more of it's like they said it was ridiculous first, and there's more of them screaming it, so it sounds like it's true. But it is insane to think that we're just like, oh, we're gonna hold off on this. If you're Donald Trump, you think that they haven't given you a fair shake the whole freaking time. I'm not saying Donald Trump is God's gift to anything, but this dude has not had an equitable, fair chance at the possibility of success, not even for a minute.
No.
All right. Tony, how close are you to home?
15 minutes, 10 minutes.
You're going to have to turn around and go back to the studio.
Yeah, I need
you want me to go back?
I need you to go back.
You want me to go wake up, Mark?
I need wake up, Mark? No, I don't want you to wake up. I want you to sit next to him and whisper real quietly. I'm gonna let you go, Tony, and we can potentially see about reconvening later if you're at home and awake, because people are commenting on you driving home at 2 a.m. drinking a Monster. And I'm like, well, if you know Tony, it would be weird if you weren't.
I was going to say, if you know my normal schedule, this is not out of the norm for me.
No.
This is an average Wednesday morning for Tony Colombo right here.
I'm still a couple hours away from my normal bedtime.
Yep.
So
yes,
I'm completely fine.
All right.
I understand. And maybe if you guys are still going a little bit later on, I'll check back in.
Yep. touch base with me, Tony. We'll see. Thank you for touching
Sounds
in. We
good.
appreciate it. Be safe. Now, Katie, I'm going to cut you loose.
I'm getting the hell off of here. You said I'm going to be here for 20 more minutes. I said goodbye.
Katie, it is my gift to you. Good night. Happy birthday.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
I did text Steve and see about doing 11 a.m., but you can't go into the studio, so you might not have to be there until noon. That would be.
I texted him too. I
Okay.
texted him too,
Let's
and he
just
said,
keep texting until we get a response. Did he respond
"He
to you?
said, are you guys still going?" I said, "We're still going."
Did he know that the election's not over?
He was like, "Have you guys stopped?" I'm like,
No.
"Oh."
7 hours and 45 minutes, guys. We have been here for 7 hours and 45 freaking minutes. Unbelievable. Katie, good night. I will see you tomorrow.
Night, guys.
Good night.
Gabe, you want to bump out of here? You need to go
Yes,
to bed.
please. Yeah.
For a release. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for being here. We will tune in tomorrow and see what you. We'll probably touch base with you tomorrow and see where we are, because you've been with us this whole time, and we really appreciate you hanging out with us tonight, Gabe. Get a
right.
good night's rest.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Good night.
All right.
Eric, you just got a cup of coffee. You can stick around or you can go. I think I'm going to wait here and stay on live and wait and see if I want them to say it's done for tonight, that it's over.
That's how I feel. I would
Okay.
feel good if Fox News said, look, nothing's going to happen. The needle's not going to move any further to the right or left. We'll see you at 5 a.m. or whatever
do
it is.
you want to stick around or do you want to go? You can absolutely bomb out here. That's A-okay.
This coffee's gone.
So you're here.
So I'm here.
I was assessing the situation. I actually think I'm going to have to go back and look somewhere around the 7 hour and 30 minute mark. I think Gabe fell asleep for 15 seconds. And I'm like, oh, this is time. They needed to say something.
You'll have to clip that, but I imagine downloading an 8-hour video.
I have to buy my own a separate computer just to.
You'll
be
have
able
to
do
get
that.
like an external hard drive.
So if I were in bed, I would be laying in bed like this, and I would have my phone on YouTube TV like this, and I would just look, and then I would close my eyes and listen, and then I would dream something crazy happen, and then I would wake up, and then I'd have to sort like what was real and what was not real. So, well, let's do this. Why don't, Eric, you've got your screen still shared here. This is on 971talk.com/election. For all of you, we have 150 people. This is more than usually watches us during the day on our show. So I am so glad that you are here. I'm not going to probably go to bed until, like I said, they put an official lid on the night. And I think we might hear that here soon. So hold on a second. I'm going to listen in what they say.
Yeah.
Because you said there still are some votes trickling in some places.
This evening is long past. We're now well into the morning. Martha Brett, good morning to you. You know, what we saw the president do in the eastern there is the result of ground that he has carefully tilled and seeded over the months. Ever since it became apparent that because of COVID restrictions, a lot of state governors were going to push for mass mail-in balloting or even just an increase in absentee balloting. The president was suggesting that the unsolicited mass mail-in voting in particular would be rife for fraud and abuse. And way back then, and this is probably back in the middle of the summer, the president casting doubt on the outcome of the election, suggesting that the only way that Joe Biden could ever be President Trump was if the Democrats tried to steal the election.
So they're going on about what Trump said here. They're not really talking about what's going to happen yet. They're just kind of reacting to what the president said so far. The vote count right now, according to Fox News, is 238 to 213. Eric, I can't quite see the count here on your, if you make that, I think if you make that a little narrower, it might be able to show a little bit more, the window, it might be able to show you a little bit, show the window a little bit wider. But what is ours? The AP has what as the electoral call here? 225 to 213. And what did I say? 238 to 213?
That's because they called Arizona. Fox
so
said.
Arizona, according to the AP, is still up.
Yes.
As a light blue.
Yep. And if I hover over that, Joe Biden's up by 5 points He'll probably take that state.
236. And then Nevada is 6. That's 242.
Mm-hmm. Which is
right?
he's only up by 3 points in Nevada.
242. And then is Maine not? That must be the difference. Maine has 3, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yep. One.
That-
They're all sub. Yeah. They're.
Are all 4 Maine electoral votes going towards Joe Biden?
There's no. That hasn't been called. That single district those are broken out. That hasn't been called, to my knowledge.
Sue Lynn says in Wisconsin, Milwaukee County is the only blue county yet, and they are still only blue county yet, and they are 99% counted.
I'm gonna look at the New York Times map then.
I'm just gonna pull that up too.
Milwaukee, did she say?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna share this here. This is the New York Times.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, 81% of the votes counted here. 41% in Milwaukee, according to New York Times. So, but that's still 17,000 votes. 117,000 votes for Donald Trump in the lead.
New York Times has trying to look here. Yeah, there's still a 700,000 vote spread in Pennsylvania, and they have 74% in. I just vividly remember, like, around this time in 2016, just a bunch of data dumped, and they started calling all like 2 or 3 states, and that was it. We had a clear winner. I don't know if that would happen tonight, but I do see the numbers shifting. They're changing in real time.
But so, and clearly not in the teleprompter where he says, frankly, we did win this election. And you could see Vice President Pence kind of a little bit of a cleanup on aisle 4 with we're on a path to victory. And we are going to keep on fighting, make America great again and again. So the president wanted to get that message out. Brent, you and I have covered this White House long enough to know that the only thing that matters is what comes out of the president's mouth. He's saying we won this election, now throwing it to the courts, maybe on the door. We'll see where this goes.
And it's exactly what he predicted. He said, as soon as I saw these.
All right, just trying to.
Are you doing math over there?
No, I'm checking all these alerts. Trump claims, the Fox News alert says Trump claims victory despite many states remaining undecided. He didn't really claim victory. He made it seem kind of like personal. Like, I mean, it really appears to me that we won. Otter, good grief. Another $5. All right, team, I'm tapping out any longer and I have to take my eyelids open. Tomorrow at noon. Otter, tomorrow at noon, maybe 11 a.m. I am texting with my PD, who's probably real pissed that I am talking to him this late at night. And he told me to go to bed. But I'm advocating that we might go live at 11 a.m. tomorrow. So Otter, you've been amazing. Thank you so much for everything tonight. Go to sleep, folks. Go to sleep.
I don't think Trump necessarily declared victory either. I think he said we're gonna fight this until the very end. And frankly, I think we won in the end. But you know what? That makes a great headline, doesn't it? Trump declared victory.
I mean, and it fits the narrative.
Right.
So what is the overall? 81% of Wisconsin is in. Go over to Michigan, 69% in, and that's a sizable lead there as well, much more significant to Trump's point than it was in 2016. So he's feeling pretty good about that. So let's see.
In Georgia and North Carolina are just frozen in time.
Yeah. Georgia, they said they would resume at 11 a.m. So we knew that that was the case. And that's the question that folks have is like, what's that all about? I wish they would just say.
Let's just focus on one thing. How many people vote? It's going to turn out to be about 67% of the eligible vote. Tens and tens of millions of Americans voted in person yesterday. Now it's morning. You know, in the middle of a pandemic. So we can start there, but that's a really big thing for America. We're going to take a quick break. Top of the hour, we'll talk about the other options and look at these states if we get closer to making another call.
Did you just say that? Did you just hear what Brett Baer just said? Did you hear that, a-hole? Did you hear that?
It's dangling the carrot in front of you. You got to stay up.
Eric, now you said you were here, and what I'm going to ask you to do is put up your screen. I'm going to put it back up here and I am going to pee because I have been sitting here for 8 hours and I have drank 3 of these and I need to pee. So can you handle?
I may have done that while my coffee was brewing.
Well, I'm jealous.
Yeah, of course.
You just, take people through that are still here. We've still got 140 people watching. You guys are amazing. I'm going to run to the bathroom and Eric, just reset the table from the top and I'll be back in about 3 minutes.
Sure. Take your time. It's 2 a.m. right now, and we don't have a clear winner. Some of the states have even stopped counting. As we said, North Carolina and Georgia have both just been frozen in time for a few hours now. There's a county in Georgia that has decided to stop counting votes because of a technical error, and they will resume in the morning, 10 a.m., 11 a.m. in the morning, and resume. So there's no way that Georgia gets called in the early morning hours here. It's going to be late morning, if that, for Georgia. You go up here to North Carolina, and President Trump is holding on to North Carolina by a slim margin. 94% is in. New York Times says 95% is in. And the difference of votes there is about 80,000 votes. So you can see why they haven't called that yet. I understand that judgment, but good grief, it's been frozen in time for for a couple hours now with no movement of the needle left or right. Someone has votes somewhere, and they just need to put them into the system. We're going to go up here to Pennsylvania, and on our AP map here at 971talk.com/election, you can see that there's 64% of the vote in on Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump's lead has actually increased a little bit over the past hour. He's up to a 13-point lead in Pennsylvania. And I'm looking at the New York Times map, and I can zoom in on these Pennsylvania counties. And the counties surrounding the metropolitan areas are reporting 74%, 77% around Philadelphia, around Pittsburgh, 69%. And Donald Trump is currently leading that state. I'm going to click in here for full results. Donald Trump is leading that state by 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania. That's an awful lot of ground to make up in Pennsylvania. I don't see that ground being made up by Joe Biden. And the judgment was made that Pennsylvania can count ballots all the way until Friday, and if that happens, we may not know who wins Pennsylvania until sometime on Friday. Welcome back, Annie.
Oops.
I just went up the East Coast, made my way up to Pennsylvania, and was talking about that 700,000 vote lead by Donald Trump. Do you see that being made up anywhere in that state?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I said, do you see Joe Biden making up 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania when you have the metropolitan counties reporting 75%?
No. Not unless, I mean, when they say percent counted, if they're saying that they have 95% counted, does that include all possible mail-in ballots, absentee ballots? Is that all, part? Oh, come on, stop. Sorry.
So New York Times says officials have said in Pennsylvania they expect most votes will be counted by Friday, November 6th. If there are a significant number of mail ballots outstanding at the end of the night, meaning tonight, the reported totals could be relatively stronger for Republicans.
Man,
I just don't see where there are 700,000 votes.
And that's, that's kind of what Trump was saying, which everybody's saying is like he's declaring victory. I don't really feel like he declared victory, but I know people are going to be like, I'm saying what I want him to, I'm inferring what I wanted him to say, not what he actually did say. So everybody laugh. We've had a catastrophe.
It's only 2 a.m.
Stand by. Can you still see me?
Yeah, we can see you.
You can see me. Good to know. Don't do anything embarrassing. Don't embarrass the family. At least not yet. My microphone dropped, so I put my microphone back. And then the monitor came unplugged because I have a dual monitor set up. Got to get that fixed.
I'm surrounded by 4 monitors. Is that overkill? I think we lost Annie. I'm positive that we lost Annie because all we see is the top of her head. And I would take her off the screen, but I don't have those controls. So we're going to look at the top of her head until her camera resets. As I was telling Annie, in Pennsylvania, there's a 700,000 gap between Trump and Biden. And we're talking about making up those 700,000 votes on the Biden side. You would have, and all 700,000 of those votes would have to go to Biden. It's just an astronomical number to hit, in my view. And you can see why President Trump would be upset that the votes have the count has just slowed and stalled. That's never happened, to my knowledge, on an election night, and it's not normal, and it shouldn't be treated as normal. It's election night, and people have a job to do. If we go up here to Michigan, Donald Trump's lead is holding at 8 points with 73% of the vote counted. Wisconsin, he's still leading by 4. I'm going to pop over here to the New York Times. Hey, Annie.
Now I can't hear you.
Oh no. That's okay. I wanted to pop over to New York Times and see what they're saying about Wisconsin. I'm going to look at the full results. Can you hear me now?
Continue to vote. But again, we're talking about counting.
But the Supreme Court already made a decision on that.
Well, not on the merits.
81% of the vote is in Wisconsin, and Donald Trump's leading by over 100,000 votes. But there's a lot of votes still to be counted in Milwaukee County.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very blue one. I'm back. Sorry. I think that we've recovered from that disaster, but everything came unplugged.
We just saw the top of your head for about 2 minutes.
My gray hair. Oh man.
I'm looking at Wisconsin, and in all of these other counties, it's showing that most of the vote is in, and the only outstanding county is that Milwaukee County.
So what's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question to ask. What is going on there?
Well, let's see here.
You have 41% of the estimated votes reported.
Let me get back to sharing my screen, which also had to be rebooted from my disaster of a situation here.
Yeah.
Kyle Becker here, who is a former associate producer and a writer with Fox News, also a daily caller, is retweeting this one. And this is from Isaiah Holmes, Milwaukee, Wisconsin native journalist and videographer, currently posted at the Wisconsin Examiner, says the Milwaukee PD will be escorting Milwaukee Elections Commission Executive Director Claire Woodall-Vaugh to central count once the absentee ballots are finished counting with elections data. She will be available for media as the election data is uploaded by staff. And my television just offensively asked me if I'm still watching. Yes, I'm still watching. What are you talking about? Now I need to make sure I go live here. Everything apparently at 2 a.m. is like, are you sure?
It's a conspiracy. Everybody wants you to shut down.
No kidding. Even my boss.
So what does that tweet mean? Does that mean that they're getting close to having those ballots counted? Well, I'm trying to decipher that tweet.
Let's find more. By the way, pears. Who knew? Kids pears for their lunches. Just hit the spot. In Nevada?
Jayhawk USMC retired on the YouTube chat says Fox has Milwaukee County at 99% counted.
Okay. They got the head chief dude of calling the races here, talking on Fox right now, and they're talking about Nevada like it might be close. It would go to Biden. But we predicted that, right? That's what we had assumed in our scenario here.
We've assumed that in our scenario, and Nevada and Arizona we've assumed they're going to Biden.
Here's an interesting thought that we can just ponder while we're wasting time, and Wisconsin people are walking around with things and not telling us what the hell's going on. What if everything was tabulated and it wasn't a real-time event? What if you didn't get to what if no results were reported until 100% were in, and they could say, here's the vote? I mean, is there a reason not to do that other than the theater of it?
I don't think there is. I don't think there's any reason. I think it's just the way it's always been done, and so nobody's ever. Someone was touching on this earlier. I think that after this election, are we going to rethink the way that elections are handled?
I mean, this is exciting stuff for me. Like, I live for this. Election night is is enormously entertaining for me, and I love watching the results come in. But if you don't trust it, and if there is any single vote that has changed, any single person on the coast, the West Coast, that is influenced by the results that are reported on the East Coast that close hours and hours before they do, why do we do that? Why wouldn't we? I don't know. There's probably a really good answer for it. I'll have to ask somebody who's smarter than me that question tomorrow. And by the way, we got kicked off of Facebook because we've been broadcasting for 8 hours, and apparently that's a limit. Didn't know that. So instead of firing it back up on Facebook, we are rewarding the YouTubers who are here. So a big to all the Anti-Fry YouTube channel folks who are here. We are very grateful for you.
Maybe it's a transparency thing, Annie. Maybe it's a, you know, if they held all of the results and then just released them all at one time, does that open it up for more conspiracy theories? You know, what's happening behind the scenes? Why aren't you telling us in real time?
Yeah, it's like it doesn't matter how you do any of it. It just has to be honest, and we have to know that it is honest. Jay says, Annie, I'm seriously wondering about how much I trust this now. Well, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. But there are going to be people who are going to fight this tooth and nail, and good grief. Can you imagine if Amy Coney Barrett gets to actually weigh in on something? Like, gosh, I can't even.
Well,
our country will come apart at the seams.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That's a real, not fear, but concern, is that the country is so divided right now that all it takes is that one, you know, it's just that little tipping point. And there are people that'll just throw their arms up in the air and just go crazy if Amy Coney Barrett, who was, you know, quote unquote, rushed through, gets to weigh in on who becomes the next president of the United States. Gregory's from Pensacola, Florida, watching.
Gregory, man, it's an hour. Is Pensacola Central Time Zone? Is Pensacola on the Gulf, on the Panhandle? I don't know where Pensacola is.
Yeah, it's on the Panhandle, I believe.
So maybe, are you Central Time? Otherwise, Trooper. I mean, y'all are troopers.
Time. They're in Central Standard Time. So.
Okay. So you're here with us.
Yeah, they're not far from Mobile, Alabama, I think.
Doug Ducey here on I'll put my Twitter up here again. They got Michigan thrown up there, but no call. Doug Ducey is the governor of the state of Arizona. Not so fast. The race has narrowed in Arizona considerably. 130,000 votes separate the candidates, with hundreds of thousands of votes yet to be counted from all over the state. I'll say it again. Let's count the votes and let the people decide rather than making declarations. So, I mean, he just put that out 3 minutes ago. I just can't imagine it. Like, I cannot imagine a scenario where they blew it that bad. Like, it'd be incredibly embarrassing. Is it responsible or irresponsible for them to call it that soon? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. But again, I just wonder, like, in the rush to be first, if you're first and you're right, does it matter? But if you're first and you're right, but you affected some kind of change, I mean, they're not calling these races until the polls are closed. I don't know.
Well, I think first and right is the ultimate goal. First and right is the ultimate goal. First and not so right, not so sure, or completely wrong is very bad. And so if Fox News would have to walk back Arizona, oh, wait a minute, hold on.
What you got?
The map just changed. AP
Nevada?
has called Arizona for Joe Biden.
Blue.
Yep.
And they are super conservative on calling things.
Maybe that's why Ducey tweeted that.
Could be. I mean, they're still going to count all the votes. It's not like when it gets projected that they don't count all the votes. So
right.
In Wisconsin, we were told, it's why I was slightly delayed.
What's this guy saying? It's going to take a number of days for what?
That we were going to hear from the Milwaukee, that they were going to do a huge dump of votes from Milwaukee at 3 a.m. Eastern time. They've now pushed it back to 5 a.m.
Oh.
So that pushes my bedtime back, but also and the entire
Come
team's
on.
bedtime back. But it means that we may find out something at 5 in the morning.
Oh, he's talking about Milwaukee County.
Yeah.
But why does it take so long, Arden? I mean, you've got 70% of the vote in some of these cases, and they've been counting, all of these ballots all day long. Why does it take so long?
An election today, right? I mean, they knew.
He's just Mr. Sarcastic tonight.
He is. He's not putting up with it.
Humongous turnout we've seen today, and that's true from urban areas that are strongly Biden to rural areas that are strongly Trump.
5 a.m.
Turnout has truly gone through the roof. So
Jeremy says 93% in Wisconsin, and Trump is up 110,000.
overshoot 160 million that they thought before in terms of total ballots cast today. Or total ballots cast in this election.
Let me refresh Wisconsin here.
These are government officials who run this election counting operations at all these states.
Yeah, I see 93% on our map, but I only see 82% on the New York Times map. And on the New York Times map, oh, you know what?
Just go.
Donald Trump has taken a over 100,000 lead
In Wisconsin?
Yeah. 1.5 million to Joe Biden's 1.385 million. So yeah, over 100,000.
Eric says on YouTube, I'm not here. I went to bed and am in a bad dream, I think. Relatable, Eric. I'm sorry to be here in this bad dream with you. Brandon says, I can't believe I'm still up watching at 2:18 a.m. Do we get some kind of special t-shirts or prizes or something for making it this far in the evening? I don't get anything special. If there's anything special going around, please let me know.
We have to work tomorrow, right?
I do. I think I'm actually asking to work more tomorrow than I should have
You
to.
are. I was trying to figure out why you were doing that.
Well, I mean, dirty little secret here for the Annie Fry Show listeners that are privy to the Annie Fry YouTube page, but the 11 a.m. hour of the Brian Kilmeade show is the 8 a.m. hour, and we play it at 11 a.m. hour, and it's always great content. And unless there's breaking news happening at that right time, it's perfectly fine to air, and that way we can get more Mark Cox in, and we can get all 3 hours of Brian Kilmeade in. But if you have breaking news in the 11 a.m. hour, like a presidential race call, then that's when I go live at 11 a.m. and I don't want to miss that opportunity. 1-2 says, I think election results are announced piecemeal because the election process is decentralized among states and counties. A central entity would have to coordinate announcing them all at once. That's true. It is a states' rights. It's a good point. 1-2. It's not a federally regulated thing.
I just a quick. Can I do a quick shout out to Sam, who works in my department? He's still up.
Yeah.
And he is still writing stories. So.
Sue Lynn says Charlie Kirk just tweeted that Maricopa County, Arizona poll workers were handing out Sharpies, knowing full well the machines only register ink. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I read that. I don't know.
And the White House was wrong. At least it sounded like they were figuring that out when he came out.
But to your point, I went back and looked at the words about counting and voting, and you make a good point about stopping the vote as opposed to counting.
The vote needs to stop on election day. Counting can go on.
Still getting criticized from his allies like this Christie. Okay, with that, we're going to take a quick break.
Yeah, I think that's a fair ask.
Hold on,
right?
hold on just a second.
Go ahead.
Britt's long gone.
Holding up.
Good night, Britt.
And Shannon we got.
Britt Hume is out. Okay, I was wondering if they were gonna like. I'm just waiting for them to say that nothing more is happening. So, but they haven't said that yet. So go ahead, Eric.
What was I saying?
That's a great question.
Oh, I said I think that's a fair ask. He was Britt Hume was clarifying what the White House was saying. Is that they're just asking that the vote stops on election day. Votes can be counted after election day, but the vote,
yeah,
you vote on election day.
That's the way it should be.
You can't. Yeah, you shouldn't be mailing in a ballot the day after election day.
Eric says, by the way, I did open that next bottle of wine, so I'm here for the long haul. Well, Eric, thank you for sharing that with us. We appreciate it. Jimmy says we need background music. Jimmy, if I play background music, I'm going to get dinged here on copyright. It's just the boring sounds of our sultry voices.
Let's see. Biden has, Biden does have 3 electoral votes in Maine. That one electoral vote is still unallocated.
Well, this will be interesting because if they push that Milwaukee voter dump with Trump having 107,000 vote lead, if they push that back to 5 a.m., you guys can, if you want to do it, tune in to Hey, Tony Colombo in the house on YouTube. Tony?
You guys still up?
You got the link, don't you? It's the same link. Join us. If that's at 5 a.m., this is tune in to Mark Cox. Mark Cox is live because he's sleeping at the station right now. He's going to be able to cover that as it happens. So yeah. Mark Cox might get Wisconsin, maybe Michigan, and we might have Georgia. Unless somebody created a fake Tony Colombo account. Tony, you need to join us on if you want to. You're welcome to. We're just waiting it out right now for someone to say that it's done. And I personally am of the mind that I've waited this long. I swear, if I go to bed and I lay down and I turn this on my YouTube TV, it's laying in bed right now. If I lay down and I have left doing this and they call something and I'm laying in bed, I'm going to be floored. TC is at home with his dinosaur. Are you making lunches? What are you doing?
I'm making lunches. That's exactly right. Lunches.
I know what you're doing. I just ate a pear fruit cup as a 2 a.m. snack. A little injection of some sugar and fiber in my system.
Yep. Only one of the kids actually is in any type of school right now, but that child needs a lunch tomorrow, so I'm making lunches right now.
So hold on. Let's listen. I'm going to listen to Brett here real quick. Alaska.
Oh, yeah, Alaska.
Oh, yeah, about them. We have another state out there in the westest coast. Senate races. Susan Collins. Brett Baer is saying they're punting the Susan Collins race towards the morning. Are you kidding?
A lot of that going around tonight.
She's up by almost 60,000 votes with 89% in.
Isn't it only like noon in Alaska? I mean, come on.
John James is up by 300,000 plus votes. Gosh, I hope he wins. Sonny Perdue is up in Georgia at 50.8% of the vote, which, if I'm right, isn't the way Georgia works. If he has over 50% of the vote, he's in. If he's under 50%, he has a runoff. Oh, man. How big of a deal is it, Tony? When we look at everything that is going on in the Senate, especially with the Senate Judiciary, if the Senate, regardless of what happens in the White House, if the Senate retains the majority in or if the Republican retains the majority in the Senate. That is a huge deal.
Yeah, and it just goes to show once again, it's another one of those things that we were all made to believe, told over and over again, that this was something that was, even Mitch McConnell, 50-50. It doesn't look like this is going to happen. That the Republicans can maintain that majority, and it doesn't appear like it's going to even be that close. It looks like they're going to hold on to about the same majority that they had going into the night, and it's just another incorrect report and another example of polls that didn't pan out. And I mean, that's the story of the night. There's so many similarities between this and 2016, and that's just another perfect example. Sorry, I'm not in the frame there. I got to write my son's name on a bag of cookies.
That's fine. Jamie says Alaska is only 3 hours behind us, so they're just one time zone outside of Pacific Coast time, so it's not noon there.
Yeah, I didn't really think it was noon there, but I do think it's probably a little too early there to pack it in for the night and stop counting votes.
Oh man, is Bill Hemmer doing the morning show? What? Hold on a second.
Brett, you were asking about Georgia. I know you just had Arnon on. Here's the catch. In Georgia, you got 6% of the vote out. All right, I mean, it's surmountable. You got 5 million votes cast. Why can't you call it?
He's explaining why George is not called yet.
Plumbing.
It's always plumbing.
I told you there's a plumbing issue.
Then if you throw this county down here, Clayton County, perhaps there's a few more.
They called Virginia with like no votes cast, but they can't call Georgia with 94% in and Trump with 100,000 vote lead and 5 million votes cast.
There was I tuned into various channels while I was driving home after I came off the stream with you, and there is some serious spin going on, desperately trying to find a path to victory for Joe Biden by many in the media. There's so many things at this point, and this is part of the reason that we wrapped things up on the air tonight is because Rodney Boyd was with me, and he's looking at the map and he's doing all this math and he's like, look, why are we here? It's only a matter of time. There's so many things that would have to completely flip. Like the president has his substantial leads in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and Georgia, and in leading in North Carolina a little bit. That one's tighter, but there's not very many votes left to count. And he was like, are we really supposed to believe that 3 or 4 of these things are all of a sudden going to flip? Because that's what needs to happen for Joe Biden to win. And that just doesn't seem realistic. But you turn on the TV right now and you're getting a totally different message.
Isn't that amazing? And when Rodney Boyd says it, it's so smooth and calming.
Yeah, and bipartisan.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, what is James saying here? You guys are great, and we in STL appreciate your dedication. Let's hope that things stay the same and we don't need to waste any money on a new president, Trump 2024. Whoa. Trump 2024. Yeah, man. I just got my finger here on Twitter and I'm just scrolling and everybody's just kind of in a state of, eyebrows furrowed. Like, what the heck is going on here? Why you stopped? Why did you stop?
I think that everybody, us included, are trying. We see that there are so many states that are so close to being finished. Like, you don't have to count very many more. So we're all telling ourselves we're going to get some information any minute. They're really close, but they're not counting. they don't appear to be counting in any of these places anymore, even if they are that close. So I think we're all used to election years where you see the numbers where they're at right now, and your common sense, your intuition tells you that we're getting really close to another state being called, more information to report. But it's been that way for over 2 hours now, and it's like it's not happening. They're not counting the votes, and it just is. I think it's we don't know how to react because we think, well, this is the second we turn things off, something's going to happen. But the longer we wait around, it appears that there's not going to be anything.
Tony, what do you think is going to happen here? Because we have 10 Wisconsin electoral votes, 16 Michigan. I'm doing this off the top of my head. Hope I don't screw it up. 10 Wisconsin, 16 Michigan, 20 Pennsylvania, 16 Georgia, 14 North Carolina. That's the one I'm kind of just guessing.
Yeah, no.
But,
if you're not exactly right,
it's
real
close. What's like? Because every state that I just listed is pink. Every single one. And what's the total of those, Eric? When we added those, if he wins all of them, is it 300? Maybe 6 less if Nevada was in that total. I can't remember if we put. I don't think we did, and we weren't really ever thinking Nevada was going to go red. But I mean, that's somewhere over 290. So there's room for any of those to, you can slap off one of those, even Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm putting, did I say Georgia in that? I guess I'm counting Georgia as a, it's just like you're saying, they're all in Trump's favor. And there'd have to be a lot of weirdness that takes place between now and then.
They're not all in Trump's favor by 1%. They're all in Trump's favor by various degrees of.
North Carolina might be the closest one right now.
It is. North Carolina is the closest one, but it's also the one that's the closest to being done. It's also, I think, the one with the most vote counted in. So, and that was the example that I used towards the end of the broadcast tonight, which is, it's unbelievable because we've been off the air now for like 2 hours in the same math and the same analogy all still holds because nothing has changed. And that was, if you look over there, if you stay over there in that group of states, Wisconsin, Michigan, drop North Carolina out of it for now because that's the closest of the group. So only focus on Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia. He leads in, and Pennsylvania, those 4. He leads in all of those states by various degrees of a majority. And if he wins them all, he's at 274, I think is what the number was. And that's without North Carolina. So let's say he does somehow lose one of those 4 states, which he's leading in all of them. And Pennsylvania is the one that'll probably take the longest, but that's the state he's leading in the most. So that's probably not going to change. So even if he does lose, even if something happens in Wisconsin or Michigan or Georgia, he's also still probably going to win North Carolina. And I didn't put North Carolina in the math. And that math, my math puts him at 274, puts him over the number already without North Carolina. So he could lose one of those that it was including, still win North Carolina, which it looks like he's going to do, and still end up over 270. So it's just, at this point, it would take a lot of numbers changing for Joe Biden to get to that 270.
Look at this story. I don't know if you've seen this. I'm going to put this in here. Come on. A Republican in North Dakota has won a seat in the state legislature nearly a month after he died of complications from COVID-19. That's sad.
Oh, man.
Must be a hard Republican. And then I guess the governor, or probably the governor, gets to name the replacement. That's a sad story.
Have we seen any, Eric, have we seen any numbers come in here recently at all? Or are they all just frozen?
That's a very interesting look at it.
I mean, all the percentages locked in the same spot.
I think they've been locked in the same. Pennsylvania's been locked for about 30 minutes. It was ticking up, but Pennsylvania has now locked. Brett Baer just said someone on the ground says that there's still 1.4 million mail-in ballots that need to be counted in Pennsylvania. And, he says, most of the time it's, 6 out of 10 it breaks for the Democrat mail-in ballot. And so I think that's why they're not making a call. But why are these ballots have been in their hands for a very long time? Why is it taking so long?
They couldn't get it together. And then the Pennsylvania Attorney General said, like, we'll take care of it, and then Joe Biden will win Pennsylvania. So maybe it was just like exceedingly honest with us, and he could have saved us all time. Like, you can take it from me, or you can go about this the hard way and be trying to figure this out at 2:36 a.m. But maybe he told us in the very beginning.
That explains why maybe they're not counting in Pennsylvania, but why are they not counting in Wisconsin and Michigan and Georgia and North Carolina? Like, why are we frozen in all those spots?
In Wisconsin, they're waiting on what is it? The Milwaukee County?
Yeah, this is from Craig Gilbert.
Yeah, but they could be counting there.
A local reporter, political reporter for the Washington Bureau Chief for Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, says Green Bay should be reporting shortly. Clinton won it by just 1,477 votes in 2016. So that should be more Wisconsin ballots coming in here. And he put that up 2:24, so about 13 minutes ago. So there's that.
Now I'm washing dishes, by the way.
Brad says, I'm going to clock out and hit the hay. Have a good one. And everyone, remember, be excellent to each other. Brad, you've been amazing. Thank you for staying up with us. We are grateful that you've been here. Brad is our moderator and on our YouTube chat every day. It's
That's awesome. Generous. Brown County is where Green Bay is. They've got 66% of the vote in. So I guess that's
more votes then, yeah.
I guess that's where Green Bay comes in. And Donald Trump is leading there.
So here's some interesting math. Real Clear Politics, something I think we probably all look at from time to time. Tom Bevan is the co-founder and president of Real Clear Politics. He's tweeting this Bloomberg tweet. Pennsylvania has more than 1 million votes left to count, said Governor Tom Wolf in a Twitter post early Wednesday. Quote, I promised Pennsylvanians we would count every vote, and that's what we're going to do. So Tom Bevan from Real Clear Politics says, check my math. Trump is currently up 680,000 votes in Pennsylvania. If they have 1 million votes left to count, Biden would have to win them 84-16 to close the gap. That's a significant margin. I'm not capable of checking his math at 2:40 in the morning, but I trust Tom Bevan of Real Clear Politics to do that before and think about it before he tweets it. So, I mean, that's a substantial margin. That's just what you're saying, Tony. Like the craziness that would have to ensue in order to make this.
I don't think it's impossible. No. I'm not saying that.
If it was impossible,
I'm not saying the votes aren't out there, but I'm just saying that it would they would all have to go Joe Biden's way. And it just seems highly unlikely that would happen. I mean, at this point, he's far enough behind in enough places that his luck would drastically have to change for it to change enough to overcome Trump's lead in these states.
Did you see this, Mr. Libertarian? Tony Colombo, Oregon becomes the first state to legalize magic mushrooms and decriminalize street drugs.
Yes, I saw that.
Moving to Oregon?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Why? They leave something out?
I like fluorescent.
They got the good stuff. I wouldn't even know what to do about that. Karl Rove, trooper. I wonder if he took a nap in here. Britt Hume did say on the air, I'm tapping out at 2 a.m. and he's gone. He's not there anymore.
Martha McCallum said, like, going into a break, she's like, we're going to be up until, this is, or whatever. And he goes, you could hear Britt go, we.
He said, I'm done at 2 a.m. You got 30 minutes.
He was clearly ready to go.
Eric J. Hawk is saying Michigan is up to 77% now. And Eric is following up. Eric is on bottle 2 of wine, Tony, just to get you up to date on the wine counting statistic. Jay, I bet Annie would be a trip to listen to if she was tripping on shrooms. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. I am as apple pie as it gets, and probably as boring as you think that I am. I can tell you that right now. Karl Rove put the friggin' whiteboard away. He's got 2. This dude has 2 whiteboards. One he holds up and it says Georgia, Georgia, Georgia. And he puts that whiteboard down and he brings up another one and it says Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. Whiteboards at 2:42 a.m., folks.
Yeah. Well, they're all trying to buy some time. They're all, at this point, it's like make news point, because there's no actual news happening.
Yeah, just say nothing's going to happen and stop with the election coverage. Go to, I guess there's got to be other news to talk about. Tell us about some of the stories, the anecdotes of the night. Like, there's a lot of things that happened tonight that aren't the presidential campaign, and reconvene in the morning. If you're not going to be counting votes, but I guess, Eric, you are saying that they are counting votes in Michigan. So,
yeah, you're talking to me, Eric, or Eric on your stream?
No, you, Eric. Eric Sykes.
Because I feel like some of these guys have been leading us.
Yeah, Tony, there was a point where we just started reading what the comments were saying. We're like, oh, that seems interesting. We've been literally, I don't know if you can see the ticker on this, but we have been live for 8 hours and 42 minutes. And we've not had commercial breaks. So,
well, other than the
that's incredible
commercials that we
I accidentally dropped my computer and my microphone and unplugged everything so I could have 47 seconds of quiet.
There were some very organic emos commercials in this stream.
We did. I think we sold a lot of emos tonight. We all ended up getting it because we all just started talking about it.
Eric, can you tell me what the numbers in North Carolina are right now that you can see?
Yeah, on our map, it hasn't changed. Not one bit.
Is it 90? What is it? 94% or something like that? Yeah, that's where it's been. That's where it's been forever. What's Georgia at?
New York Times has North Carolina at 95%.
Here's North Carolina. 50.1% for Trump. He's up. What is that?
Less than a percentage point.
Yeah.
Or no,
but
what is it? 48.7
votes. It's not 100,000 votes. 80,000 votes with 95% reporting. Georgia is 92% in with a 100,000 votes, a little over 100,000 votes.
They haven't moved. Is Pennsylvania at 65%?
74.
Oh, okay. That moved at least.
Still 700,000 votes. That's what they've been saying for the most part. The 700,000 vote gap there. Michigan, 72% in, and they were saying, what's the holdup in Michigan? Do we know? Like, I know
Wayne County.
Wayne, this one right here, 43% in.
Detroit.
And that's not a drastic. If you look at 58% to 40%, that's not like a 75-25 split there. That's kind of close.
Yeah, there's going to be. I mean, those numbers are going to favor the are going to favor Joe Biden. But are there enough?
Yeah, it would
If
have to
there's
be
not enough,
so drastic.
then call it. If there's enough, then let's wait. But if there's not enough, what are we doing?
I don't know.
It's important to note that in 15 minutes will be the 4 a.m. East Coast. Isn't that what they were saying? They were going to report Milwaukee County.
Yeah, there was a and yes,
though?
Wisconsin had a 4 a.m. something. You're exactly right.
I thought it was 5.
Maybe they pushed it to 5. Yes, now I remember they pushed it to 5.
Oh.
It was 4. They pushed it to 5.
Like this is a little bit more. So 48% reporting with a 60-40 split here between the two. I mean, if you're going to come up with another, if hundreds of that, I mean, that's saying if half of the votes are counted and you've got 280,000 votes in, then you're looking for another 280,000 votes. And what's the difference here between 280,000? This is 110,000. That's not going to make up the difference. You know?
So
Nope.
Meg Jones, who is Milwaukee Journal at the Sentinel, says, I can't pronounce these counting. With Wauwatosa absentee ballots done, only 4 Milwaukee County municipalities are still counting. And they say that the timetable still is for all absentee ballots to be finished by 3 a.m.
Wow.
So that would be our time, 3 a.m.
Well, that's just right around the corner. Hey. Hold on, Brett just came back.
Brett's up?
They got Brett out of bed?
I thought you said Britt. I'm sorry.
Brett Bear is still talking. Oh, Chris Starwalt looks like he's freshly showered.
Oh my gosh, Chris Starwalt looks frantic.
Well, first of all, do you have anything? We got nothing. We can tell you.
The news is we got nothing.
Yeah, they have to just be exceedingly frustrated.
Watching Wisconsin.
Those are 2 states that are ripening. They're not ready to call, but they're 2 states where we're starting to get some. There's a vestigial, a remaining data flow there. So we've got that. But
My phone is down to 2%.
Plug that sucker in, dude.
My headphones plug into the same jack.
Take your headphones out. I don't think you need them right now. So when we lose you, we lose you?
Yeah.
2% goes pretty fast. Well, we appreciate you. We appreciate you touching back base with us because you probably won't. You're probably about done here.
Yeah, it depends on how long you're on.
You missed Ryan Wiggins checking in from Disney World.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. Poor guy spending his Disney World vacation talking with us about this nonsense. He said that you need to text him. He said he was about two days in and he was trying to figure out what the big deal was all about. I'm like, I don't know if it takes you 2 days to figure it out if you're going to get it.
Yeah, no kidding. But we got to have that discussion at some point.
No joke.
Things are changing at Disney.
Oh yeah.
The people are coming back.
Milwaukee at what percentage is reporting?
What's that?
What percent is Wisconsin reporting?
83% total.
AP's now showing 94%.
AP, what's they got? Nothing crazy changed, did they?
Tell me before my phone dies.
He's so toast. He's so gonna miss it. You have to plug in and watch us.
Georgia is astonishingly close on the presidential level. Whether or not we're going to avoid a runoff in the regular seat and the Purdue seat, we're not going to be able.
What am I looking at here?
This is
what
Wisconsin.
State? Okay.
Yeah. So they have it at 83. AP has it at 94.
Has Wisconsin at 94?
Yeah.
Ooh, my phone is going to die. I am going to let you go, but you never know. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll try to make a comeback if you guys are up for a little while.
You know how to find us, Tony.
You got it.
Thanks for being here.
You bet.
Bye, Tony.
Bye. He's toast.
I mean, they're not even calling Alaska yet.
He's probably going to get those 3 electoral votes eventually. Final thought as we get ready to go into the next hours. It sounds like we're going to be back at about 11 to continue this. Rama, what do you think?
Here's what the funny thing is. We sort of ended up where we thought we'd end up all along, back in the upper Midwest. Now, obviously, if Georgia goes against Trump, that changes the calculus. But here we are back in those 3 states that we knew all along in our guts we'd be fighting it out through again 4 years ago, right? And I think it's telling about where the American political attitude is, but it's also telling that we've been able to track this race so closely as we've gone. And I have a high degree of confidence in the elections officials in all of those states and all of the states that are yet to be called, because they know the pressure's on. And that's when they're going to perform their best. They know they're being watched, and they're going to live up to the moment.
Can we say that polls stink?
No, the polls have done a great job this year. There have been no.
Are you listening to him?
Yes.
Wisconsin plus 17, ABC Washington Post.
I cannot tell if Brett Baer is.
I
This
think
is
he's.
something.
Yeah, I think he's not happy.
But he's being so aggressive with it. It's like you can't possibly be honest about chain. It's like chain pulling, but man,
He Starwalk goes, no, the polls were fine, and Martha McCallum goes, oh, come on.
yeah. What did you say? Wisconsin was plus 17 for Trump.
Yeah, there was an ABC News poll.
Oh man.
Ah.
Chris Wallace.
This race has seemed to go on for years, and in fact, it has. I just checked. Donald Trump filed paperwork to run for re-election on January 20th, 2017, the day of his inauguration. Democrats had started announcing right after the midterms in 2019. We're going to just have to be patient a little bit longer.
You guys see this blue state right here, Eric? Let's just do a little misery loves company thing.
Okay.
Look at that. Full Illinois results. Let's look
Yeah,
at
but
this
look at
state.
Obviously, if the president loses, there's going to be litigation.
How much did Trump lose by in 2016? I wonder in Illinois.
Yeah, I'm looking forward.
Any ground.
I'm looking forward to seeing what the overall.
If I had to guess, I would guess that he made up ground.
It'd be interesting if you could compare that.
In pretty much everything that we've had to do and watch and experience as a nation. I think everybody is hoping that Chris Starwalk is right, that all of the people who run these.
I mean, that's not a blowout. You know what I mean? That's not a. It's not a blowout by Biden.
74% in.
As quickly as possible, because otherwise it's going to be
22%. Look at this red county down here.
I'm actually surprised by that. Does that surprise you that it's so red? No?
Not anymore.
Really? Not anymore?
St. Clair County. Governor Rauner. No. Governor Quinn won 3 counties in the state of Illinois. He won the governorship. Cook County. I think this Joe Davies. I don't even know. They're not even reporting it. I think it was this one though, and this one was by I believe less than 100 votes, and St. Clair County by less than 100 votes, and that's how he became the governor. The rest of the entire state was red. It was unbelievable. And when Rauner won, it was as red could be, but Cook County was, awfully blue, of course. Look at these. Look at these. Trump 26, Trump 17, Trump 18.
This is absolutely wild stuff. And I think it's uncharted territory because even back in 2016.
Yeah, my guess is that 2016, there's a lot more blue on that map.
Well, I mean, that's the frustrating thing is that our governor race is in a midterm election. So if you have a strong Republican presidential candidate, Parson in Missouri gets the benefit of running on a ticket with Donald Trump. That is a huge deal. And the state of Illinois is set up in an opposite year, so they don't have that luxury. It's a bummer.
Yeah, it's a good way to look at it, though. That's
We need to have stronger candidates, though. I mean, I think, Governor Rauner was not my ideal Republican candidate. I was not. I still voted for him and I supported him, but we should be doing better than that. Looks like Jeannie Ives lost.
At that point, you have no choice. That's your candidate. That's he was definitely not an ideal candidate.
This Oberweis seat would be a pickup. Oh wait, no, did they? I think that this Lauren Underwood has actually come out and I think declared victory on this. I saw some people tweeting about that. So I don't know. This is also something that we can talk about too here for a second. This Overstreet seat on the Supreme Court is a huge deal. And
did he win?
Yes. And Kilbride, where is that? Where do I? Not this. From what I understand, the Illinois Supreme Court now has a 4-3 non-Madigan majority, a more conservative based majority. That could be a huge deal too. I'm gonna have Tim Schneider on, who runs the Illinois GOP, tomorrow to be talking to us about breaking this down specifically. What does this mean? And especially for the state of Illinois.
I know Overstreet, they really canvassed for him, at least in Madison County. I saw nothing but Overstreet.
This freeze call right here, this is the State House. This is a pickup, a Republican pickup. Amy Ellick is a Republican pickup. I don't know why they haven't called this yet. That's kind of weird to me. This is my rep, not yours. Are you a Charlie Meyer?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm right on the line.
Yeah, he won. Niemerg here. I'm excited about that. Niemerg is running. He won very handily. He took Darren Bailey's seat as Darren Bailey went to the state senate. So that's some young blood in the House. That's going to be exciting to see.
So what is the balance of the House and the Senate in Illinois?
118 seats. We needed 4 to get out of the super minority. I think we got 2. So I think it's, what is it? Well, I don't know that it's called yet. It says 58-31. It's abysmal.
1-2 says it's so bizarre to me that St. Clair is blue and Madison is red. They're roughly the same size in both of the Metro East. They should be that different. They shouldn't be that different.
St. Clair is
completely different electorate.
Corrupt as can be, from what I understand. This is interesting here. This Skillicorn race not being called. I'll be interested to see if that doesn't go. If Alan Skillicorn doesn't win that race, that would be shocker. I mean, I read that I don't remember where I read it from, but said that we picked up 2 and we didn't lose any. All right, let's listen here for a second.
I think they're wrapping up.
They're calling a day.
John Scott.
Well, I think that's our cue. That's what we've been waiting for.
I think so. I mean,
John, you're on.
right? He just smiles awkwardly into the camera.
Political battles in American history, the people have had their say.
Yeah, I mean,
Could John Scott honestly have been sleeping? I mean, like, is this dude rested? Like, how do you rest and then come in and cover election night? Like, you got to know what's going on when you come in. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Sue Lynn's asking if we broke the supermajority. I don't think we did yet. It's kind of a bummer, but it was kind of a tall order as well. So
Everything's a tall order for the red team in Illinois.
Well, Eric, I think we're going to wrap up here, unless you have some reason to think that something's going to happen.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that they'll still count in Wisconsin and Michigan. I think we're stalled in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia.
And we're going to need to know those anyway.
Yeah. So I think that if that timeline holds true, we'll know Milwaukee's numbers and they'll be able to call Milwaukee in the next couple hours. But I don't think that that's reason to stay up at this point.
Yeah.
Unless you think so.
No, I think I want to put a Joe Biden lid on this. 9 hours. We've been on here for 9 hours, 9 straight hours. And when we do 9 hours of radio, we have commercial breaks. And you know what? A commercial break for you might be annoying, but it's when I get to stop talking and take potty breaks. And I only got to take one potty break, and it turned into a disaster because I dropped everything when I came back. So, you know, we've got real quick here. If you want to tell us, Eric, what we're waiting on, and we'll wrap it up here. And we'll be back tomorrow, probably at 11 a.m. But if my boss tells me not until noon, it's going to be because I fought him and he still told me no. So,
well, for the first time tonight, AP and Fox News line up exactly 2:38 to 2:13. How about that?
We finally arrived.
With the remaining states to be called are Nevada, Georgia, which, you know, in all right should have been called. It should have been in that county. Should have continued counting their ballots, but they decided to go home.
Something's weird.
We're waiting on North Carolina because it's just too close to call. Pennsylvania, again, the president is up by 700,000 votes, but it's too close to call. I think it just updated, kicked me for a little bit. Yeah, it did. I think Michigan went up a little bit, 78%.
78. I feel like that's higher.
Yeah, I feel like it is higher too.
But who knows?
And I know we've looked at so many numbers. He leads by 6 points there, and then Wisconsin, and we're waiting on that Milwaukee county vote. And apparently someone's being escorted by the police department to somewhere to drop it in a lockbox, or who knows.
Lockbox.
So yeah, that's where we stand, and I would assume that people will wake up here, and then people that have already gone to bed are going to wake up to this news and wonder why the heck there's no president called. They'll have to search through all of this information, and Mark Cox will have it at
5 a.m.
5 a.m. and
sleeping at the station right now, folks.
Oh boy. So yeah, that's where we stand, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get a call on a couple of these states very early in the morning.
Well, I'm going to go to sleep. And if this stuff all gets called when I am sleeping, I am going to be one pissed off person.
It'll be the moment you fall asleep. Actually,
Oh
it'll be,
man,
you'll
I
get
should have gone to
alerts on
sleep
your
a long
phone.
time ago. If that was always going to
Right?
be the case, I should have done that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Eric, thank you so much for being here. Appreciated all your help and you staying with me. Katie's gonna message me. She go, "How late did you stay up last night?" I'll be like, "Oh, 3 something." She's gonna be like, "You got to be kidding me." So thank you for being here. We will be back tomorrow. And if you are new to the YouTube channel and you're still here, 60 plus people still watching, so great to have you here. Please subscribe to the channel, like this video, and click the notification bell, and you will know right away when we go live again. Eric, until next time, thank you so much for the help tonight. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you
Absolutely.
soon.